Hand me the line. Not die.
Welcome back to the Bulldozer, day 2. Wow, she's an epic 3 days, and it's day 2 here and morning shift here. We've got 4 minutes until race 1. We started a little bit later today because we're not playing in the first event. But quick around the grounds, Trav, how'd you pull up after day 1?
All right. I had a little bit of a freshen, so we got into some really crappy reality TV, so binged that a bit last night and feeling a bit better. So up and about. Today's a good day, so we've still got plenty of bullets.
Nicko?
Yeah, yesterday was a tough one. I think we backed a lot of horses that did absolutely nothing, didn't we? But I think we weren't the only ones that were sort of on them. There was a few we were on that were very well backed, so I think there's a few punters out there that are hurting. A couple of maidens to start the day. 2-year-old race looked a bit tricky. Race 2, there's deep maiden, but again, looks a bit tricky. So I kind of thought later on in the card might be my sort of scene, maybe trying to find something at odds, see what this track's doing. Already a heavy 8 or soft 7. So, if they race on that and chop it up throughout the day, it could only get worse. So maybe looking for the wetties late.
It's going to be fascinating to see how the track turns around. It was obviously very leaderish. It was good to hear Dean Lester and a couple of people get stuck into the track because it definitely is below par. So it's been, I guess, well documented how it performed day 1. But DK, how'd you pull up a bit of DK syrup last night? A couple of glasses of red to get through the day?
Yeah. Oh, I had to have a good scrub. This morning after that couple of glasses of red. I went and had a roll deep in the sewer with all those dog trolls on fucking Twitter. So I had to have a good scrub this morning, but good on you. I see Jimmy Dowling, he's right behind me on your JD, so I'll give you a yell, yeah, mate, but they won't, mate. They sleep with the light on, those pickles, so we won't worry about them. But so now we're back, we're up and around for round 2, so here we go.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to be a Monday morning quarterback, I would have thought. It's a funny one. If you back a winner, you should have had more on. But it was definitely, we weren't Robin Caruso. I think there was plenty of people that fell into a couple of those heavily back runners. Strip back was a big go, and the other one, Cadbury Castle.
How much money was torched on Lindsay runners yesterday?
Oh, well, it was just unbelievable. And the giveaway was joints like Topsport and all the big bookies. They would just refuse to drift them back out. There was a couple of runners that just didn't get back out in the market. We expected them to drift, and then I guess some of those key indicators, you think, the market's just so strong for them. So, yeah, as we said, I think we've got 45k in the bank at the moment, and DK's just popped through that $3,500 on Henry Dwyer's horse, race 3, number 13, Friday at 5. So we'll talk about that bet later. The first race at Warner was only 2 minutes away here. As I said, not playing. Quick look at the speed map and comment on this race. Nicko, maybe?
Yeah, I thought this was a little bit of a trappy race. You got Lindsay's 2 that have jumped out really well. Jamara's very well exposed. The map there, I thought Yellow Sand probably lead Jamara. A few of them have shown speed, like Mean Girls, even Dashing shown a little bit of speed if they can get up there. I don't know, I thought this was a little bit trappy. Jamara's had a few cracks. He gets the blinkers on for the first time. Ran a little sort of system the other day on punting form. My Eustace horses, when the blinkers go on in the last 12 months, they're going at 25%. Profit on turnover 35%, so a very profitable thing there when they chuck him on. He gets him on for the first time. Look, they'll probably improve him given that stat. Do you really want to chime in at $2.60? I suppose you could say yes, but on the fact that it's a wet track, his only exposure to a wet track was first up at Cranbourne, sort of going back to the spring, and he did nothing. So I suppose that would be a grey up if you're looking to get involved. So I thought this is just an easy one to go straight through to the keeper.
Yeah. The big fact you probably haven't mentioned there, Nicko, is everything bar him in the race is on debut. So it's a hard race to come in with really any confidence.
I thought the horses that showed the most scope in their jump outs were probably Dashing and Van Scotia. I thought they were horses that, could potentially run well in maidens or things like that, whereas Yellow Sam I thought looked a little bit squibby, but they just looked like they had a bit more substance to them.
It's just absolute balls of steel on this surface. Don't know how it's going to play to try and chime in here.
And then you got to go Yellow Sam, Lindsay, and then Cops Ollie. Well, that's scary enough in itself.
Yeah, so they're going to be forward on the rail. The two, Jamar will be forward on the rail, Ollie will be forward on the rail. But I think the 1,200 metres, unlike yesterday's being 1,000 metres, 1,200 does play into the hands of the hard fit racehorse, I would have thought. And hard fit, all right. It's a bit of an iron horse. Iron too, isn't it? 8th run or something, 8th start.
Yeah, he's had
Crazy.
a few cracks.
And its best run was probably its last run, though everything did pan out well for it. But, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, he's
Not
run.
my sort of race with so many debutants.
The Vancouvers seem to be going good if you're a breeding nerd. At odds, probably that's how I'd play for a peanut.
What about Mean Girls? I thought Jane gave it a push, didn't she? Mean Girls? I think it was her pick of the yard. Someone was flaring up in the chat.
First out from the inside, Yellow Sam led the favourite. Jamara and Mean Girls camps right on their backs. The inside dashing going forward along the rails.
And there's race experience for you.
The Night Fox inside of Ben Scotia and Amphina was on its Pat Malone at the end. That's the order for the 2-year-olds as they head along the back. And Yellow Sam Ferrolli leads by 3 parts of the 800 metres. Second, Jamara's doing it easily with the blinkers on, and third, dashing the inside. Mean Girls, one of the best back runners at a price, sits the outside 4th in the fluorescent jacket. Then the third pair, Van Scotia covering up Night Fox and a length and a quarter away.
Ollie's taken off.
At the end. Ollie's had a good run, so he's
Don't know if he's got much.
put the foot to the floor here on Yellow Sam and try and get Jamara off the bit, because it's been travelling better than him outside him all of the way. About 2 away to Mean Girls, dashing, trying to get into the clear. Van Scotia to the outside. The
Gonna let down Jamara?
Yellow Sam, the leader. Jamara
I think so.
will not go away. Then dashing and Mean Girls. Jamara sized up on the outside of Yellow Sam, who's trying, dashing into the clear third. They're having a great battle here, Jamara and Yellow Sam. Jamara.
Oh, how's this?
Does it?
Oh,
None of them. It's dead eat.
the other thing had a crack
Lost
late
a
too.
length on the turn, the third horse. Coming out. Just in greenness because it's first start. Not the jockey's fault.
Oh, GL to anyone involved here.
And welcome to day 2, Lindsay. Oh,
Jesus.
it has.
It has too. Pinned it. Wow.
That was
That's heads up,
That's
heads
it.
down, sort of.
did a good job to kick on the second horse after racing keen and everything. Ollie rode it good, didn't he?
Bit sick dashing if you're on it.
Dashing, yeah.
Good run.
Just coming out on the turn.
We might turn it back on when Johnny does the interview, see what he has to say about the track.
You can understand him. Interpreter.
What'd you have for dinner last night, DK?
Cheryl, our mate, Mrs. is back, so she cooked pork. Wasn't a pork curry. It was more like a pork. Not a Asians don't cook stews, but something like that was good. Pork ribs in the gravy with the beautiful sun bowl veggie. I love the spicy food. That's what I missed the most from my mum. My missus was away, so got into that, mate.
The kids eat it?
Isaac does. Isaac, yeah, we just make a separate veggie for the little one. She's not into the spice yet. He can go toe to toe with me on the spicy stuff, Isaac. He loves it.
Oh,
What'd you have at Lamaro's? Do you have the schnitzel or the
nah,
steak? Or?
I just had a steak, but a few of the boys had the veal schnitzel. The
Yeah,
veal
well, that's the signature dish.
Unbelievable. I've had it before, so
Yeah.
I just didn't feel like, because we had Nando's, I was like, do I want more deep fried, naughty? I just felt like a good clean steak.
Steaks are good there, though.
Steak and veggies just to get me like back. If I've had a tough day or if I'm on the edge of sickness, which I'm not, but I'm a very sick individual, I love a steak if I've got a heavy couple of days ahead, just to try and you can't beat a good steak, I reckon, just to get you through.
Apparently Steve Marr was doing some of his best work last night. That's what the rumour mill was saying.
He's incredible how he stays on his feet. He's a bit like, he gets the sways up when he's had a skinful, and he just sort of just keeps finding a way.
He doesn't even look that dusty, does he?
No, he looks alright.
Looks fresh
Scary.
enough. Seasoned veteran.
Whew.
Mug's up, Mug's in early. Morning, Mug. Good morning, isn't it? Yeah.
Just. So yeah, as we sort of said before, if you just tuned in, it's a pretty quiet start for us. DK's race 3, number 13, Friday at 5 is the first bet. 3,500 at $7, and the prices, it took a while. Like, we sent the bet out, and then took a little while for people to wake up. There must be some hungover Bulldozer members, but the price definitely crunched about 10 minutes before we went on air. I think it's now $4.60 best price, and King's Gospel with Huey, who's none from 3, back out to $3.60 there for race 3. So that's the only early play. We've got some other bets later on in the day, but even some interstate action today. We've got Murray Bridge, we've got Eagle Farm, we've got Canterbury. Hopefully Big Red Walt will find something. I know Beat the Bagman Shane Adair's found a couple over in Adelaide, which will be good. Turbo Tommy from Macbet, I think he's found 1 or 2 races that he likes also, so we'll get them to tune in again. Tristan, I think Tristan laid the quaddie yesterday, so I think it was a good result for them. It wasn't a massive day for the Topsport guys. Someone had a good swing at the quaddie and landed it, so I think Rick McIntosh tipped the quaddie as well, so could have been Slick Rick. He might have filled up on the quaddie.
Did he?
Yeah, he tipped it apparently.
Too strong.
Yeah, so it's some funny betting moves. Showmanship is a really interesting one in the Wongoom. It's drifting like an absolute barge at the moment. I think you can get 420 at Topsport or 440 now, and they're sort of top odds chasing it. So if you like Showmanship, they're definitely top odds that I can see 440 over the exchange. And then Chassis.
Who's got it now, Chassis?
Mar Eustace.
Mar Eustace.
And it's an interesting one, Chassis there. It's been sort of $6 into $3.90. And I thought Bless Her, and I heard Bunce and Mark Atchison sort of give Bless Her a bit of a tip. So I think if Jamie Carr's decided to ride for Mar Eustace over Clayton's Bless Her, I think it's a good lead, Chassis.
Yeah, I looked up as if it was going to probably win a bit easier, and
DK might have been right here.
runners up credit, he really dug deep late, and thought he might have nearly got back on me on the line, but luckily enough we had our head down.
2-horse war all the way down the straight. How is the track pulled up after day 1?
Yeah, look, it's definitely riding a bit softer today. Obviously a bit of rain overnight. Hopefully it can stay dry. It shouldn't deteriorate too much, but yeah, pretty good and chopped up when he got in the day.
Yeah, and on speed was an advantage there, you think, or just the 2 superior 2-year-olds?
Possibly the 2 superior. I thought the fence walked okay early, so probably hold up for the first few races, but I wouldn't be surprised if he'll be discouraging rider later on today.
Good to see you hit the board, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay.
A nose by a short neck, the margins 1:15.82.
It's not a bad push, was it? Saying it might chop out.
Look, Jesus, it looks cold.
Yeah, it doesn't look fun. Down on the ball.
Looks very bleak.
It was run to suit the on-paces. Look at them, Aussies just stacked and racked there.
Yeah.
No guide to the pattern, just the
It's just
quality.
probably
Look, the best horses get the softest runs.
best horses, 1, 2.
3.
Yeah.
We might save DK's top 10 marriage tips a little bit later. It's just
Yeah, you play me.
it's too early for that, but they'll be coming out.
Les and I think Jason and a few others here play me in later on in the afternoon, or even tomorrow when I have a couple of drinks. I'll get a bit spicier. It just laid out that second horse, didn't it? Third horse.
Yeah.
Experience.
They're not kicking the rail up as much as some of those horses wider, but
Oh, it looks all right to the naked eye, doesn't it?
yeah, the track seems like it's holding up okay.
Yeah, for now. Just
But that is it's only race one day too. Like it's got bloody 20 more races to go.
Yeah.
we popped the question out after you left, DK. If you're a horse, who would you be?
Me.
Yeah.
We thought like a fired up 1,000-metre sprinter.
Is that a bit grubby? And then we're trying to figure out who'd ride. And so there was a few people that said maybe you need a Noel Callow or you need a
Noel
strong
Callow,
roader
yeah,
that
love
can
Callow.
stand over you a bit.
The stand over Callow, Yendel, stand over me.
Smash and Nash.
Nash was a good one. Oh, it was good at Lamaro's last night though. Dimmer was there.
Was he there, was he?
Yeah.
Looking all right?
Yeah, some other blonde was passionate. Her fella at the table, I thought, oh fuck, is that Nicko with the blonde there? But no, it wasn't.
Nicko, the missus
Nah,
coming out for
definitely
dinner last
wasn't
night,
Nicko.
Nicko?
No.
Didn't bring her in, sneaky.
No, very quiet.
Sneaky
last
one to
night.
crown.
Straight into the form.
It's sort of, I reckon Lamaro's a bit under the radar. Like you instantly think like Railway and like when you're thinking sort of South Melbourne, Emerald, and then it's sort of just the forgotten horse, Lamaros, but the quality of food was good. And they spaced out our food, so they wanted to sell us a heap of wine, which is very clever. Had a couple of Stoneham Woods and then got on a nice Shiraz, so...
That's a good joint. I don't miss you that. That's a good joint.
No, they didn't.
Seems DK's kind of set up, tipping
What's that?
the grouse restaurants around the Melbourne area.
Leslie wants to. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Leslie. Yeah, we'll get that. We'll get to that. 3. What was it? Yeah, in my 20s. Yeah, that was good. Met my missus. She couldn't get me out of there quick enough. Where you living?
Any messages in the chat for day 2, punters? We got a bit of time on our hands here.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow start.
Yeah, I was just looking through
Here you go, Scooty.
and a few of these moves.
Moves. A lot of it bullshit too.
Bit of
Yeah, so many scratchings as well. So
Well, we heard Quinny on the radio this morning driving in saying, "Oh, this has been backed from 6 into 390." That's just bullshit. You've laid $200 at $6 to a hot punter, and the automation just keeps winding it off until you lay something else, then it stops and just guard, mate. You've got dynamic odds on the moment on the side. It's just flat. You can't have it on race. Just flash, flash, flash.
Busted.
All the price so every price in every bookie, bar probably Topsport, who'll have a bit of an opinion on their own and try and lay them, are all the same.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Just garbage. Market moves.
And dynamic odds is just, it's useless. It's not,
Oh.
not worth a subscription fee at the moment.
Jesus. Like, you know, that's, the subscription ain't much, but tell you what, it is going backwards. Fair, they're all spending all their money, bet makers on other, you know.
Just must be all clogging it up. They just don't have the bandwidth or something. It's a bit of a basket case. Yeah, so definitely watch and learn for the track for the first couple of races too.
There's no on the fly. There's no. That's the wrong way to put it. But you've got to adjust on a day like today with track pattern and everything. But
It's a bit...
I'm happy. When the way I bet, this is the answer to who's asking that. Josh. Yes, because I bet early in the day on Maidens. All my stuff's pre-planned, and my service is an early market service. So I just go on history of what the tracks play, and these races are early on. My Maidens are early on day 3, so bias really won't kick in. Yesterday, Warrnambool every year on the Tuesdays always on pace rail, unless especially if it's dry like it was yesterday. So I'll just go on history of all the tracks in and out. My bit, but people who are playing in the last race, and you look like Johnny Mack from Queensland, big on bias. They'll change during the day, get the bias, and change their bets and things like that. So everyone's different. But because I bet early in the day, I'll just have my everything's pre-planned. But on this track, 3-day carnival, like particularly tomorrow, you've got to see what the track's doing.
yeah, I think that's part of the key. Doing the bull, it's such a unique sort of set of circumstances. You don't really get another chance at any other sort of meeting in Victoria where you're racing 3 days in a row. So on a track that's usually rain affected as well. So that's why you've got to be able to sort of adjust on the fly rather than sort of going into your regular day of betting like you were saying, DK, where you're planned and you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
The bull's just a bit of a different setup.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and yeah, you can take a great price, but then come race time, you just don't want the ticket.
Ararat's one that gets me. Like if it rains at Ararat, like Ararat's one of them. Like normally one of the most, best on pace tracks going around.
Yeah.
When it's dry, and then I think maybe the last meeting was it, or the meeting before, and they get soft 5, soft 6, end up on the outside fence. That was good. So I did my money that day. Because all the run-ons are in play. When I've done them, I think it rained in between. But normally I thought it heavy, they might get to the outside, but it was only soft and they got to the outside. So I mean, you just got to wear it. But most of the time, you just look at the form and say, I want the things that are going to map well on pace. So occasionally it changes like that and you pay the price, but you've got to stick to, as we say, stick in your wheelhouse. And
Yeah, you're probably similar in Trav, like get them ready. The way we sort of run the Patreon service, that's how it's sort of run. Say by 11, you usually locking in a few bets.
Yeah, it's
I'm
only
probably completely different to both. I barely have an early bet before I go to the races. 9 times out of 10, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, well, DK can subscribe to this, been running a service a lot longer than I have. But in terms of, yeah, I find you sort of want to be locked and loaded start of the meeting, and we're not making too many adjustments unless there's a huge differential in track pattern. But yeah, you've pretty much got to go into the meeting knowing exactly what you're doing. Also helps, I find, you just don't chase that way.
Yeah.
I wish I was on Ampero, Brett. I don't know what's happened there. I hope I did send the wrong number out on tip and I didn't. Should have tipped Ampero. Otherwise, it was up odds on. I think it went up too short, that Ampero, but it looked a good thing. Anyway.
I'm a big
There they are, the dumpling stand.
Yeah.
Here we go, boys.
Unbelievable.
Oh, the grouse.
Yeah.
Life support, I call it.
It's hard to beat. It's hard to beat the dimmies and the soy sauce and the dumplings and the.
This is where I was first introduced to the dimmies and the sweet chili sauce.
Oh, you never had that?
I never had it, and then a few of the boys at TRP I was working with on the broadcast sort of flared up and got it, and I thought, oh, this looks alright. They are good, those dimmies.
It'd be crazy how many they go through.
What are they? They're like 6 for 12 or something, aren't they? And you're just like, I can't eat 6 dimmies, and you get through bloody 4, and you think, oh, here we go.
Yeah. When I took the kids to the Jeff's Shed for the Good Friday appeal the other week, in the tasting section of the food thing, they had the South Melbourne Market steamed dim sims. Oh, are they any good?
Do you like them?
Well, I don't have them very often. People swear by them, eat them every day for lunch, but that was only the second or third time I've had them. And I ate lots of dumplings and stuff, you know. But I thought, I enjoyed it. It's good. They're big, but
they're a bit too much. Like, it's a bit too porky and a bit like.
Is it?
Bit how you going for me. I just sort of like the old school fried with the overcooked bit of the marathon. I like the crunchy bit of the. I either like those ones down the ball. They're good, but I'm a bit fussy. Like, if it's got chewy bits in the dimmy, I resent it.
No good.
Yeah, I don't like it.
You're a big dimmy kicker, kind of like.
I love a dimmy kicker. There's a chance we get hunky dory today.
Hunky dory. Hunky dory is good.
It's in the mix.
Couple comments about the Galleywood.
Yeah, what's there? T-Dogs?
Been a few if you can call them moves, but there's been definitely some adjustments in prices, which is probably a better way to put it. Sauna Boy's been sort of in from $2.60 when he opened up into $1.95, and they've sort of moved everything out around him. Big Blue went up sort of $4.60. They've got him out to $8. He was getting out to that sort of price earlier this morning, and then they pushed him back in a little bit. Out and Dreaming sort of went up closer to like $3.20 at some of the joints, and now he's getting closer to nearly $5. He's $4.60. And the two horses they've sort of spec'd at a price, Sinanica and Eckhart, sort of $10 and $13, both of them now $6.50 and $8. So there's been a little bit of action in the Galleywood in terms of the adjustments. I think it's all sort of about right. I did my market sort of Monday for the Galleywood and had Saunter Boy pretty much the price he is at even money. I had Out and Dreaming pretty much where he is in the market as well, and I thought Eckhart was probably the one early that was overs relative to sort of my market. Not necessarily a bet, but so no surprise to see money coming from him, and no surprise for me to see Big Blue drifting. He's sort of the one a pot in that race. I don't know about how he's going. He's a former winner of the Galleywood. He's a very good jumper on his day, but just where he's at is a bit of a question. And I'm always a little bit suspect with horses mixing steeplechasing and hurdling like he is. He went over the bigger fences last campaign, and now he's gone back to the hurdles this campaign. So yeah, it's sort of that always is a little bit of a deterrent. It makes me think the trainers don't know exactly where he's at, because otherwise they'd be focusing on one. But no, we're all good. I think the Galleywood for me is to sound boring, but the market I think is pretty much bang on how it is at the moment. So was a little bit of moves in the steeplechase race as well, the 5th. Such a small field, but Runaways had a bit of support this morning, and under the bridge they've sort of just both firmed up. Everything else has just kept getting longer around them. They're 2.15 and 2.20 at Topsport at the moment, and then out to once were lost at $10. So I was sort of keenish to take on Runaway with 72.5 kilos, but just whether we actually bet into the race is another thing. You can be happy to take a horse on at 2.15, but in a stream, doesn't necessarily mean we need to be betting into it. So I just thought 72.5 is a massive weight over the steeples for a horse whose jumping form is not where it should be at. His last couple of runs over the obstacles have been a bit disappointing.
Isn't he fresh today?
No, he's coming off a run at Pakenham.
Oh, okay.
He was pretty flat. So
Bit of a market push here for Egyptian Icon. DK, what do you make of Mickey Huglin?
I like Mick Huglin as a trainer, and I like this horse, and I obviously ran second to Elation in a slowly run race. Elation put a gap on him. Thought it wanted probably further. I'd just stay at the 1400 again, even though it is off a slow tempo 1400. Thought it was vulnerable to the favourite. Nice horse. Wanted to back it over a mile, drawn well. Barrett, whatever, just got a tricky draw here over 14 again against Life Lessons. I can see why they backed it, but because its debut run at Moonee Valley was really good, but I couldn't play with it now.
Huey.
Do you want to preview this race? Have a look at the speed, mate.
yeah, we can.
8 minutes out.
Yeah, I thought Egyptian Icon might lead here. Don't know what DK sort of thought about that. I didn't think there was
probably roll forward,
heaps of speed. I thought Life Lessons probably there. Mia Sereno probably goes forward. I thought Don't Forget Dad Gelada from the low draws could probably push on. Didn't really know where the first stars would get to. I kind of had him going back just off what I saw at the jump outs, but Jay Carr on the well-supported Matt Williams run up, it wouldn't shock me if she puts it in the race from 10. I thought there wasn't heaps of speed, but maybe even Zunile can kick up underneath him. There was some talk about just Rebel in the chat, or just a Rebel. I didn't mind its jump outs. I thought it showed something there, but 4-year-old mare having her first start, she's obviously had a few issues in her career, so maybe just wait and see how she sort of races here. But I thought she might have a future over a bit further. Deep race. Deep
what's
race.
that? Yeah. So what this Moody horse coming has made it a deep race. You normally wouldn't get a horse like this in a maiden at Warrnambool. I think the $50,000 maiden Carrot has got Moody to bring it down here, and it's gone enormous on debut. Accelerated through that. Fuller's obviously improved into a really nice horse. They put a gap. I think they beat Graham Begg's Galaxy Ruler by 9 lengths, and come out and won.
Come out and won at
Cranbourne Friday night. Yeah. They ran the time. They ran the sections. It's just it's drawn well. It just looks a really nice horse. So you wouldn't see a horse have such a good metro run normally in this race. So that's what makes it a deep race. And they were all tipping apparently everyone's tipping the first starter of Williams, but we were tipping it before they would have seen this horse was in the race, And Egyptian Icon's a nice horse too. So it's a bit of a race, but I hate falling in and tipping the bleeding obvious, but it's just too hard to look past that for this favourite for mine. And he's such a good trainer. They improve with the run under their belt,
What price would tempt you to step in? $3?
Well, they said it was on the drift this morning. When I was in the car on the way, and he said, those were getting out to 270, 280, but you're tipping something that's everyone, the whole world's found. It's easy to find. It's 240. It's
not much value.
No, what can you add? If you're if you're flying in a bank like this and it's one of the last races and you're betting up, you play a win. But geez, it looks hard to beat to me.
Yep. Yeah, I got a lot of time for Egyptian Icon. I called his debut trial, his first official trial at Moe. I thought he did a lot right winning that day, and sort of Moe, it's a good spot to sort of call the trials. You're only just above them in the mounting yard. Got a bit of a fair look at him, and Yeah, I sort of backed him on debut at Moonee Valley, and things went against him a bit there behind Traporti, but he stuck to the task okay, and then he's trialled up probably a little bit less flashy leading into this preparation. He actually trialled against Life Lessons at Traralgon, and sort of Life Lessons took out the trial. And
It's a good trial, wasn't it?
yeah, he was in behind her. And that first up run, even though he's beaten 4.5 lengths, the horse that's beaten him could be a really, really not like top liner, Elation. I think he's one of the more exciting horses I reckon I've seen in the last couple of years. So, and his acceleration he showed at Morpheville on Saturday was outstanding when sort of placed under pressure, and just the way he lengthens without, being. So he just doesn't look like he's even at his top, that horse. So he's going to be an exciting horse for the future. So I don't think any knock on Egyptian Icon being beaten 4.5 by him at Pakenham. He just might have bumped into a really, really good horse. So there was big margins.
No knock at all. No, it was as good as he could run.
Yeah,
Really, at that tempo, he's not a big turn of foot horse, and that was a sprint home the last 400 that race, and Elation showed his class. So there was no knock on that. I'd hit second pick here. I thought they were dreaming with that Tour Gene. All it was a tip, And the jump out groupies are the fastest shooters.
Out to 550.
Tell you who did trial well, it was Hollywood Siren.
Yeah.
That last one at Stall.
Just kind of poked up underneath them, didn't it?
Yeah, strong, looked really strong. It's found Zoo Knoll. Zoo Knoll's got good talent. That shows you how strong this race is. It's $14 chance or something. And it's a nice horse,
Its run on debut last prep was enormous. Wow. It's got too far back at Geelong.
Not the other day, didn't it?
The second run it had at
Second
Geelong.
run it was, yeah.
Way too far back, and then the other day it just kind of looked like it was there for.
It looks like it wants further,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, even the performance of Hollywood Siren last start at Benalla, she was really strong late, quickest last 200 of the entire meeting. Off an even pace, wasn't like a super slow run maiden, so she's got a share of talent. But
Who, Life Lessons?
Hollywood Siren.
Les? I'd go with the horse's walk over its skin and coat any day of the week. Can't walk, you can't race, I reckon. If you walk bad, you usually race bad.
I reckon I only had Life Lessons missing at a half or something, and it's only its first start. It quickly made up the ground. I think it found the box seat, or from without looking in front of me, Nick. But I think it mapped barrier 5. It's going to get a good map on this track.
He's just got to use the draw, doesn't he? Like, there's no reason not to get it out, is there? Like, there's no reason to be any worse than 4th or 5th here, you'd think.
That's the
and most of Moody say race on speed anyway. Like, I'm sort of...
Yeah.
Most of them, they just get him out of the gates.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
It's a really good alley for it.
That's the Moody way. They get prepared and in their jump outs, their trials to race.
And I'll tell you what, he's telling you what he thinks of it, where he takes it for their first start. All those things that go to the Metros first start, they've got talent,
Yeah.
And he's got a stable full of nice horses. Everything's 200,000 to $500,000. All these things in his stable, like he's charging top odds, It's a proper joint, and they're just too hard to be against.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just not a stable you grey up at all, really.
No. It's pretty simple, isn't it?
Yeah. I will say that their stats probably out of the joint are a little bit lower than what they've been, but I think that maybe just a few of his horses have hit their mark a little bit, so still.
He's got a lot of lightly raced horses.
Yeah.
Young horses.
I wouldn't be worried about that too much, even though he's sort of only going at 12% his last 50 when his career strike rate's around that 19 mark.
Who moods?
Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about that.
We're running the numbers on like his horses, like 4-year-old and under.
Yeah.
Were a lot different to like the overall strike rate of all of his horses.
Mm.
So that's probably just factoring in your progressive horses getting to town and your maidens, 4-year-old under, compared to some of the stays he's getting and that kind of thing. Where's the good horse?
Which good horse?
Incentivize.
Who?
Incentivised.
He's up at Lee Iverson's joint, isn't he? The tendon bloke.
Yeah, he's making his way back. I was just looking through then. He hasn't had a stack of runners since March anyway. So.
Fuck, I gotta go again.
Beautiful start, as I mentioned, from the 1400. They got a huge run at the turn. Heavy hand, a bit of sleep at the moment.
Sort of touched 260 now, back to 250. Bit slow weight.
Smidge.
Where's Carr going? She's pushing forward.
Now it's sweet.
She's going to be 4 wide here, Jamie.
There you go. They're going to.
Didn't expect Egyptian Icon to be that far back.
Yeah, I kind of thought Huey'd use him.
He sort of did, but he just wasn't going to get across, so he just took a sip.
Together there, followed by Egyptian Icon, 2 to battle.
Seems a good spot. Favourite.
In traffic.
The TMZ passed by Miss Colorado, and the tail ender about 3 away was Mary Choice.
Anchor's out.
Towards the side of the course here, Mio Cerrito just from Torregine running second.
Huey wanted to find the. Did he?
Yeah. He tried to come across, he just didn't have the speed.
We're looking for outs.
Got to come out. Going to have to be careful not to knock anything down.
Behind it, Star Killer. Then followed by TMZ and Miss Colorado.
Jamie's hard to beat from here.
And on the outside,
Jeez, it got messy there, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, wild.
This could be Carnival. Winner number 6 is going up to Torregine, who's in for the fight. Torregine fighting hard here. Just a rebel trying hard. Torregine just in front. From Brisbane, the car's it's Jamie Carlo.
Oh, Rick. Fuck. How's the drift? 320 to $6.
Yeah.
First starter.
Soon Niall and also too late at best work late in front of Hollywood Siren. Life Lessons was
Always one for him, isn't there? Matty Williams.
Followed further back to Egyptian Icon, TMZ Battle Tears, Don't Forget Dad, and Mary Choice.
Hopefully the punter in the chat had something each way, just a rebel. He seemed to be keen.
She gets a double today. The spruik around about Torregine was
Amazing, the drift.
into the week. She delivers today. Look at the price. She drifted all the way out to $6 fixed from $3.80. That pays $5.50.
I think the most evident thing for me just that race is how keen Jamie was to go forward.
On the first starter.
Well, I'm wondering whether she's thinking this track's going to be way too hard to make ground on.
In the wider lanes, yeah.
Because she was very aggressive to get to the front.
And
Wheel spin.
even Ollie, like the same. They're going head to head early. Like,
Well, if you, sort of Ollie and Jay Carr, realistically, the best 2 riders at the meeting, to take out Bowman, but, you know, he's not in his sort of
he's
jurisdiction.
not in his element, is he?
Ollie's one of the best track walkers going round. He decided to go straight to the front, a thing that's never led in its life. And Jay Carr's booted forward. They're sort of signs for me.
Where was Just a Rebel in the run?
Parked him, went forward too,
Went forward,
sent
yeah.
it forward. Just sort of parked him behind.
Oh,
No,
you're on the right. You're on the right
horse
horse
is
in
going to
race
be.
3.
No, where it's going to be. It's going to be right there.
Up on
Fucking
speed.
oath. Yeah,
Right there.
no worries. Back in Friday at 5.
No.
Even
King's Gospel's going to be.
it'll stay hard in the market, surely.
Huey's going to have to make.
Huey's gonna have to
do
be-
on here.
Yeah, doing something good.
But again, yeah. there's-
First 42,000.
Didn't ever look comfortable, the Moody horse.
No. No, and that's probably ran too well maybe on debut. Too big. Can be.
Yeah.
No?
I guess the other question
That's
is
why-
like whether this track's a bit worse than a soft 7.
It's an 8, isn't it, or not?
Yeah.
Don't know. It said
Yeah,
7 on the
no,
coverage.
it's 8.
It's an 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fence still looks like it's not chopping out as bad. But
Nothing really made much ground at all.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they did seem to roll along a bit early to get their positions, didn't they?
They've kind of done typical like Warrnambool, like they just drop an anchor just down around the corner, and those horses they're just doing the work to get into the race.
Yeah.
Too strong the jump out groupies piling in at $3 and
Yeah,
stuff.
well, it's $3. Yeah,
Just
well, that's, they do,
disgusting,
generally
isn't
they give you opportunities. Well, when I left home this morning, they were $2.70 and $3.30 or something. You know,
They're
what
all
they run
just so-
$2.50 and what they run on the must have run $7 on the fair or something.
Yeah, $6.50 or something.
They're all just so trigger happy. Like,
They're all trying to beat each other.
I know. It's just nuts.
Apparently the winner hasn't even paraded, according to a few people in the chat.
Oh,
It's one of my pet hates. I reckon if you can't walk around the mounting yard
Shouldn't be allowed to race.
for 3 laps, you should not be allowed to race. If you're that dangerous of a horse, you shouldn't be allowed on the racetrack anyway.
Yeah, definitely frustrating.
One of my pet hates.
Geez, if they're getting all that, I know the fence is sort of on at the moment, obviously, but if the traffic just all comes down along that fence, they'll start to sort of surely they'll start to
It's got to
try and
chop
go
out.
for the middle of the deck
Sometime
or
today
later, won't they?
It's got to chop out, doesn't it?
Mm. Just looking at the...
We'll see what Jamie's got to say, actually. See what.
The skies are reasonably clear in terms of cloud that's going to generate rain. Jamie Carr just making it official, heading over to Richo.
There went on a Jamie Carr, so a double throughout the May Carnival, 954 selfies last night. You're contributing a lot to the Carnival. That was a great ride, mate. Firstly, describe that filly to us.
She's got a lot of talent, this horse. Johnny Allen told me he got to the front a bit sooner than her and she waited, so try and get a bit of cover, so I did the complete opposite. I had no cover. From that gate, we're going to get stuck wide, so I had to push forward. So she's done it both ends, but full credit to the horse, she was tough enough.
Did you handle the red track? Because that was the problem. Manny was a bit concerned about the track.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry with her. She's a big girl and she got through it really well.
Okay. It does look wet out there, though.
It is. I don't really like mud in my face, so I was happy to go forward in the end. But look, obviously the track's playing a little bit to the inside. It's just slightly better at the moment, but towards the end of the day, I think it'll be pretty fair.
2 wins. Keep working hard. Well done.
Thank you.
Having a look at it from a head-on perspective, Jane, we can see turn into the home straight.
Interesting. Like here, they just took all the speed out of it again. Like these back
He was one pair further back than he wanted to be. Life lessons, and Nick was right. Missed the kicker half. He did press up.
Then he's
And
kind
then
of following
conceded,
it.
now he's cast.
Yeah,
he needed to be following J Carr.
Yeah.
Not that it would have made any difference,
No.
I don't think. But it did get a bit rough here and rough and ready.
Yeah. I think the key here is like horses like Hollywood Siren, sort of horses in the market, Egyptian Icon, they're just not making any ground.
Hollywood Time looked like he was going to run into it, or I can't remember what it is, and then it just didn't
It's in
really
the white,
at all.
yeah,
did
in
it?
the-
Like, they kind of just up and down the one spot a bit there.
Yeah.
Oh well, good bet in the next DK, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully, it's
You seem like
the map, the way the map is. you know,
Maps
always
playing to our
defer to.
favour. The danger's going to be out the back unless Huey can get out the gates.
Well, yeah, that's right.
That was the thing with a few of these maidens. Like if the track did switch and you wanted to be sort of coming down the middle, what would bring in like the King's Gospel and Henry the Lion. Now it hasn't really done that yet. You'd think they're just going to drift. And the market sort of has a look at a few others.
Yeah.
What price you take? Sevens.
$7.
$7.
$4.60 now.
Yeah, and you'd think it'd stay with the pattern, it'd stay solid around
It's
that.
got to
at
stay
least.
solid,
Gotta
surely.
stay solid.
Wouldn't
you'd
mind
think.
seeing another way for it, but can't see the fave staying solid now.
Fave's got to have to get
Well, he's got
out
they
to
pushed it
5+.
out to 420, have they?
Yep. Topsport are leading the
Held
charge, 360 everywhere else.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the difference. So Top Sport
Probably
trying
jumps
to get it in.
favourite ours, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Just looking at like race 1, they got standard times up there on .com. And the standard times, if you've never seen them before, they're for all classes at the track, condition and distance. So they went 17 lengths slow
Yeah,
overall.
So Yeah. Did you? Oh no, I won't be negative. I'll wipe my ass with those standard times on racing.com at the moment. I don't know where they're getting them from.
Just off?
It's just, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't really have too much.
I've
Too much
looked.
attention to them.
Yeah.
Maiden, Deep Point, Murray Bridge. Didn't he race here? Deep Point, pretty sure. Pretty sure he had his first run in Melbourne. Stand by. Yeah, he did. Down the straight at Flemo. What was that? Cup week, I reckon. From memory, didn't parade that well that day, so maybe go out, have a spell, come back, mature. Oh, I don't know. McAvoy is just becoming a tougher and tougher camp for me to back at all.
Geez, I'm glad I try not to get tangled up with that camp at all. It's like
Yo-yo.
it's like a Mick Kent camp to me. And Mick Kent's a bit easier to deal with now. He's come back from his hiatus, but
They all jump out well,
Yeah.
Oh.
yeah.
But can't they go from like flying to busted and then
Yeah.
they bounce off a busted run again? Like, I think they're a
there's
complete nightmare.
one in later today, that hypersonic, like one first up. I think it's in race 7. Yeah, one first up, goes terrible last up, runs 10th of 11, and now they just serve up 370, barrier 16 Huey. Like, I think we'll be opposing it later on in the card, trying to get it beat. Mr. Mees had some specking that wasn't surprising at all.
That's also I sort of found. I
He
think
did
that,
look a bit of a setup job. He was in yesterday. I think he's in day 3 as well. Just looked like where are you actually going to run him? Ex-Busted and Young, Mr. Me. I think you called him winning his maiden T-Dogs at Mornington, from memory.
Which horse is that?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Me, the horse
Beat
I found.
Bankroll that day at Mornington back in October.
Chestnut horse.
In the
Oh, Neil's asking me to fire up already. Hang on, Neil. Give me a fire up if this next thing wins.
What time do you guys want to have lunch?
happy with
1
whenever.
o'clock or something.
Do you want early or
Huh?
early? Like it's
Oh, I'm
midday
alright.
now.
Boys would have had a big brekkie, wouldn't you? You have the big breakfast?
Yeah.
Huh? Sausages, steak, eggs?
No.
No. Cereal. And yogurt. Acai bowl, what do they call it? Acai bowl.
Bit of fresh fruit.
It's funny. I've only just remembered what the other horse that's in the last, that Humble Pie of Wilds.
Yeah.
After Britannicus, that was the next potential jumper that we got asked to go in, and we gave it a swerve, or we weren't sure. It might have been just a bit too much. We couldn't bear it after spending 25 or 30 on Britannicus. This Kiwi thing, Humble Pie, came with a bit of a rap to be the next sort of jumper.
I fell into him so many times, Humble Pie.
Well, so, and how's this? So then he ran out at Geelong. Wasn't a bad run, I think. And then he ran second at Moonee Valley. We thought, oh God, here we go to Diplamo Jack. And then he beat Lord Boozer on his third start. And we're thinking, oh shit, we pulled the wrong rein here, because he starts going bang, bang, bang in Australia, winning 2000 benchmark 70s. I'm like, oh God, here we go. We've missed the boat on this potential jumper. But he mustn't. I don't know. That's what they bought him for. But he mustn't be jumping. This Humble Pie.
Has BZ checked in, Scurdy?
No.
No, he'd still be in bed.
Cast.
He would have blown himself up big time.
He got on.
He was gone at the races.
He started drinking red wine about 8 o'clock. He's
Oh,
in bed
no.
by 10.
Huh?
The red wine just like
Knocks
tips him
him.
over. Yeah,
Oh.
like in a trance. Like there must be like some of the chemicals in it. Just cook him. It's just every time he drinks red wine, he goes off with the fairies. So he's in bed. He's in bed early. Sounded like the Betfair function was roaring Tuesday night.
Ran a little system here because you just brought up McAvoy, and I was absolutely filthy at them after Saturday, falling into one of theirs in Adelaide, having a real crack. So I wanted to find a reason to pot them. Done a system. So they've got a $3.60 favourite, race 7 a day, Hypersonic. Their horse is under $4 in Victoria last 6 months. There's only been 50 of them, but they've had 14 winners, and they're going at minus 30% pot. So they're a hard camp to back.
Under $4.
Yeah, hard camp to back in the short end.
Something.
All right,
Hit and
Steve.
What else you got for us, T-Dogs? Any more punting form systems today?
We'll just keep running some.
We found a few good ones along the way, just punching the numbers in.
This is the beauty of punting form, though, is if you haven't, you can get an answer to a question that you've or a theory that you've got. You can punch it in.
The Apprentice's 4 kilo swing, Metro Vic, that one's good. That was running a bit hotter, it gets hot in the winter, that system.
There's a few you want to keep up your sleeve, but a couple that we can sort of
We
slide.
say them on the show all the time, so it's like, it's not like hidden.
I think the biggest one I've found is blinkers on first time 2,000 metres plus. Anywhere.
17% win strike rate, 17% pot.
Yeah, it's a good gear.
Average
change.
SP nearly $7. What about B Vorster under $4? Les is asking, can you run that?
B Vorster under $4. Rightio.
Any other systems the punters want? T-Dogs is all over it.
Well, we've got some time here. We're not doing any betting.
I found one for the week, the Mar Eustace. There we go, blinkers on first time. Jamara.
Yeah, well, adds to that stats, doesn't he?
All equal favourite now. Friday at 5 and the King's Gospel.
It's legit BZ. There's something in the it must be the histamines or something in wine. If BZ has had nothing to drink and then goes and has 3 glasses of wine, he gets like memory loss, and he just goes from like fine to like real like weird drunk. But then he can have like 10 schooners and be like normal. So it just doesn't make any sense. But there's definitely something in wine that he's allergic to or sends him into a trance or something. It's very bizarre. I've been to Vegas with BZ a couple of times, so I know what I'm looking at.
Vorster under $4 last 6 months. He's actually, I wouldn't say this is negative. He's had 87 rides under $4 last 6 months, 31 winners, 35% strike rate, and he's only just not profitable. So I wouldn't sort of be sacking him in that price range. Gets enough of them home.
The boys have promised they're going to buy Ronan Short another jumper. They were on the piss with Ronan Short last night, and he obviously rode Britannicus over in Oakbank when he won, and then I don't know, he didn't get the ride because he picked another horse or something, so he's missed out to Aaron Lynch. But I don't know. Now they're talking they want another jumper, but I said to the boys that they could be in Royal Court this other jumper, and no one really bit. But now all of a sudden they got a taste of the Briley. Now they're looking for a jumper again. They're a week too late, so we'll probably find another one and go in it. But it's very hot, the tried horse market.
How about this horse, DK? Tasuma. Laying back.
Robbie. Pulled off.
Sorry, who? Robbie Lang.
Yeah.
Tasuma. You'd know this one. He's been going around a bit recently.
If he turned up in the Tridor sale, I'd buy it. Like
he's had
and the distance changes.
He's
like,
had a few runs where he showed something.
oh, yes. And he's got Jay Allen on today and all that. Like, it's got some... But he's going, what's he go? He goes 1,400 to 2,200 now, but he's back to 1,700. Poor horse. Now Robbie's got back hold of him. Anyway.
One of the training performances ever at the carnival. Lane,
Was.
First up, Sir Penton.
First up in the Grand Annual, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's all anyone talks
Jeez,
about. For when was that? 20 years ago, at least, wasn't it?
Oh, no, I reckon that'd be about 209, 210.
It and Roman Arch is all you ever hear with Robbie.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. You got to be crazy with some of the preps he gives horses. I guess eventually.
Remember,
it's
we were going back on the show the other day looking through Sosie Bond's sort of early campaigns with Robbie, and it was like
nuts.
got out to 2,400 metres in the Derby and then was fresh 1,000 metres down the straight, like 2 months later and ran second.
He just lost his marbles, didn't he?
It's like, what is going on?
No wonder he...
Then he thought he was a sprinter, and then the next season he ran in the Zipping Classic. Like, he just got him straight back out. Maybe just after his time. Maybe his time would have been back in the 60s and 70s. Here we are, DK.
Now favourite, DK? Clear favourite?
Good
What
parade.
to talk about? Yeah, well, yeah.
Nice, stretching out lovely.
Good parade, Nicko.
Yeah.
For a horse who's
very
deep
well.
in its first prep. I know, and Henry wouldn't go to the well. He's such a good trainer. He wouldn't go to the well deep in or first prep if he didn't think it was up to it. I like it gets a little gear change, like the winkers going on. It's always, might find half a length or something. But the key is that it's going to be on pace. We've just seen what's on pace pattern at the moment. It and the King's Gospel comes through the same race at Pakenham. This was well tried 260, 280 favourite. King's Gospel was $21, even though King's Gospel did have a chance in that race. Like probably SP defied the chance it had. And they ran along. And this did a heap of work on speed. And King's Gospel was out the back, running on, suited to the fast tempo. Friday at 5 had to work, finally got across, had the temerity to give a good kick. Thing in the box seat, come off the back and won. Couple of 2,000 metre, well, I think a 2,000 metre horses botched, and the King's Gospel was suited by the fast tempo and ran on late. King's Gospel was particularly strong. Yeah, well, there was a terrific run. It's just the horse seems a little, Sheila seems a real little try to me. So she draws well. She's going to race on pace. Well, King's Gospel are going to be at the back, and there's a lot of other chinky horses in this race. If you want me to keep going.
Yep.
I mean,
fire away.
Celtic Glory's none from 15. Eagle Saurus, he's got talent, but he still doesn't know what he's doing. He comes through that Boars race where they all had their chance to beat Boars, and at Bendigo and somehow Boars just said, no, none of you are good enough to beat me, I'll stick my head out.
I thought out of that race, Eagle Saurus you'd probably want to be with over
Samedi.
Yeah.
Well, Samedi's an on-pacer, but...
Because it kind of didn't have it was probably the horse that didn't have the chance to do it, given it's at last.
Yeah.
Whereas Samedi had the run of the race.
And dictated. Yeah, so Eagle Saurus, it's got talent, but he just goes sideways when they asked him what to do, and he's still learning his craft. What else? Waitman's... I thought Waitman wanted 2,000 plus, not backing distance, but Respect Wild and the Wild Harry Coffey combination, but I thought it's one paced. Electric Lady was a very interesting runner. I had a good look at it because there's a heap of money for it last start. I think it was 12 into 6 or something. And it's from New Zealand. It's one of those Spicer things that he bought from New Zealand, give to Lindsay. And it's 2 runs in New Zealand wet tracks where it actually showed really good talent. But gee, it's one batted, it's 2 runs here.
Does Kaboli.
Gets the goat, but gee whiz, I mean, it'd have to turn into... I mean, and the wet track, probably softer track helps, but geez, it'd have to improve a fair whack. I don't know, what else have I missed there?
Not much.
Yeah, so not much. So I just think a good... As long as she's not over the top, and I'm trusting the good trainer here to have her here in good nick, and Nicko said she's paraded well, so I thought she was a good bet for the stream today.
Yeah, just getting back to that Waitman, there's no 2,000 metre maiden at the Bull this year, so I just reckon
Missed the trick.
because of programming, they've sort of obviously just wanted to run him at the Bull, and that's why that's 1,700. I was just doing some stats there, mate, and didn't realise how good he's going.
Going good since he's come back over. Like, he's taken he's been in the wilderness a long time. But
he's one of those riders though, like, he's a confidence jockey, like he always has been, but if he gets going, like he reminds me a bit of Mertens like that, like when they're really in the zone, like they can actually ride pretty well.
I mean, you got to wait.
Everything's got to sort of tick the boxes for him to be doing.
And Henry's his man.
And Henry's his man.
So
yeah.
he won. What's that filly starting with A? That sort of.
Oh, hallelujah.
No, she won the gold strike from. What's the other thing?
Asphora.
Oh, yeah. So he sort of rode her wave through, didn't he?
Yeah.
To winning in town, and so that would have got his confidence up, getting on a nice horse, and Henry leaving him on when he comes to town, thinking he can get the job done. And then he won the gold rush or the gold strike, whatever the Bendigo race is. So that helps get your confidence up, doesn't it? The trainer Henry backs you in. It's his man.
Yeah, I was just looking at his stats. Like last 50, he's going at 18%. He's extremely profitable last 50. Does a good job with horses under $5 at the moment. So definitely backable. Just, yeah, I think you guys hit the nail on the head. Just needs opportunities.
I'm surprised he must just ride all the work at Henry's, because you don't get many rides at Ballarat, and they're light on for riders at Ballarat. All the stables there, you know, you can see by the unfashionable riders who get the race rides. See Atkinson and Neil Farley and these sort of blokes, but the trainers put them on, you know, because they're struggling for riders.
Just saw like the last sort of 2 weeks, he's ridden a winner for McAvoy, winner for Matt Williams, winner for Dan Bowman.
Who's this? M. Aitken?
This is M. Aitken,
Oh,
yeah.
I've just made up dribble then. Okay.
But I think that's only in the last week, last 2 weeks. So I think it's a relatively new that people are starting to see that he's... That happens though, when you start riding winners, camps will start using you.
Did you give the 3 any, DK?
What's it called?
Dominic's horse.
Matsuyuka.
Yes. Oh, I mean Panola form.
But it was like it was the worst track ever for it. Like it was turning the whole time.
Yep.
That thing laid in on it the whole race.
Yep, it laid out. It carried it out. The straight up protested.
Yeah.
I just thought the class, but maybe
it's the right odds here.
In the private chat there for something maybe. I wouldn't want it getting up at 33s. In this sort of race.
I kind of thought that.
Yeah. Speak to Scooty.
I'll message him.
Yeah, no. Sorry, thanks for saying that, Nicko. I got it. Here's Henry. Volume, please.
Oh, okay. One job.
Oh no.
Well, he hit the line well, and looks like 1400 might be up his alley, second up.
Little gear change here with Friday at 5.
Yeah, no real reason, just thought it might sharpen her up a little bit. I sort of reckon she's probably a 2,000 metre filly in time, and just staying at 1700 was the right race for her on a soft track.
Did you see the chat, Scoop?
Hey?
The chat?
That's the idea. She was a little bit tardy away last time, so we didn't. She sort of was midfield and Blake had to use her a bit to get forward. So if she can settle there without being used, she should get an economical run and be hard to beat.
Big question. The favourite for the great race, the Grand Annual, is Bud Fox. How is he?
Yeah, the horse is terrific. We can't do anything about Mother Nature, unfortunately. I'm not sure he wants all the rain that we're probably going to get, but if
Green Cordial.
he somehow missed the rain, then he's going to be a great
Blues.
The group of owners are down.
No, the Facebook chat.
They didn't want to get here too early yesterday. They thought they might blow themselves up, so...
You want to have a little chop out?
Spirits and very excited.
I know a few of them were disappointed.
Yeah, well, I think they pinned themselves into about next Thursday for wins, so...
Yeah, we could. I
Good luck in this, and,
I think track's not going to suit it, but what do you want to? How much do you want to have?
Couple of minutes out from race 3, and they're milling behind.
Number 3
is about to start the loading process.
Oh, number 3.
Number 3, the roughie.
250.
Yeah, something
prices. $4.80 the price currently for Friday at 5. That's the best price she's been in the last half hour or so. King's Gospel has been easy, $3.80 out to $5. So just about each way odds the field here through the official prices. $4.80 Friday at $5.
You can talk about it. We've just taken best of 2.
The 3?
Yeah.
Right, so we're on DK. Oh, you can talk about DK.
This is the only race I'm going to really do, isn't it? So I've saved on... I'm not saved, but we've had... Was it 250 on...
Yeah, just 250. Best
250 on Matsuoka, number 3. Tom Dabney runner. Will improve up in trip. There's good money for it first up at Panola, even though it was only Panola. It was a good run. The thing carted off the track all the way up the straight, and it protested but was dismissed. He's just a good camp. It's an improving type, and at those odds, with him training at home track, he did say yesterday. He said the blue he made with his runners yesterday, the last 2, Energy Within and Spinning, was that he produced him first up. Next year he'll produce him second up. So this horse is second up, got the run under the belt, so I think it'll run well. Or anyway, run the fights odds anyway. It's big odds.
Map horse too. Give it strength, Henry. We favourite now?
Yep.
Oh, that's gone back the other way. Late push King's Gospel, $5, yes. How's Celtic Glory still $5.50?
Meach maybe, and just, it's got figures. You know.
They've rallied late for the
This thing's
King's
got to hold
Gospel.
on. It's got to hold together first prep.
380 the King's Gospel. Jeez.
No, other things. Missed the start, our little saver.
That'll do. Hold the.
Moving around the outside, Luskin Lass improves rapidly, and then Celtic Glory.
Billy, piss off.
Who's?
Lady along the fence. 2 lengths away, then to Waitman. The little flea in the middle there. Followed next in the field then by Making Ground was Tazuma on the outside. Around them and over on the inside was Bridges.
It's the first time Billy fucking sits outside the leader.
Was expected, settled a long way back with that mouthful. I think it's called Matsuka. It might sound better after a few frothies, wouldn't it? And out of the players, Mount Eccles, they're going down the back.
We've copped an easier section there than early.
I had to steady the ship. I went a bit quick early.
2 lengths away, Luskin Lass dropped it in front of Eaglesaurus and Pacadell making
The favourites cast back on the fence.
Favourites in an awful spot. Our thing's got going around the outside.
Ridges on the inside from Super Sits, Suka to the outside. The King's Gospel last of the
Meechie's out.
has a lot to
Oh,
do.
Huey. There you go.
Favourites going all right.
Come on, DK.
Can't Friday. Keep kicking, girl.
Then followed Luskin Lass dropping out of the Tazuma paddles on with Super
Keep kicking.
Go on.
Come on, DK.
Can't Friday.
Lift it.
Lift it, Mitch.
Come on!
Can't Friday.
Oh, Eaglesaurus. Lay in, Eaglesaurus.
Go on.
Come on,
Come on,
Friday.
DK.
Mitchy!
Go, Mitch.
Go!
Come on, Mitch.
Go, DK. Back. DK.
He's back, DK. Savers run third.
Nice work, boys.
Too strong. Go, Mitchy.
Oh, Saver runs into third. Big run, the third horse.
We thought it'd be up on speed.
Good read, DK. Never doubt ya.
He's back, punters. We're back.
Beauty.
Don't write us off yet.
Where are the trolls now?
Is that enough on the door? DK's put him through the fucking...
Beauty.
Beautiful.
Nicely done.
That one.
Good ride, Mitch.
You were right. Lay in, Eaglesaurus.
Yeah, he's just look.
He's all over the
He's got talent, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's just drunken sailor.
Drunk.
Put the whip in the left and he goes out. Put the whip in the right, he goes in.
Where did Huey go?
That third thing's run a huge race.
Considering it missed the start, like that's why it ended up back there by the looks of it. It should have been up on speed. Didn't follow it. Western District's Maiden, next start somewhere.
Look at DK's, I've got the replay. DK's got the rock going. He's got the DK rock.
A DK rock. Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah. That's him behind the third and fourth place, get it back to the inside. Never a winning hope, but American performance. It's certainly a hard watch for those.
We're in third.
Our saver.
Masaka in third.
Yeah. Massive
Huge.
I was back on the.
Robbie Lanes went okay.
Tasuma.
Our next tried horse, Tasuma.
When's it going to English Digital? We'll take it to the Bull for a maiden hurdle next year.
We'll leave it with Robbie then. First up.
Robbie. Imagine that, buying it and leaving it with Robbie. It'd be exciting
We'll
at
just-
least.
Here he goes.
We'll set the program. Oh, the punters aren't rolling at home. Why are the punters rolling at home in the bar? Not in the stream, obviously. Cast.
Oh, they're all dead stiff.
All on Huey. Move out of the way. What's the result there?
Yeah, so we're back up to nearly 70 grand, 69,250.
Punters.
Back.
Just a good lesson in patience there. Just didn't have to bet in the first 2 races.
No, that's it.
You just don't have to bet in every race. Like we're betting in, there's 30 races to bet in the bull, plus some out wide stuff. I went back through it. We only had 12 bets yesterday.
Track's not cast, Crookie. I'll take this track any day of the week.
DK loves it.
Keeps it simple.
I think that was a bit pace related though too. Like that thing of Dabinic's made huge ground on the outside.
Might have, like, if it didn't have to spot him 15, might have gone into the race, you know? Maybe not 15, maybe it was 10.
Should have taken a duet.
Never seen one in their life.
Neither.
We should have flared up in the first 4. You could have found that first 4 easy.
Glad he held the front. I mean, just on a horse like that. Samedi tested him.
What did
didn't
we
he?
say? Eaglesaurus, the horse take out that Bendigo race. That other thing was so chinky. Sat outside lead,
Samedi, yeah.
did nothing, and Eaglesaurus. Like, where's Huey going here? This is a big run, the third horse. It's run of the day so far.
He's tried to stay on the fence, I guess, Bowman, stay close to the inside. But
Like, you're following millions chances there.
Might be better
Ridges.
out there, though.
well,
Went
he
out.
hasn't really. He's gone
Maybe he
out.
can win from there, but might be nicer ground.
He didn't really hug the rail, did he? I
Look
thought
at all the
he.
things on the inside, like
Yeah, they're
trying
chopping.
to turn it, like, can't get going.
Where's Matsuaika? No, have a look. Yeah, look, Crookie.
Wide,
Matsuaika, have a
wide.
look at him out wide there. I know.
Robbie Lane's horse.
So
That's
he's
probably the
you
real
know,
fresh ground.
He might,
Like,
might
nothing's
square
got
up
that
now.
one.
Well, that's what they said.
Fucking big run, Matsuaika.
It's a
Jesus.
huge run.
I reckon they'll all start to spear off there by the end of the day. They'll all come off the fence.
It looks fresh out
Oh, there's
there.
Huey poking up on the fence. That's Dasuma there running all right, was it?
Yeah.
Yep, 5th.
Super snitch.
Super Snitch had a chance there. He's going all right.
I think
I've just remembered that this race in the past has got me from back in midfield things. It's just has been an on-pace race in the past. 1700 maidens and the next.
We're back.
Anyway, something for the boy, for the punters.
Yeah, for you saying, can we talk through speed maps? I don't think this track we need to be making any firm decisions yet.
Yeah, well, you saw there, like the horses that got out wide, they were figuring in the placings. They just gave away a massive head start.
Mm.
That's no help to me.
Well, can Billy put this Henry in the line in the race at all?
Probably not. Not from
It's gonna
16,
be
you wouldn't
3
think.
wide with a trail, the best way.
Maybe
midfield.
Cotton Eye Joe's the horse.
It's, the barriers make it.
Yeah, tricky.
Amazing. Topsport 5 into 380 at the death. King's Gospel.
I just don't know where that's come from. Yeah, I know. It was right at the death too.
What happened, King's Gospel?
He was 5
to
into 380.
at the death,
With
and then Topsport have chased it to 5. Yeah, winner.
Fluctuations.
Tristan's had a fucking filler. Or not.
No, first bet to do 20,000.
I like that a battling jockey rode the winner that's got us back on the board.
Mitchie Aiken.
Yeah. Something likeable about it.
We're all battlers.
We're all battlers.
Apparently the favourites are moral here at Eagle Farm, if anyone's involved.
I reckon that's the first time I've caught Henry in about 3 years.
How's Eagle Farm going?
Yeah, they reckon all right, don't they?
It's going to have to be going good.
When DK
Hercules. Hey?
When DK finds Henry, I bet up. I've been watching DK for a long time now.
Intimate knowledge of
He
Henry.
understands Henry very intimate.
There was. I mean,
You know
I looked.
his
You look. You could do the form off the trainers there, man. A. McGregor. I've never heard of
These
him.
boys,
Had the
they've all
favourite.
been there for 20 years.
C. Littlefield. She only just battles away. Had the second favourite.
Lovely girl.
Dan O'Sullivan had the third favourite. Like never trains a winner. You know, and then you came to Henry and
Here we go. He's fired up again. 12.30's back. We look happier than
Good
the
training
owners.
effort to keep that horse up.
Fuck, I've lost my microphone in the celebration.
Oh, you've just been. No one's been able to hear you. No,
412, 412.
It just flew on the floor, and I
Scooty.
wasn't really that.
Do we take a little break? Get back.
Yeah, okay. I'll
412.
slash and I'll get
Yeah, need a
the
slash.
microphone fixed.
Plenty of love in the thing.
Yeah.
Everyone
Didn't even
chats up and about now. We've got a winner. We're back. Appreciate support.
Yeah.
In there.
Everyone getting
To be
around
honest,
us.
when you were in that dust up on Twitter last night,
Well, I left you out because I thought I'll go this alone. I left you out of it.
I couldn't breathe. I was like just crying in laughter. And then when you sent that thing, you were like that chicken duck thing.
Duck.
Oh,
I thought that'll get
I absolutely just lost it. I showed the boys, and we were half cut by that stage. Jeez, it was good. It was great Twitter. I said it to Griff. Fuck. I said, have a go at this.
Just keep betting.
What have I done here?
Race 412. What's 412, Simon?
Yeah, we might take a
We'll come
couple
back.
of minute
I need a piss.
break just to reset.
Hunter's on the ball.
Welcome back. Happy days here with DK hitting the scoreboard again. So 69,250 is the updated bank. So nice little $7 boosted play into 460 SP, I think, and a top fluck of 480, and the totes have popped 540. So if you're confident with the track playing leaderish, you might have gone again. We've obviously got to keep things a little bit tight with the big bank and everyone else's money. So we were happy with the 3,500 at the $7, so we've got the right price, and we're not that far back. Well, we're not far off our starting bank. So just a really good lesson in patience there. You don't have to bet in every race, and things will start to heat up from here on. Hopefully for you guys found that favourite at Eagle Farm as well. A few people in the chat room look like they backed it, so just get to have a look at Murray Bridge here. And I'm not sure if Shane Adair, Beat the Bagman's going to join us. He said he might be able to, so if he can, we get him on the Zoom chat soon, he'll have a bit of a chat to us about Murray Bridge. He might have found one or two, but it's sort of a bit of a happy hunting ground for me, Murray Bridge. I sort of don't mind it. Nice big roomy track.
We had one, maybe Bulldozer last year or year before, where we got onto one at Murray Bridge, didn't we, from memory? Some staying filly that got right
Realm
back.
of Flowers.
Realm of Flowers. One of my bets.
Remember that?
Realm of Flowers.
Should have won a Sydney Cup.
It was a maiden. Nearly got beaten in a maiden.
Good time. It's amazing you went on it, JD.
Looks a
Another
bit of rain
favourite
there.
pulls up with an issue. Throat issue.
Oh,
Life Lessons had a throat issue, throat surgery or something it needs.
Forster getting the first favourite home.
Burrend. What's the chat saying? They're firing up.
Yeah, they're all up. Everyone's up and about now.
Everyone's up and about.
Best website to find
Oh,
winners.
Steve's asked me about
Little Birdie.
Nowhere else.
Yours goes good.
Nicko, DK,
Yeah.
The racing show.
TRS.
I don't know if we
Patreon
do we
goes
have a
along.
website? I don't
No,
think we do.
no website.
Too much money. Very,
You
very,
borrow mine.
very low budget operation. Yeah.
I'm concerned about a 3-day backup for up all night for those people that keep asking. I don't think you can come here as an afterthought to this carnival, and it looks like an afterthought to me.
And it's
And
like
that's
gone to the home track. Like you'd think that'd be the race, like set up for the home track, Maiden win, and then you go, oh,
And it was just a race. I think didn't they all hit the line together?
3 days later we go to the bull.
Sacred Kenshi and then
Yeah.
Forest Diamond up the inside. But it is it's got a chance. It's going to map well and whatnot. But you're coming up against horses who are set for this race as an afterthought. So that's my concern with it. And we'll get into it closer to the race.
Someone said Deanne Pena might be a good ride for DK. Deanne Pena, the jockey. Who'd ride DK? Nash, Deanne Pena, Noel Callow. Someone even said Jay Carr.
Yeah, Jay Carr can ride. Me. She's a good rider.
Mitchy Aiken's our man after that.
Yeah, M. Aiken. He can ride. Absolutely. Trained by Henry, ridden by Mitch Aiken. There's your answer.
Who's going to go
Yeah, good
full
trainer.
Nash?
Good trainer.
Go to the outside fence, full Nash.
It's got to be soon, doesn't it? They were nearly out there then. I remember I backed the clappers took like
I remember that.
$9-10. Started fours, D lane, just like down the outside fence.
How many
Last
years
race of the
ago was
carnival.
that?
I think that was the first year I went.
Fuck, it was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Waited all carnival just to bet up.
He ran at a few carnivals.
I think I had 200 at 10s. I was like 16 or 17.
What's Mug saying?
a
Alan,
big bet.
Alan Robinson,
It's a
Robbo.
big bet when you
Gemma Jemison, yeah. Now you're talking Hercules.
only made bloody 150 a day.
I think I know who Hercules Peterson is. I think I've guessed
he's
it.
in my wheelhouse, Hercules. Don't
I think
worry about
it's one of DK's men. I think I know who he is. I've got it. I won't
that.
say. I won't give him
Mick
up.
Dittman. Oh yeah, well the enforcer. Dittman. What went at the day? How would he go in the whip rule now? Him Dittman.
He'd be in trouble.
He'd never ride. He'd just be
He
bloody
be
suspended every
the whole
week.
time.
I think we're going to sue Will Gordon for his whip use in the Briley. That was the chatter after about 20 beers last night. We're like, can we just take him to court? Just cause a storm for an extra $5 grand each.
Josh Julius does well with his team. It's not more than that. It's just why would you run a Sunday if you're coming here and trying to win the race? But this is the weakest race that can. It's the 4-year-old plus Maiden, 1700s worth good money. There wouldn't be many of them around.
Our favourite.
So you can see why he's having to throw at the stumps.
What we were talking about the other day.
What's that?
Earmuffs pre-race on, first time.
Who? Up all
All
night.
night.
Yeah. She raced a bit keen the other day. I think she had to sort of come out a bit early.
Any sections.
Look at this. So $5 the field in a 4-year-old plus Maiden. It's sort of.
A few setup jobs here. If this a dandy catch wins, I'll give it away. It jumped out like a hurdle.
Jockey.
Still, he trains well, Blacker.
Dwight M8 can double perhaps. Bungle Raider.
Bungle Raider. Doesn't Dwight have a few chances on the jumps today, or is that tomorrow?
That's tomorrow. He's got the favourite in the first in the jumps. Bungle
Sprout.
Birdie.
Oh.
Interesting. 2,400 back to 1,700. Don't see that often.
Why are we showing this for? It looks sweet, doesn't it? There we go.
Bossy. No, I'll have Bossy. What about Bossy? There's two, but which Bossy?
G1 Bossy.
Or DNP Bossy? Yeah, I'll have Group 1 Bossy, not DNP. Do not participate Bossy.
Do you reckon he'll ever come back, Bossy? I reckon chance.
Huge chance.
What, to come back?
3 years, he'll get
Nah,
bored,
he's-
he'll come back.
No, he's done.
You reckon?
Yeah, fuck. He'd be on the plumber's gig at.
It's a nice gig. What are we getting there? Getting $2,000 a week or something at least.
Yeah, and look,
Cushy. That's what Rudy would have been getting when he was there.
I don't know about their what do they call it? The funny map thing. They don't call it a speed map. Ladbrokes, they call it the. I don't know what it's called, but they do that thing with Adam Hamilton and the other
huge,
thing. They've renamed the speed map.
The big whiteboard.
Yeah, it's like a thing, and they go through the race. I can't remember it, but it's terrible. And then some of the tips that they send out on is just complete garbage.
Analyst, what did he say?
They're all good blokes,
didn't he say they went slow in the Newmarket or something? Didn't he say that? Bossy, Analyst Bossy?
Yeah.
Fastest Newmarket ever.
Fastest Newmarket, one of the fastest run Newmarkets history.
Pre-race earmuffs?
Don't know about that.
Walt's got theories on that, I think.
Yeah, I remember Walt talking about the earmuffs or
pre-race
what?
Earmuffs. We might get Walt to.
You want to lift his game after yesterday, Walt.
I know, torched a lot of the cash out wide for us.
I don't love seeing him, the pre-race earmuffs.
He's ROI positive though on all the streams. I think he's held his own.
He's been good. He's found a few good ones. Lester Piggott.
He looks alright, this Pagador. It looks like rock hard fit.
Looks a bit fit, doesn't he? Or Richie. Nearly got one yesterday, Richie.
Like setting them up for the carnival.
Yeah, I sort of found this horse. I thought this would just be a genuine lambing.
Tough ass, first up,
Jobby,
1700.
And I don't know if it's
It
any
does
good,
look
is it?
fit.
I know it's a weak race, but
Yeah,
I don't know if it's any
might
good.
like a bit of class.
doesn't that lay in and stuff? I don't know.
Yeah, you guys shot me down pretty quickly.
Oh, look, Annie, look, it's
No, it's all right. You're entitled to. Like you
It's a
guys know
good
the
race
better
down
than me
lunch,
here. Like
you know.
I'm more of a setups type.
3-year-olds, you know, you've got talented horses in that one with a bit of upside in the last race. There's nothing with any upside in this.
Bossy on Celebrity Big Brother.
God.
Well, good luck to him if he can get on one of those joints.
Mina Legacy, is there money for
He
ease
doesn't
there?
need another 250.
It's one of the most one-pace things I've seen, that Mina Legacy. It wants 2 miles.
This is a camp that you have to watch with interest. Reese Goodwin, Razor Warrior.
Reese.
At least all these horses are, like he hasn't got any babies coming through yet, you know.
Yeah,
When
all
he does,
tried
then it'll be the
horses.
start. He's sort of got all tried horses or horses that have, you know, had a few runs, haven't he?
Yeah.
Like he did. I thought.
I did notice with-
I'd love to buy that horse. That lady who bought that horse off has got that horse. Drop the
mic.
Yeah, drop the mic. Jeez, I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind getting hold of it. Whew.
I think you'll find Reese with a fair few of these tried horses. You want to be backing them first up.
I think when he came back from Singapore, I found, because it was just him and his dad, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like, it did seem like they turned a bit of a corner when he came back. Like, they were training a fair few winners there.
Well, he'd be riding all the work, see? I mean, that helps.
Yeah,
You know exactly how the horses are going, how they're feeling.
him and his partner Maddie'd be riding all the work, so know exactly.
It's one of the reasons why In Ryan goes so good, you know?
Yeah, it's a big advantage.
So he's got trusted lieutenants, A. Mitchell and Reece McLeod in that ride normally, and then right before he wants to bet or to get him ready, In Ryan will ride the last gallop. So right, this horse feels, you know, let's go. Lloyd Kennewell to train me. Someone's missed the boat there. Someone's just wide open for Griffiths to cock. Someone coming with Griffith to cock.
Last 3 weeks you'd be all right, DK.
I'll be a 20-start maiden under Griffith to cock.
Kennewell's turned the corner.
Yeah. So ever since I potted him on the show, Claudia Shiver got beat for all that money at Yarra Glen for us. He came out and won at 10-1 its next start, and then he had Nursery Chime. He had that Saint Tropez, I think, and he's turned the corner. I played him into form, true to my form.
Had the pumper on Celebrity Big Brother. The pumper and Bossy.
He didn't miss him with the whip either, did he? The pumper. Whew.
What's doing race 1 Canterbury? Anything make ground, or are we greyhound track?
It's just the easiest track in the world to brush this joint, isn't it, Canterbury?
What will be better?
No,
than
well, you just know, like,
How do you bet?
I think,
the saucer, isn't it? Just a round circle. It's good, like Walt Canterbury Nights, when it's just leader paradise, he's all over it. Then you get Timmy Clark on a few of them. Little ATM.
Where's this?
Trip was us.
Zambezi River?
Pre-race report. Wasn't that 12 months ago, last year, when Trent said his first and last pre-race report got made public?
Declared
the thing.
I can't
missed the
remember
place.
horse. Yeah, did run blasted.
Lead us home here, isn't it?
He's giving a big kick.
D. Beedman, not the Lone Ranger there, Mr. Cheaters. I've had other people say he's the most gifted, or one of the best, most gifted riders ever.
Who?
D. Beedman.
Oh, the millions chance going to fly.
He was
away.
unreal, wasn't he?
Oh, just missed.
Oh.
Yeah, people, young blokes now wouldn't have, back 20 years ago, whenever, when he was at the peak of his powers, D. Beedman. Whew. I reckon Joe McDonald was.
Who rode Lone Rail in the Oz Cup? Was that Beedman?
Beedman, yeah.
Freak.
That wasn't one of his best.
Got in a bit of trouble.
Raymond Shane, mate. When I used to work at the casino, back in the mahogany room, back in the day, the Spring Carnival, G Hall and AEST used to get in there, layering up, betting like the absolute Watsons, like both absolute loons. They were in the peak, and they were at the peak of their powers at the time too. At least RSDs ended up all right. Poor old Greg Halls struggled, but yeah, mate, they were Shane Dye and G Hall on the drink and on the tear, betting up in tens of thousands. Amazing.
Shane Dye does Hutchie's Honkers show.
He does. He's really good on it.
Hutchie's Honkers, they record it up here, in here.
His analysis is terrific. He really knows Hong Kong racing.
He lives on the Goldie. He plays golf a bit. I might team up and get a game with him.
I was going to say,
Yes, Dye.
there's not a lot of actual Hong Kong Australian racing content, so they've hit a real niche there, the boys.
Oh, Fletcher Files goes enormous. Auto bet, can't believe people just don't trust it. Like, it absolutely pumps the Fletcher Hong Kong stuff. If you only want to have one bet on the midweeks for Happy Valley, they hate Happy Valley. You usually get 1 or 2 bets. It's on before you get the text message before 9 o'clock, and then at Sha Tin they go absolutely apeshit. It is unbelievable.
Bet where you sleep.
Yeah. But if you want to bet in every race and more analysis, then you go to Hutchie's. But if you want to just put a bet on and snipe you go Fletcher's set. But if you want every bet and read it and half do the form with Hutchie and that, you go with him. But I absolutely love the Hong Kong Fletch stuff, and people are mad that I just can't believe it's not one of our bigger subs. But everyone's got family and shit to do on a Sunday, I guess, and Hong Kong overnight sucks a bit.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised when I was at .com. We had a lot of discussions about having Hong Kong shows and just never eventuated. I was always shocked they never did it.
Just the late nights on the Wednesdays are killer.
Yeah.
Someone take this race away. It's only 5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Or you
We're still working out a little bit what we want to do here in this race.
I messaged you.
So.
Well, it was a 4-year-old maiden. This would be my last. I can give it a rough overall.
It'd be a good training performance if they get this Cotton Eye Joe to win.
Yeah, I didn't mind Emerald either, Les. He came back from that period here and was riding for Lindsay, and
11.
he got going there. He was a good jockey to bet on. Emerald.
What price?
Look at this, $5 a field, 6.6. So the three Up All Night, Henry, and Cotton Eye Joe all come through a sale race on Store Cup Day, where there was a terribly biased track. So they looked at 3 here. That Brave but Crackers, I won't have a look at it, but it comes out of a farcically run race at Ballarat. Absolutely farcically run, like they ran 2.5 lengths slower than the other race over the same distance on the day. It was ridiculous. So it's very hard to get a proper guide on it. So you couldn't sort of be in its corner with any conviction. So the store race did look the race. We were talking to Nicko and T-Dogs, is that right? Didn't it?
Yeah, it's probably the lead up.
Because Henry looked to be having he went back from the draw, but he got home like this was his race. And Cotton Eye Joe, Wild always sort of, I think the last few years they've produced one in this race, always second up in trip, and it looks like their runner this year.
Yeah, I think it's the right race, that store race, I think. Good platform for this.
Oh, Cotton Eye Joe's looking for softer ground. But, geez, it was only fair first up, but again, had the short SP there again for about the 5th time in a row. So it's something there, One day he's going to elevate. So it might be today.
And you'd nearly be backing at the elevations coming at the carnival, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
With the way the camp's going.
Yeah, maybe, but just, He's a Kiwi, I think, so soft ground, sure.
There's a fair bit of money coming for this Mina's.
Michael Cruises he's right onto it. He wants, can someone just go, I didn't look, Darren Purcell's not one of mine, I know that.
I
it's first up, isn't it?
I had a look at the jump outs and thought, there might be something doing here, but they weren't like, you were kind of jumping at shadows if you were like really keen to back it, you were seeing a bit more there than what there actually was.
We've put them on, so our best of 3 totes.
All right, sweet.
Do you want to talk them through?
All right, punters, we've got involved. Prices now that we're at, we think it's a race we can get involved in. This could be a race where the pattern could change a little with those horses coming to the outside last race and really starting to get involved late. And I don't know if this race will be run as quick as the last one with the field breaking up. Cotton Eye Joe, we're backing. I think we had 1,000 on there, isn't it? Gets the map. Looks like he's set to peak. S Wild. You don't really need much more, do you? Everything looks like is in order for him to.
The map's the key for him, I think, Nicko.
He's got a massive SP profile. Like they've obviously liked him. He likes wet tracks.
And you know what he wants? He wants cover.
He
just wants to get every chance for the first time in his life in Australia.
Yep.
They keep saying get cover. He ended up outside the lead in all those races facing the breeze. The other day, Linda cruised him to get cover. It was just the track pattern killed it.
Well, that's what I kind of thought. Maybe on the fence somewhere, 1 off,
1 or something like that.
1-1, like that's probably the
Following
spot.
a bum. And Jay Bowditch's got soft hands. It can get a bit keen, so I think they're backing him. He's got nice soft hands, Jay Bowditch. He's good on horses that can get.
He's very profitable when he combines with Wild. Like they've had over 100 combinations. They got 23% profit on turnover, 36%. So he likes using him. He can find him, on the right horses. And we've tried him, Henry the Lion. Just think the way the track potentially could play here. This could be the race that switches. And he was just the horse to take out of the store race. In stages of the race, he had to be out building momentum. Billy's just sitting there. Like, you can't do that at stall.
He was riding, I reckon he was riding to the pattern.
He barely had a run in the straight.
Which Billy's good at those tracks.
Yeah.
But he either gets held up or he gets through and he looks like a genius.
He ran a really strong race second up last prep behind Bainbridge on a soft 7, started $3.30. That horse has gone on.
Remember that? Bainbridge, didn't it lead and win by 5 or something that day?
It's won a stack of races since, and then the wheels kind of fell off a bit after that. But I think he, local train, or not local, but you think Cully would want to be winning at the Bull.
Yeah, he'd want to.
This looks completely set up. You get Billy.
Bull owners
He's a great rider at wet tracks, Billy, I reckon. His balance and the way he helps horses travel. They just never seem to like get it too wrong.
Anyway, all
All right.
right. Final finish up.
So we've got
anyway,
2K on
too
Henry.
heavily involved, but yeah, for having a play because it's a maiden and they are 2 horses. Second up, who look like a good race
Henry's
for 'em.
best result here. Like we're going. It's actually not a bad result.
Be kicking out now, won't he?
Yeah, he's going to start $7.
It just keeps going. Just keeps
I
drifting.
think it's up, like that's big overs.
They're back to leader. The leader wins.
One of the always traditionally been one of the toughest maidens is 4-year-old and up 17 over, but there's been some good bits landed over the years here, but nothing really standing out here. They've backed a few. Bomber's Toys goes in. Now go ahead caller coming up. Warrnambool Greyhound Cup. It's on the night for those here on track who haven't had enough racing at the end of the day. Get out there, the best greyhounds in the country.
Ever do the double, Scooty?
Warrnambool tonight for the cup.
Ever do the double?
What's this?
The ball into the greyhounds tonight?
I've never done it. Nah.
I'd rather be at a nice warm pub.
I nearly went 1 year with Juppy, but he brushed me, so.
I'd probably do it now. I've called greyhounds. A bit more appreciation for them.
Fascinated to see what the track does
Oh
here.
my God, Billy might go forward. Nah. Jumped extremely well, Henry.
They all want to kick up. It's no good for...
Right, we're best. I think
You're going to hand up, Joe? You're going to hold the front?
we're best of both worlds.
I think he wants to hold up. He wants to hand up.
What is he? 4 wide, Henry.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
he drew the outside barrier.
fresh ground.
Could be fresh, could be grass. Nash hot.
Billy trying to do his
I
best.
thought he wanted to cover that horse.
This will
And
help.
Joe
'cause
Bowditch get this thing to settle.
It condenses, so he doesn't have to make up as much ground as those other things that went wide last race.
Let's look at Pogador just being a flea. Look at it.
And go ahead caller is towards the end. Cotton Eye Joe, the colours which were won to victory 5 times yesterday. Well, the stable had 5. I think only 4 of them wore them, but it's Cotton Eye Joe at the 800 by
What?
Nick.
Oh.
2 minor legacy.
Here they go. They're going wide, are they?
Oliver's run up to second and just behind them is
He's setting a light now.
Billy's
Billy.
taking off.
way up to third.
Ollie's going with him.
Right behind the leaders. And
Trucking,
coming around
Henry.
the outside with a run now is minor legacy. It's a try and tackle.
He gets a flat spot, this
Bombers,
horse.
Toys and Cotton Eye Joe, and it's putting in a good run. Henry the Lions got to the outside. He's running anonymously. Brave the Crackers try to follow.
He's trying to keep it together for a long time, Joe.
Then followed by Pagador.
Come on, Henry.
Come on, Henry.
Kick away, you two.
And getting up on the outside, minor legacy.
Come on, Henry.
Go, Henry!
Hit it, Billy. Come on, Billy.
Go, Henry!
Come on.
Go, Henry!
Get him, Henry.
Come on, Henry.
Come on, Henry.
Kick!
Hit it,
Kick,
Billy.
Billy! Go, Henry!
Come on.
Get out!
Yes! Come on. Momentum.
Boys, well done, well done.
Good baby.
Well done.
Well done.
Billy! We love good Billy.
Woo.
That's,
7:30.
That was perfect.
Well
The slow
done.
down, the takeoff.
yeah, he rode it.
Perfect
Well,
ride.
right, Mina's ran a super race. Everyone was tipping it.
Ultimate gear change, Minas. Has run a huge race. It'll win a race very
And
soon.
the price.
We love Billy.
7:30 top toe.
Bang,
Yeah?
bang.
Oh, we've
7:30 top toe.
waited. We've got the best.
We
one.
waited.
No, we got 750. Yes. Oh, what do they do? No, it's yeah, that'll be it. 7:30, I think.
Mate, we're completely back here. We're back to where we were.
Maidens, mate. Oh, people say, why do you bet on maidens? Why do you want to bet on maidens?
Mate,
Open handicaps and all this other shite.
this is the stream for it. The Maiden boys. You and Nicko.
Yes, Billy. You look at the slap
Billy
down the
loved it.
shoulder.
He loved it. He'd be good mates with Richie Cully, surely. They would have done a lot of work at Paddy's over the
Henry
years.
even getting into a place. DK's man. Brungle.
Brungle.
That was just perfect.
I'm
That
just a
race
bit.
couldn't have worked
sick.
out any better.
I didn't back it myself.
Neither did I.
No, we had both, like you said, we had one up the front, one in the
I just forgot to back
Mina's
it.
legacy. They knew in it, didn't they? They knew.
Watching it unfold. Cotton Eye Joe went to the front.
Who's that up all night? Yeah, fourth. Pagador sixth.
Yeah, they're not much good, that lot.
Stopped. Then you wouldn't forget about the
It's the
rest.
two progressive horses
Cotton Eye
flew
Joe
away.
pulled its head off.
See, that was the race. Like the
It
markets.
did, didn't it?
Yeah,
He pulled it. He
forgive
just threw it
Cotton Eye
away.
Joe. He's Sort of had to ride it like that, Bowditch, when it found that spot, but probably didn't like getting ridden like that.
We might take a couple of minute break and then we'll come back with a bit of...
Get on the bubbles. I'll be on the bubbles tomorrow. You know about that. Blonk the blonk.
He's starting to lip up, isn't he? Hey? He's starting to lip up, the great man. All right, we're going to take a quick break and get Beat the Bagman up, and we might have a little bit of a chat about Murray Bridge next. See you soon. Well, it's happy hunting ground early at the Bulldozer headquarters here. 80,850 is the correct balance. And we've got Beat the Bagman. It's Murray Bridge and it's a Wednesday, so we can start to bet out wide. And welcome back, Bagman. Looking good.
Yeah, I've got a bit of the winter plumage on the face going now, just copping you, Skeet. Just plenty of greys starting to show through. I'm enjoying the stream though, plenty of winners today, and DK at the bar, it's like Trevor Marmalade on the old footy show.
He is. I don't know how he'd cop being compared to Trevor Marmalade. DK?
Trev, yeah.
He can't hear, so he's doing well. He bounced back well and silenced a couple of the tough critics, but we felt like we were on the right sort of horses, or a few smarts wanted to be on the favourites that we backed yesterday. So I think DK was probably a bit hard on himself, but DK he can sort of run, but he can't hide. He thinks he's hiding, but the microphone's still on. So the blokes in the chat room still enjoyed the banter there, and I'm sure you did. Bagman, we've got 5 minutes to go until Murray Bridge, and you've seen one trial from the Will Clarkenyard, an ex-McAvoy runner, gloved as the horse, and we've just taken it in a little double. We've had 2,000 at 11.96. We've taken Gloved into Lunatic Fringe, a runner that we like later on in the day. We've got burnt with these shorties out wide all day yesterday. So tell us why you like Gloved in the next at Murray Bridge.
Yeah, you couldn't have picked a worse meeting for me, Skeet, to try and find you a winner on, but we'll be doing our best. So Gloved as it was, number 12 in Murray Bridge Race 2. As we said, it's formerly of the Tony McAvoy yard. Will has had a really good run of success pinching him off Tony and improving him quite sharply once arriving under his care. This horse, when we go back to its first start, was heavily backed in the Cinderella Stakes and ran down the track. It ran well in trials before coming to the races. I believe this stable would have seen some ability in it and think they could have improved it. The recent trial was good behind Q-Man, who we've seen run very well in Adelaide, picking up a recent victory. More importantly, Kayla Crowther took the trial and Kayla Crowther sticks for the ride. So I think around that $2.50 mark, as it's currently being presented with the bookies, represents a pretty good bet. It won't have to be too good to be beating this lot.
Bet Doctor's own, Kayla Crowther. She's been very profitable for listeners of Bet Doctor.
Kayla Crowther is grouser.
Is she? She is. She's a good little saw. On my face.
Yeah, when we gave her the pump up about 12 months ago, little did we know the gravy train was about to, the floodgates were going to open. So, yeah, back Kayla in South Australia, and you have plenty of collects, no doubt about it.
Outstanding. Any other questions for Bagman?
Well, we've got some big racing heading up then this week, Bagman. How are you going to attack these massive Saturdays at Morphettville the next coming weeks? I'm sure you're getting stuck into the form pretty soon.
Well, every Saturday is a massive Saturday at Morphettville, guys. As you know, it's just another one. Look, it's deep fields. We've got a little bit of rain around too as I look out the window. So we will have to be looking for horses that will appreciate a little bit of give in the track. Interesting to note, as we said, Kayla Crowther stuck with Bella Vella as well for this Saturday's Saints. They're looking to go back-to-back in the Group 1. So plenty of runners to sink our teeth into. As we know, acceptances have just come through. So hopefully when I call back later in the afternoon with another one for Murray Bridge, we can maybe steer the punters in for something for Saturday.
Who manages Kayla Crowther?
Pinkerton.
Does he? Yeah, he's a very sharp operator, Nick Pinkerton. I went to New Zealand with him, and I think he used to manage Joe Carr. He's got a couple of good ones.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
I think he's a Vince disciple.
Someone said she can ride me, Kayla Carr. Is there no Kayla Crowther? You know
Would she steer you all right, DK?
I reckon she would.
62 kilos, K Crowther.
No comments.
And Bagman, probably. It would be a big queue, I would have thought. All right, so 2,000 on this double, Gloved into Lunatic Fringe. So fingers crossed, Bagman, you can get us a bit of momentum. But we're a bit gun-shy, actually, with these out-wide tips. So fingers crossed Clarkin can bounce back. We'll have to run the punting form data, but I think they've been in a bit of a rough patch, the Clarkin yard, of late. They seem to be swinging hard and backing a lot of their runners. But, for me, I've just been a bit gun-shy.
It's the time of year, Will, and Michael Hickmont and the Jollies, etc., would come to town. It's our carnival, so I dare say they've got bigger and better things flagged for gloves. So hopefully we'll be getting the chocolates for us in a couple of minutes.
Fingers crossed. All right, we might call in on you a little bit later, but thanks for joining us, and might even sneak you on Bet Doctor tomorrow if he likes one in Adelaide. But we've got a minute to go until Murray Bridge, so yeah, just to repeat, we're like Gloved here and then into Lunatic Fringe now that the track seems to be playing fairer. DK?
Just come down to a heavy 9.
Heavy 9, the ball.
It got worse.
Just being downgrade, heavy 8 to heavy 9, as we speak.
I'd be into a Chittix pie if I was at the bull about now. Just a nice little step change.
Just running the stats scooty for Clarkin. Not going as bad as you think. Last 50,
just on scooty backs.
He's going at 18%.
Is he?
So, and that's above his career average, and he's still profitable the last 50. So,
I'm getting the wrong male, the wrong Clarkins, because they're off the map and they're going like busted.
And our girl Kayla, she is flying. Last 100, 22%, 19% pot. She is the rider.
she's auto bet, jobby.
So she's got a big book Saturday. Monster book for Kayla. She's riding Behemoth and Bella, so monster book. Last 50 going to 32%, Kayla. Huge. 75% pot. You'd struggle to find a rider going better.
Here we go. This will set us up good. Get it done.
we've
This
made a
this
fair
was
case
the
why.
theory all day yesterday. Just chip away at best bets around the traps, and we just couldn't get warm, and then we had to pay the fine and reload the other horses. So,
Yeah.
Well, there's a fair potential we're just doing it on the wrong tracks, like Cowra, bloody. What was the other track we were betting at?
Yeah, these goat tracks.
Kembla.
Not like Murray Bridge.
It's no Murray Bridge.
Well,
No Glifford Park.
Well, I'll tell you what, a lot of people would think the way that the Bulls presented the last...
It's a goat track.
Yeah, it's racing like a goat track.
Take that track every day of the week. Every day.
DK's horned
loves
up.
it.
Every day of the week.
We love that track at the moment.
That's the race it was going to turn, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the race. We didn't really talk much about the post race there, but it's proper turned. You can make ground now. For
That
sure.
was just...
Was
That
it-
might be Billy's best ride ever. That was outstanding.
Don't know about that.
Hope it was toasted, Mug.
Speaking of that, we need to... we always stuff this up. Let's start thinking about lunch. I'm thinking
I
about
think
lunch.
we're
I'm
just going to
hungry.
go get some stuff from the
What do you reckon?
racing.
Where are we?
Race.
She's going to cruise in behind him. She's going to run on.
Just tag leaders.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not a bad spot. Danger's well behind us. Danger's
She's in a great spot.
the doggies' colours, isn't it?
Like it's in a good rhythm.
Purple.
They're going along at a good clip.
Travels.
She's going to travel up with a trail.
You can tell she's riding with a stack of confidence.
Just pushing that one out of the
Pushing
way.
it, yeah.
Other things gone.
Like it's every possible.
Travelling.
Be strong.
Long straight.
Can't glove.
Be
there.
strong.
Got there early.
Just let down.
Can't Kayla.
Let rip.
Momentum all.
Go on.
Surely.
We're back.
Oh.
Yes, geez, yeah, it's never. Oh, hang on, here comes.
Oh.
No.
Nah,
This
too,
is
too
too
far.
far.
Carrots price colours.
Too far back.
Way too far.
Go Bagman.
No,
Well done, Bagman.
Kayla.
Too good Bagman.
What were you
Geez,
guys
it made some ground.
What were you guys watching?
It got within a length.
It was home.
It got within a length.
It was
That's in front of it after the post.
It would have been trading
Never home.
$1
The old
over
early
300.
It was
That's
home.
350.
Do you imagine? You'd imagine TV
It hasn't paid
calling that
350,
race?
has it?
Yeah, pop.
TV would have called it the winner 700 out.
It's probably trading $1.01.
Oh, well, that's
I would have gone
something.
at least 400 out.
Oh,
Well done, Bagman.
We got the fringe running.
Gee, shit, that was never ever going to get.
Mate, I've turned the corner. You guys have converted me.
What
to
to?
a
Murray
Crowther-
Bridge?
Crowther fan.
Crowther is grouser.
Mate, she's a good sort. Can
Just
ride.
like J Carr, similar J Carr
Good
style.
hands.
It's taken her a little while, but
Nah, she's been dominating for ages, I reckon. Yeah,
She's
very-
Doctor's favourite girl, I reckon. That period where Bagman was coming on every week, we'll grouse it every week.
stats are huge.
Look at the balance.
What was the
Showing
carrots?
anything
What was the
else,
carrots price thing coming down the middle?
Starts with hello, black book.
Phew.
1100, 1200 next start.
Was it on debut? Was it?
Yeah, on debut, 1,000 metres.
On your Wilbur.
On you, Willie.
He's a good fella.
Up we go.
He's a real beauty, Will Clarkin.
So now, what do we got? What did we take? That into lunatic, did we?
Lunatic fringe.
So I'd said to win like 20 or something.
Yeah.
About that.
Yeah.
No, 250 didn't pop. It came back in the tote.
Did
Oh, yes,
it?
it did. It did pop.
280 at New South. That's all right. Okay, let's talk about lunch. I'm Hank Marvin. I've got an early dinner tonight. 6:30.
How long will we have to wait for Hunky Dory though?
Oh, I don't know. It could be quick. What do you guys feel?
I'll
Fish and
go
chips?
hungry Dory, I don't mind.
I'll go and get a wrap.
Hey?
Oh,
What do you
DK,
mean?
he loves his
Oh, it's
schnitzel.
1:15.
in the corner.
Huh?
What do you want to wrap? From where?
Oh, I'll just a piece of fish.
How long till the next at the wall? Are we betting there?
60 minutes.
That's the runaway race, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the sticks.
Oh,
Do we take a little break, decide lunch, come back, watch that?
I think we've earned it.
Definitely.
definitely answered. Last
He does look like a lumberjack. He does. Clarkin.
Will Clarkin for a man.
Hercules.
I like that for a man.
We might
He
send him
does.
one.
We'll send him one, yeah.
Find him alls. He's a good fella. He's a great fella. Okay. Lunchtime. Dimmy kickers. Beauty. I'm a bit triggered by that. There'll be a couple of fried Dimmies going down the gob. There's Gay. Claudia.
Bit up there.
I think we're going to have a break before I say something incriminating.
You can go one shot if you want.
Welcome back to the Bulldozer. 78,850. The balance is correct, and we've just got that pending bet, 2,000 at 11.96 on that double. So now we've got Lunatic Fringe or Fridge or whatever it's called in the last race at the Bull running for a 20k collect. But Nicko, we might get the speed map up, or actually we don't need that.
No
probably
speed.
you, T-Dogs.
No speed map needed for the jumps, but this is a race I've been interested in all day. Runaway, I'm sort of keenish to oppose him at $2.60. He's getting back out. Like, he was a bit shorter this morning. He was sort of hit 210. But he's got 72.5. I'm pretty worried how his sort of jumps form's been in recent races. He just hasn't been at his best in the jumps for a good part of 12 months. Obviously, he's the most talented horse in this race on the flat. Like, if you've followed racing, you know who he is. He's ran the Melbourne Cup. He's won a Geelong Cup. He's won a St Ledger. He's been a handy horse for the connections, but I'm pretty happy to sort of take him on. If you're betting at home, I think $2.40's rock bottom. Horse like Under the Bridge appeals much more to me, who's a more progressive sort of jumper. He's only had the 3 starts over the jumps. He's never actually got warm in his hurdles, but he goes to the steeples. So we brought out some stats yesterday, I think, around Wild at the steeples. How just so much better. The stats for them, so they go about 21%, I think, would have improved after yesterday with him quinelling the Briley. But yeah, it's the stable I'm working around. I couldn't find Amy McDonald's horse once were lost. I thought he's at his right price, and the others, they are dead set battlers. Like, they'll need the others to fall to do anything. So,
someone's asking, Pyrenean Spring, is it good? Good odds in?
Look, I thought he was okay at Hamilton behind Vanguard. He does jump okay, but he's with McAvoy, which is a really interesting camp for the jumps. It's not a camp that have had jumpers for the best part of sort of 15 years. So, he's sort of a watch and see for me, a bit Pyrenean Spring. I wouldn't be shocked if he ran a bold race. He also strikes me as a horse who's going to be much better when the distances get longer. He's probably a Grand Annual type of horse next year. For me, though, it's just Under the Bridge or Elvison. Elvison's the horse here that I just think the market's completely missed. Everyone's dismissed him. You go back last year, he had 2 runs over the jumps. He ran in the Von Duser, which if you just sort of, classified the jumps, the Von Duser steeplechase last year, he raced ZM and Yenser, who were probably the 2 of the top, sort of chasers at that season at the time.
Is that Oakbank?
Yeah, at Oakbank. And then he ran a really good race behind them. They just sort of out-sprinted him a bit late. And then he had one other start over the fences at Cassidy. And I've sort of explained it on a fair few shows, but he went to jump the 3rd last. He looked like he was going to run into the race, definitely be either the winner or in the top 3, and the thing in front of him fell. And then he got severely hindered. He got beaten about 33 lengths, but that can be sometimes, that's why he's probably the price he is. Like, he should be a lot shorter than that Elvison. I thought he's actually going quite well. They're the 2 horses that interest me the most, him and Under the Bridge, and they're in the best jumps camp, I think, for this race in S Wild. So that's the sort of the way we're seeing it. Might send some stuff in. We'll start pulling the trigger, but definitely interested.
It's a funny one, Elvison, because Rod Lyons, who's got Nature Strip, him and Paddy Harris and a few of those guys, I think this horse, they acquired this horse for a jumps campaign at the similar time that we got into Britannicus, and I think we've clashed maybe on the flat in the past, but he sort of kicked off his jumping career at the same sort of time as us. So, and at one stage it looked like their horse was going to be a bit better than ours, but he might have just lost his way a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's just he hasn't had a lot of racing over the jumps in recent years, and I think he's obviously been plagued a little bit by injury as well. Which can happen with jumpers. He's not that old though, so I wouldn't be worried too much about it. He's only 8-year-old, which is not super old for a jumps horse. He's had 12 starts over the obstacles though and won 3 times. So he's a seasoned jumper, which is key in this sort of race. And I just thought his jumps trial recently against American in Paris, a bit of his work this preparation, like even the first up run at Warwicknabeal over a mile, he hit the line pretty hard. Just suggests to me that he wants to be out there still. And yeah, as I said, you can make really fair excuses for both of his jumps runs last campaign, and he's sort of the horse here that's just got the mystery about him compared to Runaway, who's, as I said, I just don't know where he's completely at with his jumps runs. Like his last 3 jumps runs, he's been beaten at nearly 10 lengths at each, and hasn't run in the placings, and started well and truly in the market in each of them. So as much as he's trialled well over the bigger fences and he gets Pateman, and Gay's obviously set him up for this carnival, you'd like to see him do it recently, and at that short end of the market I think he's very risky, especially with 72.5 kilos. It's just a lot of weight over this sort of ground, and he's not sort of proven at carrying it either. So
we're going to do most of the charity bets tomorrow, Scooty, when everyone's here last day and all that, you reckon?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
There's something we sort of slipped, but yeah, we'll get onto it tomorrow.
Might be a bad day to let one rip today, out wide.
Yeah,
somewhere.
now we've got a better handle on the track.
Canterbury seems like it's racing all right.
Well, I almost pulled the trigger at the same time this morning with your Henry bet, but I thought, if it gets beat, then you'll get the guilt's even worse, and you'll be in a real dark hole because you've not only have you lost 3.5 for the joint, there'd be 2k for Parky that went down the gurgler. So I balked it. And I thought, I could just imagine DK. Oh no, fuck 2k for Parky and blah blah blah. So I thought we'd hold, but there's plenty of time to bet the 5k once we get another horn.
Walt in here tomorrow, won't we? You still coming?
Yeah.
Well, if we had to torch the lot today,
Gay's amazing.
I was going to fly home and go play golf with Walt at Sanctuary Cove. Cancel the flight and just fuck off. Get out of here.
That Gay TV, though, do you remember that Gay? The
one with Caulfield.
My horse.
Castlereagh Kid.
Castlereagh Kid, that was so good.
She's still the best.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
She's good for our game.
No, T-Dogs, you might have to do the remote.
Oh, I don't even know which one it is.
We betting here?
We have actually locked in a bet. Yeah. So we've had
1,500 on Elvison.
1,500 on Elvison. Double 50.
There's been a little bit of a move for him late, so a couple people coming with us.
That's probably the one slight reservation I've got about Runaway, but from a class perspective,
Mike's taking him on.
In the race, and let's hope we have a safe race.
Yeah, let's hope we have a safe race. And Richo, wasn't it good to see the health of Simon Wild there? He was back up and about, and I tell you what, he got the 3-2 in the
Are we S Wild here?
He was convincing.
Do you want a beanie, T-Dogs?
Oh, a little beanie. Why not?
No, you'd want Wild to get beat this one.
No, we're on Elvison, aren't we?
We're on still S Wild though, DK.
Yeah, we're on S Wild, the roughie.
We're on second pick.
14 in. Hopefully the tote holds.
Probably people placing too much weight on its last start. It was terrific.
Oh, this one moves.
A lot of them just get spec late, these wild runners. They just flick off a couple of points right at the death.
It's been a strong go as well. It was $17 this morning. It's now into $7.50 VIP. So they're the 3 horses the money's come from. The favourite, Runaway. Pier and Spring is into $11 from $41, and Chenna's $17.
What's going on here? I hope this isn't a lunch cancelling. Hello?
Now, is it harder and harder to try to get the horses fit and ready for this?
I would have thought it's a question for Jacob, but I would have thought it's harder. There is some
it's a scam call from someone pretending they're fucking eBay.
These horses are coming through the maiden hurdles and the races at Oak rather than going on the back of flat runs.
Everyone's with Runaway, so.
It's the benchmark 120 chase. Here he goes.
It's all right.
Just a couple to come up, Richo. I thought if a maiden jumper was ever going to win this race, it'd be Pier and Spring.
The ideal if he just made a bad mistake, put him out of play.
Put him out of play. Just Wild going at it.
Interesting betting race, this, isn't it? They've come through a heap of different runners.
Come on, Crew. Come in. Cool. Like that.
Gonna lead.
Up and over they go.
Hey.
It's going to dictate to runaway.
Stop the right.
That's good, isn't it? Isn't he a bit of a flat track bully runaway?
Yeah, I like him in this spot, Alverson, yeah.
Bit keen.
Yeah, that's sort of how he races.
So Kuru gets him racing too, doesn't he?
Yeah, gets him, Ken.
Gets him. Oh, beautiful lead. Beautiful lead.
Looking around, fucking sketchy as. Oh, get in here.
Gee, a few of these aren't jumping well out the back.
He leaped that perfect, Alverson.
Under the bridge in the real slop down on the fence. Another good lead. He's in the zone.
Runaway's got into a good rhythm in behind.
Yeah, he's going to tag him the whole way.
Might just have a nice crack.
And Shorty, whoever's on under the bridge, is going to tag him.
Let's hope not.
Hope you guys want better.
You just got to get through Tozer.
Oh, is it Tozer?
Yeah, get through the Tozer double.
We might pinch it there.
Well, this is the thing. He's been round here a few times.
Well, that's important.
He's won at this course distance.
He's flying.
It's going good.
It's humming.
It's not quite Britannica's style, but it's every poster, every jumper winner for Elvis at big lead.
Jumping.
He's 5 lengths to
He's jumping.
Runaway.
He jumped those better than Runaway. That's all I'll say.
Hopefully he doesn't go like a runaway train round
He's
the
going
bend.
like NS.
Looking around, he's looking at a lot of backsides. He's last of all as they go over the one at the top of Briley now and go towards Cox's Hill and
Just in a rhythm.
He's out by 6 lengths. Second Runaway and third.
They're going to get moving here.
Under the bridge is in a good spot.
Then followed by Once Were Lost and and the next in the race, Jenners. A break to Hierarchical, who made a meal of that first to the double, and then followed looking around at the end. They're coming down to Integrators. There we go. Jump named the Elgahood, who won 2
Alright, how does he get through this bit?
Oh, this is just
He's a
fucking
big
danger.
Hold him together.
Come on, Kuru.
1,
1, 2.
Through it nice.
through it.
Oh,
no.
He slipped. What the hell?
Out.
Hope he's alright.
That's going to knock the wind out of his sails with the bloody 2 favourites on his ginger.
It's going to be tough from here.
Oh, you didn't jump that good under the bridge.
He's back in his rhythm now.
Come on, Elvis. Get up. Good boy.
Oh.
He's off the
He's
bit
still
of
got
it here
horse.
under the
Come
bridge. So is
Way to
Runaway.
go.
Come on, Elvis.
Come on,
600
Elvis.
to go.
Steeple lane.
What's in the
let's
red?
go.
What's in the red?
Once for lost.
We just got to jump him better.
Go, boy. Oh, no.
Oh!
Taken out of it.
We're a chance here now.
Come on, Elvis.
Come on, Elvis.
Go away once we're lost.
Go on, Kuru. Now
Come on, Kuru. Big jump.
Go.
Big
Go,
jump.
boy. Go, boy.
Big jump.
Nah, we're gone.
Oh,
Jeez, he picked him up quick, didn't he?
He'll
Oh,
fight.
come on.
He'll fight.
come on, Elvis. Have a fight.
Come on.
Once for lost has got him.
Maybe the outside's better by now.
Come on, Elvis. Go, Elvis.
Nah.
Go, Elvis.
Come on, Elvis. Kick it
Lift
down.
him. Lift him.
Come on.
Come on, lift him. Get him back, Elvis.
Fair income.
Oh, he's run a
Britannica.
pretty good race.
Titanic all over again. All over again. That's it. Rinse, repeat. Absolute rinse, repeat.
Oh.
Sick.
Great fall. Great bet, Three Dogs.
If he
Great.
doesn't
Great bet.
slip down the side, like that thing's nowhere near him.
Lee Horner.
Please, Warner. There he is. Please.
It's been smashed late.
Deary
Yeah, it was
me.
into 750.
All over again.
Yeah, that was probably the
I think
only
you've
run
been
that
beaten by a $22 chance.
That was the only one they didn't back. 11 out to
Lee
bloody
Horner.
$21 the totes.
On debut, the big fences once were lost. He did jump quite well in the trials.
So he was up. It looked like the other ones collected him.
It looked like they're all good.
Looked like Runaway collected him.
Fuck.
Great find, T-Dogs.
Yeah,
Fair
that
income.
was good.
That's sick.
Geez, exhilarating the jumps, isn't it?
They wanted
Especially
to.
because
They want a T-Dogs call. You should have called it. You got to call one. You can call them. You might call the Galleywood home, the last 1,000.
That would have every inch. Typical Lee Horner saved every inch, didn't he? Every
look
inch.
through the line. Look through the line. Oh.
Nah, it's beating on its
You're the
merits.
jumps man, T-Dogs. Just 10 to 1 chances in your wheelhouse.
That's a great bet. That may be the bet of the day.
Yeah. Well, DK's was alright.
Pull up.
Pull up there, Nicko. DK's one.
Oh, the fish and chips is about 10 minutes away.
I can't.
Or something.
Oh, if he doesn't, like, have you ever seen a horse slip? Like,
Could have really had something on that thing at 20s.
Answer that.
Right bet. We had the right bet.
That was,
McDonald.
that was unwanted.
Good jump scamp, McDonald.
Friendless.
I still don't even reckon before Under the Bridge came down, Runaway was gone.
It was Cactus.
He was Cactus, so.
This was the only danger. He was the one travelling big time.
I was happy that we opposed him. What happened to Pyrian Spring? He was jumping all right there, and then I don't know what happened to him.
Were the horses okay? I didn't really watch.
Yeah,
they both got up.
Seemed all right.
Is that Ronan? Is it? By the look of it.
Well, it seemed all right. I don't know. Yeah, that's Ronan short.
Oh,
yeah, sick.
That was a big ride home. That last 800.
Yeah.
We all went a bit early.
Oh, I thought it was going to hold for a bit there.
Someone reckons there was an early crow there. I don't know if there was an early crow.
Nah.
I was just slowing down the early crow. It was
We all
800 to go.
We knew we were on, but we weren't.
We went through it yesterday with Britannicus.
Oh,
good bet.
They can have a bit of a swing, that camp, actually. Lyons and Paddy Harrison.
He looked done here.
Those
Like he's
guys.
got some fight. This thing was going to go straight past him.
Had fresh legs in the old Horner and stuck with him. He tried his guts out.
This was just Britannicus all over again. Oh, finished. Oh, no, we're back on.
he had a bloody
Oh,
good
no,
crack.
finished. Oh, no, we're back on here. I thought here you might get him. And then that.
Yeah, I did too.
I
I
thought,
was like,
here we
we're
go.
back here.
Oh,
Just kept lifting it, Horner.
Too good.
He might be converted, Carew. He's put in some good rides this carnival.
he came over here on that freak jumper that Payne had. What was that called? Slowpoke? No, not Slowpoke.
No. Yeah, I know the one you're thinking of.
In that, then
Tally-ho Twinkle.
Tally-ho, and just like dominated when he was on it, and then he decided to stay, and he hasn't really kicked on.
No, he had a pretty poor season last year.
Seems like he can ride.
Well, he got that in a bloody good rhythm.
Got it into a great rhythm. Oh, that's sick.
I don't think it... Yeah, I wonder if it didn't have that little slip, what would have happened?
When did they ever slip there? Like you'd think he got through the.
That was the thing. He jumped them. He got through them.
He got through them perfect, and then the
just
slip.
having a yeah.
Oh well.
A great game.
What's our next race?
Weather looks like it's going up here.
The Galleywood.
Lunch.
I don't think we're doing anything in the Galleywood.
I'm back aboard jumps racing after that. I was a bit off from yesterday.
How?
Yeah, we found the first
I
win.
don't know.
Yeah,
After
exactly,
Balak fell,
Megan.
I was a bit off it.
Britannicus.
Yeah, after Britannicus and Valak fell, I was like, stuff jumps racing. There was a chat. There was a question in the chat earlier. What we think will happen to jumps racing?
I think in Victoria,
It
like
just kicks, doesn't it?
Victoria, it'll be no dramas. They'll never let it go now because it's a lot safer. Like there used to be drama since they've improved the jumps and the steeples and all that, and have changed it. They've made the amendments. Like there's bugger all, and I think the biggest critic of jumps racing has been silence, and that's Matt Stewart from the Herald Sun. Like he's finally on board. Like He finally believes in Warrnambool, and that's where the noise comes from. He's converted, so like no one else really gives it a hard time. So I think it'll be sweet. What it does to the Warrnambool economy is just unbelievable.
Yeah, if you got a racing minister who gets racing, you should be sweet.
But the fun police, like, they're probably busy fighting other spot fires at the moment. They'll come back and try and give us a kick in the guts, but they're busy fighting all other bullshit at the moment, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Eagle Farm looks like it's playing well. They're running on.
Hey. Oh yeah, you ready? Hello, you got the. You're at. Sweet. Probably the same bloke from yesterday.
Thoroughbreds, the Freedmans, this one at the farm.
Hey, buddy. We're just here.
Yep.
Running on. Good for Savagal. Early possession.
Thanks, mate.
Pretty good.
Sorry, mate. I just didn't quite hear buzz. Thank you. Yeah, got a bit on. It's all right. Yep.
Break time?
Yeah, we got. Yeah, I don't think we've got any bets for a bit, so I might just take a
Bridge.
5-minute break just to set for lunch and
Come back and
smack a couple of dimmies.
chipped in.
Hey guys, it was feeding time at the zoo here, but 77,350 is the correct bank balance that you see on the screen. We've only got $2,000. We've got that multi-rolling, and that's the only pending bet. So I'll just tidy up that. But bit of a lull. Haven't got too much ticking over, so probably a good time to have lunch yourself or go run an errand. If you want to take a quick break or a 20-minute break, I don't think there's not much going to happen for the next 20 minutes.
No, I think we've got the Galleywood coming up, but this is a race we don't want to bet into. Just the favourite's too short. He's clearly the horse to beat. I don't want to back anything around him. Yeah, so it's just a race we're going to completely let go. The Galleywood should be a good contest to watch. He's hadn't been an interesting jumper sometimes, Sauna Boy. He's been known to make a mistake or two, so he could make this an interesting race. But you got the season campaign of Big Blue, won this race I think 2 years ago.
Mail is going well.
Yeah, apparently he's jumping well. I sort of want to see it with him. Syndicate, who's sort of an Eckhart, who's sort of the two jumpers, and even Out and Dreaming, who's sort of on the scene. They all came through sort of maiden hurdles last year, and now have sort of made their way up to this level.
DK out wide, wasn't it, Syndicate?
Was one of mine. Yeah, last year.
You found it one day.
Is it? Can it win? Is it a sneaky chance?
He would be better suited at the Bull than Pakenham. A lot of these come through the same race at Pakenham. It's a bit of a flat track bully jumpers track Pakenham. There's no
undulation. Or...
Yeah, it's just not like warnable at all. So
it's just how fast you can go and get over him, isn't it?
Yeah. Sauna Boy was the quickest there, but he's a good jumper at the Bull, so that's why he's still favourite. I think Out and Dreaming was a bit flattered at Pakenham compared to what he beat Warrnambool. Yeah, it's a good contest though. It's just not a race. From a pricing point of view, there's just nothing that I could get interested in. And given we've got so many other races still to come, we've still got what? How many got left?
Lots.
15, 14?
Halfway, really.
Yeah. So...
halfway and the bank's back intact.
After a horror day yesterday.
After a strip out day one. Not too bad.
It's been a good comeback. Pikey
We've been going worse. Is Walt going to fire in Canterbury anything? Looks like it's playing all right. What's the chat doing? Mug says Q&A.
Hey?
I don't know about what.
The show. Q&A man. Mug.
You and DK at the bar, Nicko, maybe.
There's some Magnums in the fridge, Maxi Mon, or a Buffalo Bill.
Buffalo Bill.
Buffalo Bill.
Gee, they go back.
Bit of chewy. Be handy. Like, I don't know. Everyone must be having too much of a good time at the Bull. I'm not getting many messages back.
Been brushed.
Yeah. Where's my phone gone? Back pocket.
What's the market?
Well, everyone must be.
Bit of sustenance in the guts. It's good.
220.
Was it good? You a poke bowl?
Oh.
Well, not the good joints, but.
Didn't sound
No,
like
I'd never had one before. It was alright for something different. It's alright. I'll be eating plenty. Be on all the shit tomorrow.
That joint, you know where you got the fish and chips at Mermaid Beach?
Yeah.
In that complex has got the best poke bowls I've ever tasted.
Oh, okay.
It's called Okie Dokie Time for Pokey.
Oh, that over the road from us, that fish and chip shop.
Yeah, so just on the corner, and you should see the birds that get there. Unbelievable. World class.
Jeez, this could be.
Yeah, Cecil Street Lad's one of the. We said R&T is one of the best named horses in the country. Cecil Street Lad's very, very well named.
And it goes good.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, handy horse. So's R&T.
A few questions in here for Trav, man.
What about?
Top 3 jocks to watch over the winter.
In
Winter.
Flat or jump?
Where? Don't you just go to apprentices down their weights?
B Shin, walk up big dog.
Wow, that's going to be good. B Shin coming back.
Is he? Where's he coming to?
Melbourne.
Is he really?
Coming to Melbourne, yeah.
Is he?
He's here August, I think.
Wonder who he'll go and attach himself to, like trying to...
Yeah, I don't know. He's
Hawks?
Frosty, how long's Frosty away for? 2 months?
yeah, Frosty will be back by then.
Oh, he's not coming. Oh, okay, he's coming. Waiting till the end of the season.
Yeah, I think he's just he'll be back come springtime.
Oh, Achilles.
Blake's he's had some good success with Ma Eustace back in the day.
B Shin.
He? Team Hawks? Didn't he?
Got to get it. Got Jay Allen, Jay Carr there. Who else? It's
Brown.
Mick Price are all knocking down the joint for rides at Mick Price's.
Yeah,
Oh,
Price
Mellon was blue and he was doing a stack of work there and not getting only, getting the occasional bone.
Mm.
I got Zara riding there. And trying to get in Jay Carr as well.
Competitive.
Ollie.
There's a tip for you, Scooty. Captain Hook's in Tug. How do you call that joint? Tugan?
Tuggin.
Tuggin.
Nah, it's
Speaking of R&T.
Tuggin. Hang on. What is it? Captain Hook
Captain
Seafood?
Hook's.
Oh, is
The
it
best chips.
Wow. Righto.
Sickest ever
Fish
beats
and
on the
chips.
punt. We'll be here all day.
Question, how do you start form after... How do you start... What's Muck saying there? Is he...
How
That
do
doesn't
you,
make sense.
How do you start your form?
Where do you start?
I think he means
form.
after acceptances,
after acceptances.
noms.
No, you start them up. Surely you start your form after acceptance.
Yeah, you're not going.
How do
before
you
it.
start it? I just go. I just log into punting form.
I'll give up. I'll tell you, well, I'll put them in barrier order, mate. That's the first thing I do. Barrier order. Don't worry about horse number order because set weights, maidens are all set weights, so I don't care about weight. So, handicap order means nothing. A lot of just in alphabetical order and maidens and stuff. Ballot order, so there's no point in them having them in number order means nothing. So, I'll put them in barrier order. First thing I do after their acceptances come out.
What's going on here at the Bull? Why there's no jockeys on?
Don't know.
I'm like Scoot, straight to punting form.
Well, I look at Riser first. 'Cause
Yeah,
they
Riser
come out first.
early.
Have a squiz, what's going on?
Gear changes, all that stuff.
Have riserup.com, punting form, jump out websites. Go from there.
No, well, Alice was asking if I ever got a check. Oh, was that, so when I was betting with on-course bookies, I probably wasn't betting that big, but it was always cash, even when you win. I have it, one time on my own horse, when I had to get 20 grand or something, but all the bookies had to get cash. And they always had heaps of cash, and if they didn't, so I want cash, I don't want a check. And they just go and snip another bookie, so you give me 5 grand, I'll fix you up next week, so they can give the customer cash, and they just work it out on their own, bookies will work it out on their own contract deals, but I've never...
We might need some sound here. Work out what's going on. Are they delaying because lightning or something, are they?
Who'll be, one of the top liners in time, but at the moment, Saunter Boy's the king of the castle, and out and dreaming.
Dappled up, looks grouse, isn't he? I think.
Oh, he's a ripper, Saunter Boy.
I'll be backing him in the Quinella.
Yes, Saunter Boy, you're on top for me as well. I just thought
Jano.
he produced a perfect parade here. As I said, he's very content on race day. He carries himself beautifully. Gee, he's moving well in the yard. He's just a really nice, loose, free horse. So he goes on top for me. I couldn't knock out and dreaming. He's produced a very good parade. And St. Annika's the other one that I thought had a lot of purpose.
Oh, it's looking grim there. Far out.
Oh, get it on Nicko. These questions are firing in. You go everywhere.
What are they?
Always rubbing about in the chat. Yeah. They're moving a
Shin
jump or
back
something.
in
They're moving a
null.
jump.
Bet up in the spring.
I'd just wait until he wouldn't be an auto bet straight away because he's got to find his feet in Victoria. Got to find the right camps.
Cecil Street Ladder Omen bet. Sickest ever beat. Sick beat that comes to mind recently was Floating Artist.
Yeah, that was good. All the way up the straight, the whole straight.
That was great.
Getting him out of the place.
What it cost you, T-Dogs? 60?
Yeah, I think it was.
Did it really?
It cost me about 70 grand, I think.
In multis.
That's
You just had it on a place.
Yeah.
Sickening.
I had a multi
Cost me
Willowy,
15, I reckon.
Willowy the Oaks, Floating Artist to just run top 3 in the cup.
And Zaki doing the McKinnon.
Yeah.
You got to laugh.
Yeah.
It's just the game's so.
We were bloody stiff.
turbulent.
Patreon on spring. We had another crack at another one.
I like your the Patreon stuff. It's good.
There was
we had
it was 4 out of 5.
leg. I think we back incentivised to win the Turnbull, VE to win the George Main, Animo to win the Guineas. Got to be something else in there, but probably will let us down in the Rupert Clark.
Missed a hole.
Les is asking about the biggest bets I've ever seen when I was working for bookies, and factual bets. But I was working at Sportsbet when Black Caviar was spinning around, and there was a couple of blokes who'd have $1 million on it. They bet a bloke from Singapore and a bloke from Melbourne.
Wow.
And they were betting they bet $1 million on it every time she went around. But they weren't like, then they wouldn't just go and knock off the winnings. That's the thing. Like, they might win 200,000 on it, but then they'd wait till the next time she run to have their next bet. It wasn't as though they were churning that. So then they hit a problem and they had to cut them back or start handling, because they were Asian punters. They weren't just throwing the money away straight back in the churn next week. So they ended up a fair bit in front because she never got beat.
I took a bet over the phone. I think it was, I can't remember if it was 300,000 or 400,000. Lucky secret to win $1 million up the straight at Flemington when I was at working at BetStar.
Get rolled?
Yeah.
And at Reed's, at Reed before my time, but Reed, when he's dead now, so you can talk about Willisey. Willisey was in full flight when he was on top of the world and had the Transmedia Stud and running a current affair, wasn't he? Wasn't he everywhere? He was a huge punter, so I'd say he would have been Reed's biggest ever client.
Wow.
As far as big bets go. But then, like I said, even, it's the risk. He would even bet, pros, like proper pros, who are still betting now, seasoned pros, that'd be his prices against theirs, and bet him, if the price was right, it's a big race, he'd bet him a good bet.
I don't know.
Magic Mikey.
Yeah, what's he doing up there?
Yeah, weird.
Magic Mikey, that was, I remember that horse. That was Unfashionable Trainer down here, wasn't it?
Simon Foster.
Simon Foster, yeah.
He's still got it. He's up there.
Is he?
Yeah.
King Callow.
What's doing? I think the inside's no good at Eagle Farm.
Good.
It's all right for us.
And it's no good for Majestic Colour, I think.
Don't we just want Sabagal there?
I asked my Kiwi man about Badger's Nuts, and two different blokes, and one they said it goes good. It's been gelded, but there's no massive push for it. It's more a sanity bet. That's the Richie horse, Badger's Nuts, at Eagle Farm.
2.15 now, Sabagal. Valley Girl.
No bet, JD. Watch race. Racing.
Turn it up, Nicko.
Sorry.
Sleep at the wheel.
You got to call it, T-Dogs.
I just call the last 1,000. Keep you fresh.
Not this one.
There'd be like something illegal with that, wouldn't it?
What's that?
Going over the top of Rickmack for a jumps race? Just got to leave it to the pros, Trav man. You ever called jumps race?
No. Called a fair few jumps trials. Not enough of them.
You are the jumps trial man.
And Heathcote got dragged back to the rear and settles a tad better now. Here's jump number 4 coming up. The one that brings us back onto the course proper and down towards us here. And Annunciate's doing it nicely at the head of affairs. He's a length and a half to Out and Dreaming. Getting a gorgeous run now behind him.
Gee, look at
Track could be cactus now, look at it.
Stablemate Big Blue. Then followed by St. Arnica. Coleridge is over against the fence. Tamarac's in the middle and Heathcote is 2 lengths away at the end. They come down to greet the judges circuit to go. There's 7 to jump in this final lap. And a green 150 Galleywood. It is Annunciate by 2 lengths to Out and Dreaming. In 3rd place it was Big Blue. Next in the race then was Saunter Boy. The Big Grey running 4th, the favourite, and he's getting an economical run in front of St. Arnica. The Musgrove pair are side by side. Coleridge, the white cap, and Tamarack, the blue cap, and Heathcote is absolute. They've left the 1,800 metre marker stern. They're swinging out of the straight. Over the crossing that takes them there, it's Annunciate the leader. He's a length and a half in front of Out and Dreaming and Big Blue, a past winner of this great race. 2 lengths away to his stablemate, Sauna Boy, who seems to be getting a pretty good run in the big grey. Next on the inside was Coleridge, who saved the ground to get there. Sayaniga out to third last as the jumping begins once again. 3 to Tamarack and 2 to Heathcote at the end.
They can never get it in the race, this Heathcote. It's like 3 lengths off second last horse.
Sure, they ramp it up here.
Yeah.
Fourth is Sauna Boy Ditto. Then Coleridge inside of St. Annika, 2 to Tamarack, and still the last one was Heathcote. So here's this trio I was talking about. It starts once again. Annunciator's jumping beautifully at the head of affairs. He passed
Big Blue Cactus.
from a lap ago, link to the corner to Out and Dreaming.
And you're going to be put under pressure now.
The big grey Sauna Boy. Pateman's getting a little itchy. Asked him to jump that one. Went past Big Blue, who's not travelling well. St. Annika's going through the middle. And down on the inside, Coleridge. Then Tamarack and Heathcote is last. Annunciate. He normally doesn't like the wet ground, but he's blowing it out in front today in the Sovereign Resort.
Here comes the cavalry.
He's going, Rick.
About to go after him. Here comes St. Annika and Sauna.
Go, Sauna.
As well, and the race is about to hit.
Jeez.
St. Annika's trouble.
Race on here.
And the next one, getting over at Sauna Boy. He's pouring the pressure on here.
St. Annika's going to give him a race.
Oh, Prushka, your
Gone for the
Prushka
stick early.
stats.
What's the whip rule in the same in the
Prushka
jumps?
stats.
Pruska over the jumps.
I thought you might have pulled the trigger.
St. Annika.
Here they go. It's coming back
He
for
might
race.
kick forward. He
What
might
out his
kick back
flat
the
ability,
favourite.
Sauna Boy.
He might be
gonna
better
keep
ground
coming, the big
too.
grey.
Could be better ground.
Oh,
Jeez.
What a
finish.
ding donger.
there you go.
He's got to be in better
Is he going to
ground.
get him or not?
He's
gonna
in
get
better
him.
ground.
St. Annika's lifting.
Go.
St. Annika.
Roll
Oh,
the
he's
door.
fell in.
Dice
What a
boys
ding
will be
dong.
flat. Poor buggers. What a race.
Kept coming at him out and
What
dreaming.
price on the corner?
Poor
Looked like I got right away from him, and then
Sorta.
he's
There's been some heartbreaking finishes for these hurdles.
been competitive races, hasn't they?
Well,
Yeah.
some just tough seconds and third, second placings.
And he finally gets
Bugger.
the job done. Sauna Boy, he was beaten as a short price favourite last year. He delivers in a
Pateman.
Pateman getting him to the outside.
On the board.
Second out and dreaming. Lost no admirers in for third. 1, 6, 4 and 5. He gives them all
Would have been a sweat if we had him in any multis.
Oh, yeah.
Love jumps racing. That race there, Mike Simons and Shane Jackson, that was something special.
And the quality of the jumping throughout was absolutely exceptional. I mean, we just watched that race unfold, and St. Annika was travelling beautifully. Sauna Boy looked like he had plenty
Bit of a
kick,
Buffett
but
and
the top of
Jewel,
the
isn't it?
straight, it looked to me like it was going to be between St. Annika and Out and Dreaming. But Steve just had something in the locker for that last 50 metres.
He did. It didn't end up. It wasn't the way I thought he'd win. I thought he'd win, but I thought he'd make that swing. Put on between the second last and the last. Jumped the last
Oh,
wall.
Tinkin.
And then Pateman's strength probably got him up in the straight too. I wonder is the ground a bit better if you get right out in the middle
And I
of the
think
track?
that's what Steve was trying to do,
Yeah.
going down the far
Yeah.
side of the
Because
track.
the other
He
one
was
was on the
up-
rail.
he was 8, 10, 12 on the fence.
Yeah.
But he did have to cover a lot of
The
extra
rail
ground
looks
in order to
cast.
get to that ground. But,
Oh, wow.
well,
Didn't they all jump well?
what a
I don't think it was a mistake made in the
There
race.
wasn't a mistake made at all.
You seriously could not script that any better. That was unbelievable. Let's go over to Richo. He's got Kieran Maher. He's the king of the ball again, Richo.
Absolutely stirring finish, Kieran. Describe that emotion.
Bit of narrative
your
for
boy
us.
Carrying the big weight, storming down the outside of the roar of the crowd.
Yeah, it was fantastic. He's such a great horse.
Underwhelming response.
Bloodstock, he was sort of just probably coming to the end of his career on the flat. And they
Two big syndicators. Two hot syndicators. Roll the dice.
True, we should have been cheering roll the dice.
I was.
I was pretty keen on him.
Scooty was.
I was
I
cheering.
sort of half. I said,
I was
what
cheering
you,
Saunders.
you said it'd be better suited here.
Great to come back.
Yeah,
You
just
gave it a half a
warnable.
tip.
Steve Pateman. He's very understated. He's very modest himself. But God, he's an elite rider, and he had to pull out a great mate of mine, and he had to pull out like all his.
It's getting a bit emotional.
Ability to get that horse over the line. It was fantastic.
I can see in the eyes, mate, this means a lot to you. Why in particular?
Grays in the wet, DK.
Grays in the wet, Hercules knew. I didn't
Very good rider. Like his determination, this sort of, he's not a spring chicken anymore. tomorrow, and he still keeps fronting up. There's no one more competitive than him, so no, it's fantastic.
The Waterbull boy, hey, 11 features in your career.
He's just trying to tear jerk him. Classic.
Oh, he's trying to get him.
Richo's
He might have him here.
He's good out of
Real
Richo. He's
Channel
an
7.
expert.
Claws in. Look at him go.
Producers and directors would be in his ears.
Oh, yeah.
Keep pushing.
He's gonna.
Tears the ratings.
He's dangerous with that fucking umbrella.
Is that Deck or Kieran?
That's dead.
That's Deck.
Great stuff, mate. We're proud of you. Well done. Cheers. And Steve Clayton is the other part of this story. And what
Okay, that's
a
enough.
story it is, the mighty Saunter boy, who was...
You got to mute Bateman.
Oh, do we want to listen to Payton as well? Do we?
No, not really.
Feature, only 2 behind the great Craig Durden, who has the record here at the board.
Payton can string less words together than Mark.
Stephen, you did it the hard way, mate.
Not the greatest speaker in the world.
Went for the crop a long way out and tried to give him a bit of a reminder. What were you thinking?
Well, he was finding, and mindful he's got 70.5, and those horses need to wind up with that weight. And then in the straight, I'll tell you what I thought.
Turbo said that the 2 Badgers nuts looks okay from the yard. If you want to back the Kiwi.
Anyway, he's such a class horse, and we were so disappointed
I'm done.
in last year, and that's the game, isn't it?
That's James Jordan's best mate, isn't it? Steve Payton.
See, they go at it, don't they?
Oh. He's probably going to spray him in the post race.
No doubt Steve will spray Oakbank.
Oh, they great finish on the jumps.
They've been good races.
Great spectacles.
And getting around, most of them getting around safe. It's great.
We've done our bit. We've done some turnover on them.
Nearly 2 from 3, weren't we?
No, 2 from... No, one from 4, I think. We've played into.
What's with Ma missing the Queensland Winter Carnival nomination deadline?
With what horse?
Don't know.
All of them?
Well, I'm assuming that's all of them if he's missed it. You wouldn't think so, would you? Maybe they got nothing going. I don't know.
Oh.
Gee, Big Blue was cast a long way out. You're right, Eckhart. Like, the whole field's taken off and he's just sitting there.
I'm nearly tempted to have an ice cream.
Turbo from the yard here. Badger's nuts down the outside.
Where is it? It's the big.
Which one
It's
is
the
it?
start.
The
Thoroughbreds
big,
colours
the
of
big
purple.
blaze.
Oh, that's about it.
No.
Cactus.
Cactus.
It's
Peaked,
Fence.
peaked as
it's
soon as you
fence
said
away.
that, peaked.
Where's Callow? Right down the outside. No good.
Who's that winning?
Where's
That,
Magic Mikey down the outside, is
The
it?
favourite. That was the
Majestic
favourite.
thingy
Yeah,
majiggy.
Majestic. Nah, sat up on it.
Best feuds. Oh, the Fonk.
Why not?
Fonk versus John Sadler was the best one, wasn't it? Were they going to punch on it, Mooney Valley, outside the trainers or jockeys room there, whatever it was?
There's been all sorts of rumours about
They
Font.
to kill each other at the Flemington Tower or something. They had to separate them.
I've only got one for
What's-
that. The J. Berryman and Berryman special at Hamilton.
Yes. I think it was.
Yeah, it was Declan. Geez, they look similar, don't they?
It's the deadline.
Now has to
All but
pay
one
late
horse.
entry fees. Far out.
I went through a stage where I used to have like a lunchtime ice cream for a little bit.
Had a bad ice cream.
Like starting to knock over like 3 ice creams at lunch. And that would probably last spring carnival really. And then I've quit now. I've got PT. It's sort of counterproductive. Do it all the time.
FO, like a swim. I like that. I've had a bad swim though.
Fonk and G. Eads.
You've had a bad swim.
Travy's not the greatest at reading the currents out there at the beach.
Nearly drowned at Jan Jock, I reckon, 3 years ago.
You were gassed out there. They nearly got the boat out, didn't they?
Really?
Might have to do proper rescue.
No, I just couldn't get out. Just got caught out the back. Light flashed between my eyes there for a little
Did
bit.
it?
I was like, Jim, pretty cast here.
You weren't even that deep, which was the funniest bit.
Just got too tired. Just couldn't keep going.
Oh, Hercules.
What'd he say?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Who's that? Jason. Remember that D Adams one? Who did he remember that?
That with the stick.
Yeah.
That was at Bairnsdale Cup.
Bairnsdale, yeah.
Whack.
Just went whack.
Did he win the
Galleywood.
race? He got beat, didn't he?
I reckon he got beat. He whacked Michael Guthrie across the face.
M. Guthrie, well done. Jeez, Trav, what a get. T-Dogs. Oh, what a memory. M. Guthrie, it was too. You know what he's,
Stride right across the nose.
Got up in
after
the
line.
irons and just went
bang, yeah.
Both
Yeah,
known
that-
for being quite fiery characters, if I remember. D. Adam and Guthrie.
He got like a few months for that, didn't he?
Yeah.
6 months or something?
Yeah,
7 months?
yeah, you got a proper spell.
It was a long break.
Mr. Me was a good little good little go this morning. I sort of backed it for myself, but it went off so quick, and then so I see that someone's keen on there. Nikki from the sports shows down at the Bull. She's got a little birdie jacket on, a black jacket with it looks like the pink ladies off Greece, but it's black with a little birdie on the back. Nikki.
Where's the kid?
On the
Kid's
piss.
there, isn't he?
Is there-
I think
is
they
there
backed the
too?
first 4 winners, I reckon.
Standard.
What was it going on? Cast.
They were cast, yeah. They did their ass yesterday, though.
Oh, first 4 winners today.
Yeah.
Something.
D. Adam, he got 4 months for that.
4 months.
Punched him and struck him across the face with the whip.
I remember hearing a few stories about the Western District's jockeys cracking the whip in the room.
Oh, yeah.
There was
Had a few of those.
There was a little altercation there.
A few of the old Western District boys.
Not liking the young jockeys on the way up a few years
No.
ago. Gave them a whack.
Gave him a beat down.
Stay in line.
I don't think... Some of those tracks too, the stewards leave before the jocks, so... If you're real out wide, they get on a flight somewhere back home.
Parky came up to the caller's box at Sale one day and was set to punch on with TB.
Oh, no.
TB.
TB and Bryce had a little stoush once at Kite.
Grab Scoot's glasses.
Did they?
Yeah, Bryce came up to him.
I need your lamp, Scooty.
Were you there, Sandwich Gate? Were you there?
You can
I wasn't
try.
there sandwich gate.
No, I'm
day.
right. I'll be right. I'll survive. I don't want to bring him tomorrow because I'll lose him.
Didn't miss many of those big ones.
Yeah, I remember Kenny Pope smoking the cigars back when I was working with Stewie McKinnon and Damien Brown, the old king of the coast, the Sunshine Coast. And Kenny Pope just used to fucking get the cigars and give everyone the shit.
JT saying Asian gamblers
Nifty, and he's
gone off horse race. Yeah, you used to see him at the track a lot, didn't you? When in the 90s and 2000s, who's that bloke who had the Footscray restaurant? Jimmy. You know, they all find their way to the track, but geez, and the casino, they would have gone broke at the casino, but you know, I don't know what where they bet. They wouldn't be betting on much on horse racing unless you go down the tabs in Chinatown and find all the chefs. You don't want to order. We go to the tea house for lunch, and you don't want to be getting there late, like at 2 o'clock, and ordering and then trying to space out and, you know, getting dessert, because chef's got to be in the tote 3:05. You'll get your banana fritter with your fried rice. If you're not careful, so you always sort of bound to start early.
There's been
What are you talking
two
about?
blonde birds on Little Birdie TV. One was Sammy Jane Todd. She's working for Sportsbet. And Darcy Spinks is the other one. She's going for Miss Universe. Yeah.
Yeah, she's on Insta. Get on Darcy's Insta. Find her there.
Heavy 10. Track downgrade.
I had
Grouse.
Up we go. That's what we wanted. On the wetties.
about 6 or 8 weeks ago. I had lunch with Dean Nikolic. That was good, just up the road, Ribera's.
That would have been...
It was a beauty because he was on a bit on edge early, but I'd met him before, and the other group he settled down, and then he just started telling stories, and it was great. But he did say in the when he rode paint or something, remember that in that golden slipper? Was
Oh,
it the,
yeah.
the Merlin golden
That's a
slipper?
long way away.
He said Larry Olsen handled him, and he was only a kid at the time, but he said after the rooms, he went in the jockey's room after it, and he got Larry Olsen, who was an old gentleman. He said got him by the neck and put him up on the wall and said, you know, fucking, what are you doing? What'd you do to me, Larry? And Larry said, oh, I can't help you, but, you know. Yeah, he said it was when he was a 20-year-old kid.
There you go.
That famous golden slipper, wasn't it, Merlin?
Oh, yeah, the Merlin slipper. G Hall.
G Hall, knocked down half the field. Kerry Packer and whatnot.
What a rumour he had like 1.5 mil on it or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, oh yeah.
Packer.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, crazy.
That was when he was betting big at the time. That he backed. He was betting big at the time then, Packer. Because he could get on. All those bookies were betting huge at the time too. You know.
Neville Wilson, any stories? Any nifty stories, DK?
Nifty rode a winner for me. Penshurst in a maiden. Me and Crawford had this thing called Kingston Hawk, and couldn't win a race. I think it ran 4 seconds. We took it to Penshurst. And Nifty, he bashed it to the line. He just lifted it, just fell in.
Nifty was a gun.
And he said, get rid of it. He said, sell it. We didn't listen, of course, because you fall in love with your horse and you don't listen to it. And yeah, Nifty rode a winner for me.
Rode his last winner of a horse that we had a bit to do with growing up. A horse called Our Shanna Golden at Great Western.
Yeah, for Dave. His last winner.
Yeah, that was his last winner.
First horse I ever strapped, Our Shanna Golden at Manangatang. Christine Pools rode it, ran 5th, did nothing, went around $3 favourite. 4 hour drive home. I think I was about 11, maybe 12.
Yeah, they're long days strapping horses, aren't they? Jesus.
If they get beat.
Tough scene, that is.
It's alright if they win.
T-Dog's had a good strike rate. You strapped more winners than I did.
Yeah, definitely.
How many did you strap? 4 or 5?
I don't know.
Well, I strapped bloody 1, I reckon. Walloon Region when he won at Geelong, I think that's the
Living
only
with the
winner.
Rippers. You want time for that? You want it tomorrow?
I think that's tomorrow with
All right, Wonka, tune in tomorrow. I'll
maybe later.
Yeah, that was
Where's the
best 3 years of me. Well, apart from wife and children, of course. best 3 years of my life.
your young life? Say your young life.
Young life. Yeah, I was in
Sweet.
my 20s, mate. I was early mid 20s. I went on a footy trip. I'll tell you how it started. I'll tune in. I went on a footy trip to Sydney and ended up at the strip joints weren't that big back then. I think I just hadn't even taken off in Melbourne. And there's a joint called Dancers in Sydney. Some of your crew might know it up there. And then speaking to a bird there, and she was coming down for the Spring Carnival to Melbourne to work, obviously, and footy and Spring Carnival, Fat Denny, they all come down here to work for that. And then, I found her in Santa Fe. There's an old joint Santa Fe, which is up, I think it's the Portland there or something up there, up on, not Exhibition Street, Russell Street or something. And ended up, I was ghosting the joint. I was getting there all the time during the Spring Carnival, and then she said, I'm going to move down there, and a couple of girls, and we wouldn't mind just a guy for a bit of, not security, but just having a guy there, just reasons to stay. And I was looking for somewhere to live, and next minute we're in a fucking double story joining Toorak, and for the next 3 years.
How good.
That was big.
How good. Outstanding.
Basic salary for a strap up would be about 50 grand a year, if that.
50, you reckon? Gaddy, getting one home.
He's got that unique action, doesn't he, P-Gat?
It's just like, he nearly sits down in the saddle, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I've got. Do you want to come have a look at this, T-Dog, and see what you reckon about this? This bet. So I've got a bit of mail for this thing.
Santa Fe
And
Gold.
that?
Yeah, it was Santa Fe Gold.
Into that, and then this one adds that, and you can just spend that much and return that. And then the other option is, if I guess we could then start thinking about then with maybe a couple of these legs, and then start thinking about that instead, and we can remove some of the chink instead, you know, because I think we need to start thinking about tomorrow a bit.
Yeah.
Huh?
I don't mind that.
Let's get rid of that. Do you want to just have a quick look at that?
Yep.
And see if there's anything that excites
Speaking
us?
of rippers, here comes Cecil Street Lad. Straight on the screen.
Yeah. Do you want to just flick through and see if there's anything?
JT knows. I reckon they were too, JT. Everyone that was just... You're right, the laws must have changed. I reckon it was early 2000s, around that turn. God, mate, Goldfingers, Bar 20, Men's Gallery. There was, what was the other joints?
Alright, race 7's coming up at the Bull. I think we might end up having a bet, just sort of working out. I want to see him in the yard, see how a few of these horses parade, and then we might sort of pull the trigger late on one. But looks a good race. Looking at the market, we've read out the McAvoy stats before. They're not that great, under $4. This horse is $4.20 hypersonic. I don't know, he looks hard to back. He looks just easy to be against. He was very poor last start at Caulfield. The first up win was at home. The rest of his form's in Adelaide. Like, Huey goes on, gets the blinkers on, maybe a bit of a kitchen sink job like tongue tie, but I don't know, I was kind of happy to be around him here and sort of look for an angle to get him beat, especially on the wet track. So we'll be chipping around, I think. We'll just sort of see how a few of these horses parade, and then we'll go from there.
Oh, it's the bloke with the polo shirt. Hey, buddy. Yeah, good. Yeah, for Nicky.
Yeah, he's got a bit of
Beautiful.
a visitor.
All
But yeah,
time.
looking at the map, I think a horse like Hypersonic probably is going to roll forward. Wouldn't be surprised if he led, but there does look a fair bit of speed. Edgy Era probably leads them all with 52 kilos down on the fence. Rambo pushes forward, Yulong Knight. McKeever's there, Mr. Me, Continuance. I think Cecil Street Lad might get left a bit wider there from barrier number 11. So there's a few angles in this race that would sort of, that could throw up a few different results. So especially with the way this track's sort of starting to deteriorate, heavy 10 now, you want to be looking for the horses that are really going to handle it. So just going to wait, sort of watch the parade and maybe chime in a few minutes later with what we're doing. Do you have any thoughts here, T-Dogs?
Not really. I was sort of happy enough to default to whatever you were doing, Nicko.
Good stuff. Looking for a chop out, nothing.
Mr. Me was the horse that I like, and it's starting to get actually back out to a price.
Who trains it?
Matty Raymond, John
Matty
Allen,
Raymond, all right.
ex-Bussetton and Young.
Oh yeah, that's where I knew it from, ex-Trent.
I thought it'd be could be strong enough to run I think this would be okay. Like, it's got form over further, I think, for memory, but I thought a wet track would suit it. Camp just got one idea. I think they bought it at a tried sale in December, and then they've bought it, seeing that they might have just been putting in the wrong sort of races, and then fucking here you go, Wooshka, first up at the Bullski. But
yeah, I could come with you. This Never Say No.
Bit worried, no.
It's been pretty heavily backed. It's been like $26. Oh, it's been spec 26 to 15. Bunser gave it a bit of a push on the wireless this morning.
What was he?
He
on?
was looking for wet trackers, wasn't he?
927.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he's one of his best was Henry, the line.
He was looking for wet trackers late in the day.
I think we all are.
Starting to get big odds for the top, isn't it? But I just can't believe they didn't claim with you long night. Find a good apprentice and claim.
There's not many down there. Like, there's not many that actually claim in the bush at the moment that are decent.
How's he look, Nicko?
Looks good. I'm a bit worried no trial or jump out, but it would definitely be set for the race.
You like 1,000-metre races, T-Dogs?
No, they're not really my go. Elite level 1,000-metre races.
I don't mind them from the yard.
What are you looking like? Looking for a ball of muscle called spring?
Yeah, you can. Sometimes a few horses they can go a bit over the top, or you can get a few that are a bit sort of flighty.
Which is what you want, you mean?
I more like them more relaxed and sort of
relaxed for 1,000.
Going over the top, yeah.
$14 now. Never say no.
You're big on that. Just full stop. You never want them wasting energy they don't need to.
No, you don't need to be doing that. Just walk around the yard. No on the toes or any of that.
I sent you a little list in the group chat there, Scoot.
Sweet.
Took the one out of the cup out. Don't know about him on a wet track.
I put it in the chat what I'm sort of thinking.
Yeah.
I don't know where the bank's at. I don't know if you want to
bump them.
It's just a bit up for grabs this race. Wozers with the Cecil.
I was just looking at the stats then. Ben and JD Hayes. Quite good.
Oh, Jano's against us.
Tube.
No, maybe chip that one down a little.
Which?
Edgy.
Nah.
Yep, do whatever.
Is that alright?
Yeah. Try to get a result out of it. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Now it's a 10. When that happened?
Yeah, about 15 minutes ago.
Who? I'll drop
He
that
did.
in and you can talk about him while I punch him. It's going to take me a while to type that in.
All right. Do you want me to say what we're doing anyway?
Yeah, just talk through it and I'll put it out on there.
All right, we've had a few little plays, mainly map-inspired bets. Taken on Hypersonic. I think we can get him beat. We're going to have something on Yulong Night. First up, real good wet tracker. I think this is a good camp. They've kind of turned the corner recently. Got some good horses in there. His stats on heavy tracks are very good. His stats on soft track are good. And this camp seems to have really just worked him out. He barely ever runs a bad race recently. He's going to carry the weight, but he did win at Flemington last prep, so he's, he's well enough in considering. Also had something on McKeever, really good wet tracker. Went on the heavy 10 last start.
Someone's lost a rider there, 12.
Well, that's Mr. Me, I reckon.
Oh, terrific.
So we've dodged that one, luckily. Really good win at Bendigo. 2 starts ago on a real wet track. Goes well on the soft, home track, wild, Linda. Draws wide, probably finds the lanes. Really good SP profile. A bit hard to ignore. Also having something on Never Say Nay. Really good wet tracker again. He's had 4 starts on soft ground for 2 wins, a second and a third. I thought his first up run at Sale, that was actually quite good. It was a day where it was actually a bit tricky to sort of get back, run on and make a lot of ground, and that especially out of that chute. So I was sort of forgiving of horses who were sort of wide and scouting, and his sectionals in the race were quite strong. He's the 3rd fastest late, back to the 1,000 here, but you'd think with that run under the belt at 1,100 metres, that would have been a bit of a go-to race, sort of $100,000 race first up. So looked pretty fit in the yard. I thought if I was going to take a pick of the yard out of the horses, and the way I assess him, he would have been my pick of the yard. Never Say Nay. Really good parade there. So happy to have something on there. And then we're going to back the leader, 52 kilos, really good wet tracker, local camp, gets the apprentice on. And I got a sneaky feeling she might just be able to pinch this at some stage. Edgy Era, the little 3-year-old filly. So we've had something on her at a massive price as well. So we're kind of dutching a few there. Hopefully this race actually jumps with this riderless horse all over the track. But a couple little angles, so hopefully we can get a result out of it. Never Say Nay, clearly best result.
Yeah, we sort of brought it up quickly before, but Ben and JD Hayes, last 100 runners going at 21%, 34% pot. They're probably the most improved camp over the last 12 months, and then their last 50, they've trained 10 winners, 20%, 32% return on investment. It's just a real new Lindsay Park. The last sort of, I suppose 12 months, they've nearly been together now.
Yeah, so we've had 500 Yulong Night. McKee we've had 1,000 on. Never Say Nay we've had 1,000 on, so he's big price there. And Edgy Era 50s, we've had 350 on. So cheering a few, hopefully we can get a result. Just a nice little race to chip around in. Favourites drifted big time. 420 out to 5s. Cecil Street Lads had a little bit of specking. But
Still can't get this horse. And for those who are asking, there is no quaddies.
I'll be happy when it comes out. Like it was the X Factor horse.
Recreational punters clubs, Ray Benson and Shane Templeton and all that. They can do quaddies.
That's a throwback.
This was the X Factor, like first up,
reach
set up
over the
job,
fence and grab him.
and it comes out. It's good.
Someone get him.
Well, I expected this thing just to cause a bit of chaos, and he has.
Just not the way we were expecting.
You were right. Scooty's winner of the day.
I'd be super bullish if they had acclaimed.
He got away.
Oh no. He's got
Come
away
on,
again.
Knackers.
He shined at the other bloody
He wants to
horse.
go through. He wants to go back.
Wants to go home. What are you, man?
Oh, come up to the fence, buddy. Someone will grab you.
Wild said McKeever probably his best for the day.
Well, what happened was, so yesterday he went, no, nothing. So then he had 5 winners. So they said, tied him down today. What's your best today? After you never said nothing yesterday. So you know what'll happen.
Nothing. Cactus.
A couple of kind words from our man Robbie in the chat there.
Yeah. You
Good
slipping
man.
Robbie an envelope
Good man.
when you see him, will you, Nicko? Big spruik. Big spruik.
Wow. Best judge in Victoria, I say.
Playing up, sweating up behind the gates. Get it beat, Huey. No ball for you. He doesn't have many cracks left, Hugh.
He's not riding tomorrow, is he?
No. They're not even at the bloody gates after these other horses. Oh, this is a replay.
Oh! Oh, I just did well to sliding
trampled?
dismount. Was that Jay Allen?
Yeah, it's Jay Allen. They caught this bloody horse yet? Probably not.
It's Davo tipping.
Who?
Ultimate.
Davidson. Continuance.
It was good to us last year.
I got a scoot after the Wangoon Scooty.
Hey?
I got footy training.
You coaching?
After the Wangoon, yeah, I'll bit after the Wangoon.
Hopefully we keep the bank intact while you're gone.
Yeah.
How the lads going?
Going alright, but then they've gone and thrown us in Div 1.
Div 1?
Div 1.
You went off at the trials, did you?
Oh, went off the first 2 matches and we played 2 Div 1 teams. So we beat 2 Div 2 teams quite easily.
Didn't I say to you, run dead in the lead-ups?
Well, and then we played 2 Div 1 teams. They'll test us against Div 1 teams. They've had pumped us. Well, then I think we can play Div 1. Crazy. Anyway, we put in lodged a protest, but not that they'll listen.
Purcell colours, orange we're on, year-long night. And then the purple Lindsay Park colours with the yellow. And then Linda with the white and blue stripes. Hunters?
McKeever.
Never say no, best result. Oh, or is it? Edgy Euro, maybe.
Nicko,
Volume. Who's got the remote?
Oh,
Nicko.
One job, Nicko.
Oh,
Racing.
Froggy flew the lids. There goes the frog. Look at him go. That's the frog.
Jeez,
How'd he go?
Frog.
You can get him rolling the frog.
Look at Huey, straight on the bunny as well.
Huey, one of his last chances.
We backed a few that will be strong late at the end of 1,000, so it should be good.
They got to get
Never
up.
say nays.
Oh,
It
he's
just
rock.
needs a
Yeah,
bit
this
of luck.
is Meach in the best ground.
Hopefully.
Harry
Get off
needs to
coffee.
get out. Get some room, H.
Oh, get some room, Harry.
Harry's bolted. Come on, never say no.
Go never say! Go never say! Go on!
Get
Come
it,
on!
Harry!
Go never say!
Come on, never
Go on,
say.
Harry! Hit it, Harry!
Get it, Harry!
Go on, Harry!
Down.
Go on, Harry!
Harry!
Yes!
Yes! Nicko!
Oh, Nicko,
On fire! What price? $15.
Bang,
We had
Nicko.
1,000 on, didn't we?
Yeah. Just like a little up.
1,000 on it?
Yeah.
Nice.
And McKeever's run second, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think we got second.
Oh, yeah, run second, yeah.
The Q?
Like how good Bunsen.
Bunsen, yeah, gun.
That was a beautiful ride by H.
H.
And Harry was on the
Our
radio.
man.
Harry was sitting next to him. Harry's gone, oh, beauty. Oh, live chance.
Oh, just needed a bit of luck on the... Like, he was bolting.
1,000 metre races, wheelhouse for you, Nicko.
Everyone just staying in their wheelhouse, you're getting a bit of momentum.
But then just defeated Hypersonic World before McKeever looked to be the one. Look at
What do we get out of the race? Yeah.
Not a worry.
What do you have, McKeever 2?
No, we only had one on McKeever.
Oh, did you? Oh, good play.
It was the best result, never say.
Was that Moscon poking through, was it?
Yeah.
The other one. Good wet track of Moscon, isn't it? Nicko.
Harry, in. That's helped.
Poor old Hubert.
We've
Said
hit
a
the
nice
front,
welcome to the
haven't
ball,
we,
haven't
Scoot?
Sure.
Yeah, back.
We've hit the front. Huge.
Hit the front and got Lunatic Fringe going for 20.
Well, for Ben Hayes, Ben and JD, you win a race at the ball.
Oh, mate, on Twitter still.
This must be a big thrill for you and the team.
Oh, it is.
They went a little early.
Just loves the wet. He's got a good record on the soft, and coming in today, I wasn't quite sure if he'd handle the heavy, but he sure did.
Have some faith, Benny.
Harry Coffey.
Thanks, Braden.
For us and rode them both beautifully. So great ride by Harry.
Flying, Harry. We said that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
Flying. Flying.
He just
And
travelled
Walt.
beautiful, let him balance.
As Walt would say.
He was dropping back to 1,000. He's a real sprinter. First up, I thought he ran well, but his last 100 he weakened. So in a high pressure 1,000, he just hit the line. Fantastic, and he's a really nice horse.
What do you think is these two bets?
Tony Coniston.
Whee.
And there's a Heathcote.
I've got to have a proper look. I'm too blind at the moment.
That is it. Old mate's deleted his Twitter account.
I ain't even backed it. Far out.
I backed it.
They come out like
I'm
spiders
just
under
happy
a
they're
rock when
winning
you're
for the
losing.
stream. I don't even care.
You can't find them when you're winning.
I tipped enough in early.
No,
if we
great,
win.
mate.
Yeah,
$15 winner.
Yeah,
Great,
and then
great
this.
hit, Nicko. Seriously.
Same three.
$15 winners.
Into that tomorrow for 1,500 to win. What do you reckon? Good way to spend 2.5?
Yeah. I'm happy with that.
Because I think the way the track's playing, I think I've got no
It's not.
no
I mean,
knock
Hubert's-
on the four.
It's going all right. The track's not too bad, but it's going to get worse. Hubert's stuck on there.
You just got to find the right horses, I think, on this track now. Like two best wet, maybe three best wet trackers there came into it.
Come have a
Moscon's
quick look
gone
at this,
all
Nicko, and see what you reckon. It's not a big spend. We're up to 90,500.
They're all getting hard-ons in the chat. They're up and about. Wait till tomorrow. That's what we want going into day 3.
Yeah.
And we just
To
need an
win
over-the-sky type
40.
late in the day.
And then
We've
this
built a lot of
into
momentum
this
here
tomorrow.
today.
Same.
It's good because we're
To win.
on the floor yesterday.
Oh, mate, we were gone yesterday.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Because I can't. I think the track's fine for this horse.
Yeah, exactly. And then like
Just looking at Edgiera back there. Fence.
they've
Not
run well.
going backwards, is it?
Nah.
Edgiera, the fence still
I think
alright. I
she just
reckon.
didn't find the
Still
front.
okay.
It's not in like it's in the quicksand.
Nah.
You long night, Cactus.
How's Hubert? He'll probably go home without a winner.
See here, we might see if Beat the Bagman is available. Interesting at Eagle Farm here. The horse of John Sargent's keeps going off. A bit of mail out wide. Satirical Glory. Looking for a dry track. Back in distance. Back to 1,600. And it's just been hammered in betting. So if you're sitting at home and you want to have an interest on Eagle Farm Race 8 Satirical Glory, there's half a push for it. Tempted, but we've sort of missed the price. It's $2.90 now. If you can trust it back to a dry track and back to 1,600.
Horse, I'm pretty sure he ran in the Spring Champion last year.
Who?
Satirical Glory. Might be
Yeah.
thinking of the wrong horse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Run a good race in it too.
Right, I've put those Ric Flair ones on and we'll get them into the chat.
Well, we're in a spot now where we can have a bit of flair.
We've done enough.
We've given the punters some hope today that we weren't going to strip it all. There's always tomorrow.
And shoved all the Earth Riders back in their dog boxes.
DK.
DK's going to be fired up going to footy training.
Jeez.
Mate, you're going to have to get the lunatic fridge on the fucking on it. Footy. Hang on, boys.
The weather's not that great. Me too, Fletch.
Maybe give them a lesson if the weather's no good.
A lesson on what?
I don't know, just
Punting.
anything. You giving the punters a few lessons in the chat there?
Nicko, they're all around.
How good
you.
the jocks we've been finding. Coffee, Billy.
I know.
Just our man.
Aiken.
Taking on Huey, taking on Carr.
I can answer. Well, the riding stocks are so deep, aren't they? They can all get the job
Coffee's a
done.
jet.
Gee, Ramage getting amongst it there.
Grammage would love the bull. Kate Watts has a lot of fans at the bull. They all love her down there.
Should have been on fire last night at the Betfair event if recent form's anything to go by.
Are they upstairs at the Irish joint again?
Yeah.
Wonder if the stairs claimed any victims this year.
Who's missus fell over the bookies?
Yeah,
wife?
Jodie, Freddie Watts' missus.
Freddie Watts' miss.
Oh,
Jodie.
she did her ankle down
Oh,
there,
bad.
Broke a leg.
Yeah.
Gee whiz.
We organised that function at Betfair, mate. I'll tell you what, we were very nervous about the old litigation.
stairs.
Litigation. Ooh. She was last seen drinking like cocktails after cocktails. It's a real scary one.
Chinese would be happy with the bank at the moment. Very happy. Lucky bank. 88,000. Those number 8s.
It's not going to be 88.
It's us. Very good very good sign.
Where's Satirical Glories? He's about to get
In
to
the
the
green
outside.
with the yellow sleeves, I think. Going backwards. Is it? Or no,
Nah,
that's the
he's
sergeant with the
picking
pink
up
cap,
with
is
the
it?
pink cap. He's coming to the outside.
Did we back it? No.
Nah, just stayed off. Kept missing the price.
Oh, he's hit the front.
You need to knuckle down. Put your head out.
He's in front.
Stick your neck out.
No, this other
Big
thing's going to
Angel
get
might
it.
get
The
you.
yellow
Big
thing.
Angel.
DK.
Yellow. Who?
Oh, it's still
What?
coming.
Oh, it's got it.
Just one.
Fell in.
Remember Big Angel?
Yeah, I remember Big Angel got it. It was a DK out wide.
Mornington?
Just
Waller.
ran second.
Morning. Oh, Frosty. That was Frosty. That's
Just
all we
ran
got
second
on
at the
that time.
farm.
Frosty. He won the race that time.
Jay Allman. Geez, in some form, Jimmy Allman.
And someone in the chat was saying he's bloody going well.
There we go. Braden Dixon's got some mail. My brother was at the Cianci, and apparently someone drove a swing at Kieran Ma. Why'd you ever swing at Kieran Ma for? He's one of the good guys.
Dirty punters,
Those us
maybe.
W Hawks, eh?
Drunks.
Wonder how Juppy's going.
Oof. He's seasoned.
He loves it down there, Juppy. Yeah, very seasoned. Yeah. Yeah, the results have been all right for bookies, haven't they? Possibly. They probably just depends which way you zig or zag down there sometimes.
Yeah.
If they held their nerve, they'd be going well.
I saw that flicking through about Jimmy Orman, flicking through some of the top riders in Queensland at the moment. He's flying up there,
I can't catch him.
can't you?
But I could stop anything.
Do you want to take a break here, Scooty, and we'll chat what we're doing?
Wouldn't mind a Brasco going on the Brasco.
Yeah. I reckon we take a break here, Borko. We'll take a 4.
5 minutes.
We'll catch us on the other side.
Oh no, we've got Murray Bridge.
yeah.
Sorry, I've got to put a Murray Bridge bet on.
Bridges
Hold on.
in 2 minutes.
I'll go on the Crow.
I got too excited putting all those multis on.
We're gonna.
Badonkadink.
We're gonna have 1,500 on Harbell at 5. Actually, we'll take it best of 3 totes because it's drifting. This is Bagman's other best for Murray Bridge. It's
He's in form.
Harbell, Tegan Vorum, McDonald, and there's 2 minutes to jump.
1,500?
1,500 best of 3 totes, yeah, on Harbell. So it's Murray Bridge race 5, number 7. Nearly missed the race. He would have bloody killed me.
Too many winners in here at the moment.
Oh, don't say that. Can't have enough.
Losing our focus.
Just trying to chip up.
There
Now
it is.
that
How's the
we're
parade look?
back, just try and
Conserve
launch
your
it.
energy, please.
Fit. Look at it.
Conserve.
Nice and tucked up.
Oh,
Under
all
the
too
odds
hard.
says, who's doing that? That's not Jimmy Jordan, no, that's Terry Bailey. Terry McAuliffe.
This is
What happened
probably
with his Twitter the other day, Terry McAuliffe? Did he get hacked?
Oh yeah.
Hey, what happened there?
Nah, but I've seen that message in hackings before.
Give
like
him
it's
the
an
benefit of the doubt.
it's an old chestnut. That one.
So he was hacked.
I think he was.
Was hacked, yeah. unlike Dom Tamu.
Big Dom.
This is the race you probably back Run with Flowers in. 2,000 metre beam 58.
It is, would be.
Another 3-year-old filly.
All Too Hard too. I think Realm of Flowers is.
Machine All Too Hard as well.
Oh, right.
I don't think so.
No, I think she's.
Oh, Drewsy's in here. Drewsy. Oh, he'll be at Kittens. You coming, Drewsy, Thursday night?
Equal fave showmanship chassis.
Should check who's on this horse Friday night.
Chadwick, isn't he?
Oh no, he put Bo on it.
Oh, you got Bo. UD.
Badonkadink. Oh, I love that name.
Nice and dark out there.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to. I'll leave them for Borco, but yeah, she's. The winter has come. The remote in your hand, Nicko?
Come on, mate. Brett Davis. Calling actually.
Hot and cold, Brett.
MG needs to get us a new remote.
Yeah.
Oh, stood there.
A little slow.
Flopped out the back.
Of the others, but Donkey Dog, one of the first to appear. Who's Who, Sir Mays, favourite understatement racing.
Where are we?
Pulling.
Pulling.
She kicked it up. Now it's pulling.
What we got on Vorum?
Missed the kick. She dug it up. Now it's pulling it out.
That's right.
She's not ideal in a staying race.
She's following the second phase.
Yeah, but pulling.
Might have something on him.
1400 metres to run, and the leader, Who's Who, Campbell Ruilla, allows it to stride. 4 lengths, Sir May second, 2.5 for Donkey Dog third, Speed Genuine, a half away Understatement fourth, then 2.5 Bell, who's appreciating the Genuine tempo. It's dropped the head better now on the outside of Ballroom Dancer. 3 further back, Ammo Loco. It's running about 7th, and it's 15 off the leader at the 1,000.
Oh.
Then came Master of Surprise, Applied, Harry Hot Pants, Cassowary, and
This other thing should just take her into the race, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
This strike just looks like packing them.
in front down the side, 700 metres to run.
Yeah, it's going to have to do the chasing understatement. She'll just tag it.
Come on, move, move. Don't let the other thing kick around you.
He's trying to time his run on understatement.
Alright, she's pushed out.
Applied's rider is 1, then Master of Surprise, Cassowary, Aristocat.
Oh, I don't know how it's travelling around that turn.
Don't know if it's travelling well.
Yeah, favourite's travelling a lot better.
Grind away, won't she?
Oh, yeah, it's not a great horse though, is it?
She'll grind away. Go on.
Nah.
Got nothing.
Might run second.
Nah, okay.
3 lengths, battles for the minors. Applied, Hard Bell, Ballroom Dancer. Who's Who?
Was it in the multi?
Nah. Nah.
Got a second win there the last 100.
Yeah, I know.
Let's get plugging. Second.
His favourite's supposed to.
But Donkey Donk maybe 4th over Master of Surprise. And then Cassowary,
No
Ballroom
boober.
Dancer, Ammo Loco.
J Toro.
Sir Mays headed the remainder with Harry Hot Pants. Who's Who might have beaten one home. Aristocat.
Escour.
That was going to win a long way from
Thanks,
home.
Terry.
Understatement. Jack Toro for Stuart Gower. As I said, I saw $6.50 at least yesterday. It's been well backed. And it has
Do you want to take a break then, Scooty? We'll talk.
Yeah,
tactics.
we will take a break now. There's no other bets to communicate, so we'll just have a spell. Might have an ice cream. Talk about the Wangoom. Speed map probably with Nicko.
Speed map is not heaps of it. I think the roughies will set up the speed. Lady Solly and No Surrender, they'll go quick. Paul's Regret probably comes across. Great Again's probably there. I think the key to the race is 7 and 8. Showmanship, Chassis. Who follows who? Where do they end up? They're both going to be probably midfield. It's Ollie v Carr. Like, it's kind of game on there. I kind of thought Showmanship might end up on the back of Chassis, given Chassis' J Carr first time, might get out of the gates a bit better than what she usually does. Triple Missile's probably going to be back. Poland probably going to be back. William Thomas probably back. Frankie Pino. The horses that could inject some more pressure and might come on like that second wave. Lady Sully and No Surrender, they'll fall in a hole, like the 400. Great Again, and probably Inkeep will be that first lot of horses probably hitting the front, you'd imagine.
Yeah, they'll be the first wave.
And then you think the second wave is probably Chassis, Showmanship, Triple Missile getting to the wider lanes.
I think this is a real swoopers Wangoom. That's sort of the way we're going to bet.
Well, it looks like
race.
it'll be quick.
Yeah.
You'd think.
It's going to be quick with Lady Solly in it because she's a 955 horse that she only knows one way. And I think it sets up really well for Showmanship. I think what we sort of saw from the yard, there was no clear knocks. His trials and jump outs have been really good. The stable communication that we've sort of heard has been really strong. They're very positive that he's back in a really good frame of mind. And like, he's clearly the best horse in this race if he's here ready to play. And the other thing in the back of my mind is he's had good support in futures markets for the Goodwood. So I think he's here ready to rock and roll.
He looked fit in the yard, didn't he? Didn't look like he needed a run.
For the Goodwood in 2.5 weeks, it sort of sets up well for him. Look, the heavy 10's a little bit of a question mark.
And like, you are backing in that he is the class horse in this field, but like, Showmanship has the figures and the potential to be like a Group 1 sprinter.
Yeah. And he's the right price. That's probably the main thing here. Like, you know, if he was $3, we probably don't bet into the race. But given he's the price he is, I'm really happy having a bet on him. He's a horse that I've sort of looked at the whole way through. He started right when I started doing Perth form for racing.com, and he's a horse that I've sort of got to know through punting form pretty well. And if he can rip home his sort of even 90% at best, like last 400, he'll be too good for these. So you just got such a big turn of foot. And the fast speed will really suit him. He's probably going to beat his best Showmanship at 1400, but yeah, 1200.
It'll play like that.
It'll sort of play like that, yeah. So the other horse we've had a bit of an investment on is Triple Missile. The more I thought about him, the more this race really sets up well for him now that they're sort of getting out to the wider lanes and they can run on. He's a horse quite similar to Showmanship. He's got a big turn of foot. You go back to sort of his stuff in the summer in Perth, and he's rattling home like monster last 600s relative to the sort of the day. He's always sort of 10 lengths above sort of stuff, and off fast speeds. He hasn't seen a heavy track before, but
Jano likes it. Pick of the yard.
Yeah, well, that's a good pointer. He hasn't seen a heavy track before, but he has raced well on soft tracks, and he's trained by Al Smith, so that sort of helps him.
$750 now. Do we go again?
What?
Average your price up.
I just can't
$750?
I can't believe this drip.
What's Poland? What's Poland? 17 into 550.
Just huge go Poland.
Maroney burgers.
So
The joint. How good's Maroney been going?
the other horse we've had something real small.
$7.
William Thomas.
Swooper.
He loves the wet. And if they do overdo it, he's one of the horses who can definitely make it a chance late. He doesn't win out of turn, but he'll run a good race.
Do we have another 1500 on Showmanship? That's just crazy odds. Like,
Maybe another monkey.
I think the market's just taking him on because he's off
the long
break. But like, the camp just says he's fucking airborne, and I think the track's fine for him.
Yeah.
Where does he map?
He's going to map midfield. So
Poland's going forward, yeah?
Yeah. Poland will be going forward.
Will he?
Well,
I think he's
I'll be
probably
back
gonna
in
be
Poland
that.
because it's like this because it's going forward.
Yeah. This is sort of, I think DK's spot on. The market reaction to Poland's definitely because someone knows it's going forward. He was pretty disappointing at Bendigo Poland, but his runs earlier this prep in the Oakley Plate and Newmarket.
A lot of the horses, trainers blame that track that day. The gold day, Vobis Gold Day. They said it was shifty or something, and I sort of heard Nick Ryan speak about it. Mitch Freedman sort of saying there were excuses for horses that day. Like,
we've got to have another crack at showmanship. Another 1500 at 750. Fuck it.
Give him strength.
We're going down the ship here if he gets big.
That's just crazy. You got to average your price up.
They may know.
Frankie
they may not.
Pino. Well, yeah.
Well, they didn't.
Frankie Pino's one of mine, but I've left. This is a listed race. It's not my wheelhouse.
I think Frankie Pino will be getting back and sort of hitting the line. It's just M. Lloyd grades me up big time in a listed race.
Find a jockey, seriously. It's going up 5%.
Yeah, M. Lloyd.
Yeah. Legless. Calm before the storm.
It's a deepish race. Like, you make chances for horses like Paul's Regret, Innkeeper, Bless Her, all good wet trackers.
Well, it's either like on figures and Horse Right they've been waiting for a soft track. It's either a moral or it's got none.
Yeah.
Light man on.
It's frantic, isn't it? The betting on this race. It's just crazy.
I think that what we've tried to do here, backing Showmanship and Triple Missile, is tried to back the best, maybe 2 horses in the race. Triple Missile, like, he sort of profiled a little bit like Showmanship in the early days. He's got a monster turn of foot. That Perth sprinting form that he had around Will Chino, Secret Plan, it's proper form over there. So.
14's not one of ours, is it?
This is his
Lady
first run
Solly.
Victoria, so.
Lady Solly's dumped the rider, someone's saying.
He's pulled a
There's
plate.
speed influence if she comes out.
Is the bank what? 78?
Yep.
With the pendings? Oh, that's
We've got 13,000 pending.
That's good.
You're playing up what you won on the last race, basically. On Harry.
H Coffee, yeah, man.
Fascinating race. This is a beauty.
This is a great example of the market just being hard against a horse with such a long break on a wet track.
We took that multi in yesterday, so it's like, but we've always liked the horse. Tried to get it going, got it through a couple other
2 shoes in keep.
multis.
Shit. A nice delay here. He's thrown 2 shoes.
The other thing with Showmanship, at the races, he doesn't have a failure. It's rare to see a horse like that. He doesn't have a...
What's the wettest track he's seen?
Soft 7 is the wettest he's... Oh, no, actually,
Isn't
I
he
think he saw worse than that on debut.
Isn't he unbeaten?
Where at, though? Over there?
Over there.
Their wet tracks are different to our wet tracks, though, are they, or not?
Oh, they can get pretty bad.
Can they?
Yeah.
They can get chopped up.
They can get quite chopped. He saw a heavy 8 on debut at Belmont in the winter there, so I can't imagine that would have been an easy heavy. Yeah.
Didn't he lose a race on protest?
No, he lost his second start.
Oh, okay. That was a different horse, man.
But got beaten by a pretty handy horse in Summersdat and sort of was unlucky in the straight, got held up.
That's a massive go Poland. Goes. No. I assume that bit bigger than 17 as well.
It's insane, really.
Fly Maroney, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's probably a horse you could have made a case for at the big price. some of his best stuff, Poland. Like, he did run 5th earlier this campaign in the Oakley Plate.
He did, correct. That's probably what they, yeah.
But he's gone off the boil a bit his last 2, but obviously there's a lot of confidence in the market he's here to play.
Someone just whisper in his ear that he's a So You Think. They're winning everything at the moment.
Yeah.
Galatian. He's coming out of that Ayrton Bermudez race.
I want to edge here a little bit.
Oh, it's very exciting. I'm excited.
Same.
I'm trying to find a bet in the next.
Ahead of the game.
I'm not going to get sucked in.
And it's nearly turbo time up at Eagle Farm. I'll see if Tommy Hedjack wants to come on.
Is that race 6? Is it our race?
Savagal.
Oh, actually, I don't know if he's allowed. Is he allowed to dial in from Eagle Farm? I don't want to give him trouble.
Oh yeah, remember?
Probably not.
Will he be there?
Yeah, he's there. He's doing the yard ski. We haven't really touched on Chassis, but I just think she's incredibly well found.
She's over bed, isn't she?
Yeah. The J. Carmar Eustace factor.
She's good on the wet, but
she's great. Good wet tracker. She's an honest mare, but you look at all of her form. When she meets these class horses, they beat her. I don't think Mar Eustace has improved her that much. So.
Busting for elite too now.
Like, it's fair to say, I reckon you'd be back in showmanship in the races she ran 1st and 2nd up.
Oh yeah, he would have started favouring her Hariba, just like she did.
Well, she didn't even start favourite. Started 550.
She was off the map in the Hariba. They just one-way traffic there.
This is the charm about the bull. Like, it's just spirited betting, setups. None of the bull.
Oh. I always find these are hard ones, like when the market's so against you. After the race, you're either like, I'm an absolute peanut, or they come in when you think, what was everyone thinking?
Yeah.
Well, you said the yard's fine.
Yeah, I thought he walked really well.
And with the stable say he's flying, save for this soft track. Here's your soft track.
I think these are the races, though, if you can back yourself in.
The boom or the bust, isn't it?
Well, it's where you can get rewarded the most, really.
So against the crowd.
Well, he's double the price he probably should be. Like, the opening price was probably fair.
Yeah.
Don't stand in the way, T-Dogs. They'll murder you in the chat.
What do you think about it, DK?
Listed race?
Can't Ollie.
Showmanship.
Follow Jamie.
I've got the back of Linda, I think.
He's a bit keen.
He's a bit keen.
Fresh.
Triple Missile's in a pretty good
Ollie's
spot
going to
too.
save the ground.
Want to let him roll. It's going to have to be good from there. Where are you going, Ollie?
Saving the ground. He's got to
He's trucking.
saving the ground. He thinks it's all right down there.
Come on, boy.
Has he got anything left?
Can't
Come on, showmanship.
Let
Come
him
on,
down,
boy.
Ollie.
Piss
Here
off,
comes-
Chassis. Piss
Well,
off
out wide, out wide.
Well, we're on out wide. No,
Can't triple
keeper.
missile. Come on, showmanship.
Little showmanship.
Oh, Frankie.
Frankie, fuck. Frankie.
Lloyd.
Too good, Bunsen.
Oh,
What a freak.
third, fourth.
How's Bunsen set?
Far out. She just didn't have to do anything, mate. He's run well, showmanship. But
Gee, you can't underestimate innkeeper, can you? He just shows up.
fuck.
Well, the Waterville Carnival never fails to deliver amazing stories, and now we can have Frankie Pino
No,
because
spell. No narrative here.
How's Bunsen? He's tipped Henry, he's tipped No Nay Never, and Frankie Pino.
She can't even sit on this ball.
I thought triple missile was going to run over the top there, and he's just kept running off the track.
I thought it was Chassis.
combines with Tony and Carlton McAvoy, they get their first Waterville.
It's a big run, showmanship.
Wasn't a pretty watch ever.
Ooh. I wonder whether it'd be better just sticking to the outside than cutting.
Would run 8 if he stuck outside.
Maybe, yeah.
He saved all the ground.
Close, no cigar.
Fuck.
Oh, it was a bit of a free hit after the last winner.
Yeah.
Right, Savagal.
Are you back in this, or is it just in multis?
Or are the multis dead because showmanship?
Or are they all dead? Cactus. Can't remember.
Dead. So we got, the only pending bet that we got now is Lunatic Fringe. So we could just go again with,
Retake the double?
yeah,
Got to.
Savagal.
Yeah, we've got to have something here on her.
Into the Fringe.
Do we want to back her to straight out as well?
What is it? It's only
230 ish.
Well, 250.
250 top sport.
I think we just have it in a double with the thing that we like in the last again.
Gary. Win in place for him, showmanship.
So what have we got it running for? 20 already. Another 2 or 3,000, you reckon?
What's the double?
$11.
Oh, yeah, another 2. No, you could probably flare up. I suppose Bank's healthy. Probably one of our last bets for the day.
Righto, 3 it is.
Come on, Tommy Turbo.
The Macbet boys, they know what they're doing.
Freaking M. Lloyd. Spell.
Linda Meach is a female rider to win the new market of the bush. It's a wonderful story, and Maddie, what a thrill to win the Waterville Carnival and to win one of the features.
Oh,
Good on her.
we don't have any Sky Sound, do we?
This horse means a lot to me.
Brush that.
Rush, Maddie. You don't
Hey?
have time for Maddie, Nicko.
She's awful. If you back one of her horses when she jumps off,
I can't hear.
they're all profitable.
You're all fuzzy. Hey? Okay.
Frankie, jump out Spice. Here we go, Savagal. About to go. What colours are we? The weird bowler set?
Yeah.
Which one? White cap or purple? Surely white. Oh, it might be purple.
The 2. No, the 12, sorry.
12?
The
Right.
12.
Yeah, we're 4th, aren't we?
Yep.
Punching up. Who's on, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Not a bad spot.
No, I thought it would be right back.
Oh, yeah, it's a bit close for me. Sometimes I get nervous about him finishing off, don't you?
Maybe big intent today though.
Have a look at where the winners come from.
Oh.
All honours.
Well, we read the race right. We thought it was going to be a
McAvoy.
sweeper's race. It was.
McAvoy, our camp. Take him on one race.
I got a bit cool.
Get beat by him the next.
I was a bit surprised. Maddie Lloyd, I didn't give her enough credit.
She's rode that well, to be fair.
No, she just followed the pack.
She's followed Linda.
Anyway, we got a live one. Travels.
Got the gap. Yeah, gee,
Keep
Travels
cognated.
this.
Keep this thing in the pocket. Dangers to our fence. Pocket it. Take off. Oh, it's got the run. Put it back in. Put it back in.
It's cast anyway.
It's going shit ass.
Can't find.
Or is this it wide? No, that's not it wider, is it?
No, it's the fucking wrong wallet.
Too close.
Too close in run, Jimmy.
This thing in fence going to kick back anyway? Yeah.
Wrong wallet.
Oh, it's fouling too.
Ultimate Pride. Macbet no joy.
Oh.
All right, back to 75k. Yo-yo.
I hate that. Thing's been getting back and charging home, and then he puts it outside lead and doesn't finish off. Should just rode it back.
He didn't have many options, Ollie, on showmanship. I didn't think.
Yeah, once he got pulling, he kind of had to go. I agree with DK. He kind of had to go.
Had to go. Yeah, had to let him slide a bit. Winner just too good.
Yeah.
Came from behind it.
Got wallowed. Yep.
Oh,
Still-
so we're sitting at 75k, and we've got the thing in the last to collect 20 to profit 20 or $22,000 collect. So that's where we're at.
We're about one.
We're flattened.
Head above water.
Oh, we've had a big day.
Could have gone a lot worse today.
Put ourselves in a position for a big last day.
I think we need to take a 5-minute break because I still haven't been in the bathroom and I just need to get an ice cream. See you soon.
There's no time
Here we've lost DK. DK's gone to footy training, and the bank is at 75,000. So it's been a fight back today. We had a big swing there on showmanship. We had triple missile running down the outside. We thought it might get the chocolates there, but Maddie Lloyd underestimated her at our peril. But we've still got that $2,000 on Lunatic Fringe. I've finally said its name right. And we're 12 minutes away from Warrnambool 9. We might do a speed map, or I'll let you have a look at them in the yard for a bit, Nicko.
I can do a map while we talk about it if we want.
Yeah, Mr. Versatile, go for it then.
Yeah, I thought Stylish Enough probably goes forward. This Lambing horse can probably push forward. Carzio, Sonnery, Knock went forward last start. Probably leaves Flash Flood just in behind him. Nicko John's been well backed. He'll probably be back in the field with Lorenzetti and I imagine Rich Itch. So this race has fallen away a lot with scratchings. Like half the field's come out. There was a $1.70 favourite when we also did the form on Monday. So it's changed complexion a fair bit. I think a few of these are a bit sus on a real wet track, like Flash Flood. Knock can go on the wet. Sonnery's maybe a bit suspect. Carzio's maybe a bit suspect in the real wet. So I think that's why they're backing Nicko John, who was good first up at Morphettville in a benchmark 76. He doesn't win out of turn, and this is probably up to his mark in terms of his level. But New Camp, Dean Holland gets aboard there right down on the minimum. Can see why the market's sort of pushing him, but the punters are brave, chiming into 260 Huey, who's still over.
It's a scary scenario. Imagine that, Huey. Long way to do your ass, but I think he was 210 out to 290 early, and now it's just starting to swing back. But is this the race that Kieran's throwing him a bone?
Possibly. I don't know if that's how they thought it would work out though. With Visionari, obviously was in this race before they decided to scratch him this morning, the Price-Kent combination. So he's sort of just left there as the default favourite Flash Flood. I'm sort of with Nicko. I'm happy enough to sort of be against him.
I don't think you really want to be on at 260.
No. His last 200 last time as well was a little bit, I thought it was just a little bit plain.
Parades well.
Behind Vasmy, but obviously he would have been set up for this carnival given the ownership group, the McKennas, big Warrnambool.
Still, he's nearly at the point he's just overbet because of that. Like, I think he's more been back because the setup and set for the carnival more than what he's actually done.
His run first up was good. Like, that was a credible run, but yeah, he hasn't won for a long time. You have to go back to 5th of September 2020, but last time he won a race. I know he's only had sort of 5 starts since, but he's getting short enough for that sort of profile of horse.
Yeah, some big angles here. Just looking in the yard. Carzio always sort of catches the honour. He's a great parader on Carzio.
He's a very honest horse, Carzio, too, and gets Meech, which is a tick. She's riding really well this carnival.
FO wants to know when Yendel's back. No idea.
Absolutely no idea when he's back. This is the one you were sort of thinking, Nicko, quick back up, heavy track.
Yeah, might suit.
It could find some form going Gaga.
Might suit it. Definitely. Quick back up, I suppose, tick there. Archie's outlined that. You get Joey Bowditch. He'll get on the board one of these days, won't he? At the carnival.
Yeah, maybe.
You'd think so. So, look, I think this is a race you probably don't want to be getting too involved in. It's a little bit trappy. Knock's one of those kind of horses that first start, new stable, last start, just exploded. Ran second to Nick Spur last carnival and nearly, ran second to Corner Pocket. Nearly knocked him off there. So, yeah, he's in the game, but it's one of those kind of races.
He's probably the one that interests me the most outside of the favourite, just because of his sort of profile. He sort of lost his way a little bit last preparation with Pruska, and then
he is Uncle Lindsay, though.
They sent him straight to Al Smith, and he was explosive first up at Geelong. It's really that form through this time last year where he ran second to Corner Pocket at this carnival.
Same race, I reckon.
Yeah, very similar race anyway. Really reads well. And he does have form on real wet tracks as a younger horse. Like, he handled real heavy tracks early on in his career. So I don't think any problem in the wet. I think he probably deserves to be favourite, I think, over Flash Flood, personally, myself.
Really?
Yeah, the more I look at it.
$7.
Oh, well, I'd have them a lot closer together, put it that way.
Yeah. Anything in the chat for the punters? Not much sort of doing there.
Very well named, Knock Knock. Yeah, the lambing horse is interesting, isn't it? Usually tries to set one up.
Yep. Bit of love for Sonnery in the chat earlier.
Interesting part too with Sonnery, they've taken the apprentice off. Used the apprentice first 2 runs back this campaign, Matty Price, who claims 4, and now they've gone with Jay Allen. This is a combination that, you know, has been quiet this carnival. Jay Allen and Dabenig, both, you know, very profitable when they get together and profitable in their own right. So Dabenig especially, and this is a horse with his fair share of ability. I can understand why there's some support for him, Sonnery, for sure. What do you make of Nicko, John?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to find him, but he's well found now at $6. Like I think he's on his limit here ability-wise, unless Shepherdson's improved him.
That was my sort of thought as well. Like, as much as the run first up in Adelaide was good, over 1,200 metres, he did get beaten in benchmark 58 grade twice last campaign.
It's deep, this race. There's some angles.
Nicko, someone was asking about breeding. Clangalangs absolutely grow a leg in the wet. That's what. Clangs love wet. Clangalang, genuine wet track. So
it's been a long time since he's seen a wet track too, Nicko, John. So I guess some of his recent form maybe isn't as relevant on this heavy track. He's proven he can get through it, so still he does look really well found in the market, given that.
I messaged the chat, Scooty. I don't know what you want to do with stakes. I'll just leave it in your hands. Just small plays. What?
Nothing.
We'll just have a monkey on the long shot and 1,500 on the shorter one, both at fixed 17 and 61.
Oh, I just sent one in.
Ah!
Oh, dear.
Just change your thought process.
No, we'll stake the other 2 down then and just do that.
Whoops, too late.
Oh, that was not ideal from me.
Maybe stake that one down then.
Yeah, 1,500. Righto, so we've had 1,500 on Knock Knock, best of 3, and then we've taken the price, Kai Berry, 1,500, 17, and then 500 on Going Gaga at $51. So betting around the favourite.
Yeah, I also talk too much. I want to be on Kyber and Going Gaga. I think Going Gaga, he just improves a lot on the wet track. He got a long way back at Penola 2 starts ago. The run wasn't actually that bad, I didn't think. And then last start, soft track at Morpheville, he got a long way back out of that race. Quick back up, there's a few ticks there, and he just grows a leg on the wet. Like, you go back to last preparation, guess who he beats on a heavy track? Only 6 starts ago. Frankie Pino. Goes around here at 60s. Like, I think you just got to have something on it. The massive price. He grows a leg in the wet.
That's a nice find from you there, Nicko.
And this Kyber, scary camp. Wyoming usually set one up. This looks like the setup horse from the bull. They brought it down from Queensland. He's had 2 wins in Queensland on a heavy 8 at Doomben and a soft 7 at Gold Coast. So obviously he likes to sting out. The first up run at Cranbourne, I saw him that night. I thought he had paraded a lot better today than what he did on that night. And that was in not a bad race. 4 of the 2, he's the 4th fastest that race. Hinto Blue came out of that race and ran really well. Eagle Spirit came out of that race and ran really well. Sail on the quick backup. You get Stockdale. This horse grows a leg in the wet. The son of Jackalbury. The money's obviously there. The camp have obviously had something on. He's been 21 into 17 even just when the betting's gone up. So a couple little throw up the stumps. Hopefully something there. And T-Dogs.
Yeah, just the more I look at this race, the more knock. He should get a good map here from 2 Bates. He should just pull him to the middle, be up on top of the speed. His record on heavy tracks is really good, but that's not necessarily the reason we're backing him. I think if he gets back to that form of sort of 12 months ago where he's only beaten narrowly by corner pocket.
I love the new start, new stable, and he just shows all this early speed.
Yeah.
Like it was like a new horse, wasn't it? Usually he's out the back, just bludgeoning away, and it was like bang, bang on speed. You use the gate there. Bates seems like he knows him. It was a strong race though, like he beat Satcham.
Good rating too, like 3.3 above the class. Got really back to his figures of last campaign first up. You know, he's rated very similar to when he first up to how he rated sort of when running second at corner pocket on the punting form figures. So.
Spacco, he's launched in the chat, so he's happy you're on there, T-Dogs.
Yeah, I just think Sonnery has his chance. I think this favourite Flash Flood is too chinky to get involved at 270.
He's vulnerable.
He's very, very vulnerable. As I said, I just thought he could have done a bit more last start, or late. I was a little bit disappointed with his last 200 behind Vasmy. No doubt he's been set for the race, but I just thought he's got a little bit to find at that price.
Give him strength, punters.
Absolutely pulling Huey's tail here. We're hoping he goes home without a winner.
Yeah. Sonnery and Nicko John are in the game. Like, steep race. Probably anything can win, but...
Yeah, just
want to be on the wetties. I think we're just on the wetties here, aren't we?
Yeah. I don't know if that's any confidence or not, Nico. Brad Davidson's tipped knock on top, so...
Go, Davo.
Team Davo.
We'll cheer it with him. And then we still got Lunatic Fringe in the last. Probably, that may be our best bet, that little all up. Get something out of it, hopefully. Maybe look for chop outs there. Anyone got anything in the chat? Any mail that's been flying around? A couple of mail camps in there. We'll take it on Al Smith. He's got second and third fave. Purcell, Meach, Scary. DK's off to footy training.
With the young boys. The lads.
The under 10s. Making them run laps.
On a super day.
Yeah, Richard, sure is. They're moving in here. They come from far and wide here. That wonderful Richard. Shout out to these blokes from Bansdale. Chris and Billy and Richie and Dyson's bus lines. They come in for a big week. So maybe you blokes are going well. I hope you're all going well. I hope you're back here tomorrow. It's grand annual day. It's not to be missed, that is for sure. 280 Flash Flood. Huey trying to get on the board here. $6 knock 5. Nicko John 650. Sonnery, they're almost.
Yeah, Shane. DK is a coach. Coaching the under 10s, I think he is.
Giving a bit back.
Whoa, what's this thing going on?
That's our horse.
Jeez.
Geez, that sounds like me.
That's the expletives there. Oh, there's another one that's gone off.
Another one. That's Flash.
I think Flash Flood.
I think both of ours went off.
Jeez.
Oh no. This will take ages, won't it?
This is our horse. Isn't it?
Which one?
This is a lambing horse going off, isn't it?
Is it?
Is it?
Nah. No, it's not, is it?
Oh,
yeah, Stocky's out the back.
One of them, the favourite, might have to be coming out. Kybree's coming out.
Oh,
Kybree.
Nah, millions it will run.
Flash Flood out of the stores too.
Huey.
We don't want this to run anyway.
Thank you, Birdie.
Fair dinkum. It's got to come out, doesn't it?
It's got to come out.
It was going off its head.
Yeah, it's out.
It's a tough game, isn't it?
Oh, thought we were onto one there.
They're unsaddling it, so it's definitely coming out.
Oh, my bet's out. What do we do if Flash Flood comes out?
You're not going to get a chance.
There's this little fella.
who's also being fitted as we
I'm watching the stream.
Watching the stream.
He's loving it.
That's the best.
Huey Bowman on the favourite Flash Flood.
Fave comes out here. This will be interesting.
He's okay, and this is coming out. And the other one is coming out as at 4:02 tonight.
All right, Flash Flood's staying in.
So now we're just doing knock knock and Gaga.
There's a collect.
Good to go, we're here. The saddle's up.
Hopefully Flash Flood's been spooked by the whole scenario. Mentally torched.
He is a bit of a flea, Flash Flood. Biting prick.
And he's going back into the stalls. And the Pride's Easy Feed will get underway. Mr. Doherty's back up the light blitz. He's calling his last instructions here. He fly back and they're off and racing now. And Sonnery seemed to jump out
Push
of
Decky.
the gates pretty
Push
good.
it up
So
there.
also did Styles
Love it.
enough. Knock knock on the inside is trying to drive up too. It's knock knock against
Lindsay,
the
Lindsay.
Stylish enough. And then followed Sonnery and Casio is fourth, a length and a half to Jaffa Stock, and then the favourite Place Blood is in centre field in front of Rich Hitch. Going Gaga is back near the tail of the field as they travel the back and has Nicko Noonan for company. So it is knock knock on the inside. The Stylish enough and Sonnery is on their outside. Casio
What's going on
next.
with the hooves noise? Is this Hong Kong?
Yeah.
Who's with Jaffa Stock, a length away to
Fake
Rich
hooves.
Hitch.
Bit high.
He's second last, and last of all is Going Gaga. Knock knock the front runner. He's trying to go
Kept it up to him.
He leads a length on Stylish enough.
Travels.
Bloody travelling Flash Flood
Ain't it?
behind us. Far out.
Keep going.
Can't knock knock.
Might have pinched a little now. We need a bit more of a
Nah.
margin.
Nah, Kieran's is bolting, isn't it?
Looking knock knock in the eye, it doesn't look like he's liking it all that much. Now Huey's getting to the outside on Flash Flood and he's starting to come into the race. Then followed by
No.
Nicko John from a long way back. Stylish enough left. Flash Flood on the outside, not there yet. Stylish enough.
Too good, ooey. Rick.
Flash Flood. Bowman.
Couldn't even hear the call late.
Ooey.
Oh, we kind of got. We've probably never beaten that thing anyway, even with the other one. We kind of got out of that scot free, really. Well, they're hard to beat, Mar Eustace. That's like Huey's perfect ride, just momentum, not make too many decisions.
Yeah, really just followed Stylish enough into the race.
Trying a big race, Stylish enough.
Just stalk.
He's a bit stiff. Purcell's had a couple of...
Yeah, he's had a couple.
Bumped into us in that Maiden, and then...
Yeah.
Your thing looked like it was going to run a race a bit around the corner going Gaga and didn't really finish off.
Yeah, it's probably in the chair.
It's probably in the chair.
Dead and buried.
Nicko John was just average.
Yeah, Zach, you either trying to get this thing beat or you chips in. Sound like the punters were chips in at home, at the ball, I mean, so...
Oh, might just take a 2-minute break, have a sip, I might crack a little stubby, and have a chat, and we're back in 2 minutes.
Flare up in the chat, punters. Send us in some questions before the last.
It's great to be back. A bit going on. Bank's at 70,000, so I just got to make that little adjustment. And sort of getting to the end of the day, we're a little bit keen on the toppy here, Lunatic Fringe. We've already got it running for $22,000 collect. So to win 20 from that multi, that gloved horse that Bagman tipped us in Murray Bridge that won with Kayla Crowler as grouser. And old Ginger Ninja, Johnny Walter, likes one tomorrow at Wagga. So we're starting to think that we might have a little bit of a double into a horse that he likes at Wagga. So might take a bit of Lunatic Fringe action into King of Hastings to win the Wagga Town Plate. A couple of doubles, so might back it to Lunatic Fringe the win into King of Hastings to win and place. So
Well, we were going to back King of Hastings in the Wangoon if he was running, and they've dodged that and gone there. So
Yeah,
likeable.
He's a horse that we sort of wanted to find in the Wangoon. Yeah, he's a good second up horse, very reliable customer when he's up and going. And that Wagga Town Plate tomorrow, it's probably not the strongest edition of the Wagga Town Plate. He looks pretty well placed by the Freedman sending him up there in the Hume to get to Wagga and run him in the race. So I can understand completely why Walt's found him. And yeah, he's probably one of the horses we're looking to sort of build around tomorrow with this sort of bank we've got left, because the Bull tomorrow does look a bit tricky. This was going to be our day to sort of claw back.
Like today was like either you were winning big yesterday and having a good crack today, or like we did and having to really get back to bank.
Yeah.
And just like try and come back.
I think overall we've done a really good job to put ourselves in a position here for the last with Lunatic Fringe. So
Yeah,
it
well,
was like you're probably most confident, nearly better the day Lunatic Fringe.
Well, like if you were subscribing to my stuff, like I gave her a massive push first up from the yard and thought she paraded great. Like I was like, this horse has come back so much better than when I saw her last prep at the end of the campaign. And then she kind of didn't run anywhere, and I thought, oh, they're probably setting her up for the Bull. She went back to the jump outs and jumped out really well. You get McDougall, he's highly profitable when he combines with Dabinick. Like DK said yesterday, Dabinick said he's Blue yesterday was setting those horses up first up. Thinks he needs to have them second up. Well, this horse is second up for the carnival. She loves wet tracks, like big tick there. She won 3 on the bounce last prep, all on soft ground. So there's no knocks there at all. She got the best figures in the race. Like it's just tick, tick, tick. She draws the wide gate. She's probably going to find the lanes. Like tick, tick. Hopefully.
There's a lot of ticks for Lunatic, and that's why we're sort of keen to go, happy to back, have her running for us at that price. I thought you could probably mark her a little bit shorter, given hard questions, and Gonna Dance a lot, have queries on them. Gonna Dance a lot was really good winning at Terang and comes through sort of stakes race at the Fillies, but Lunatic Fringe last campaign was chasing Elsa one. Looks sort of a group class mare in the making over distance. Once she gets out to 2,000 metres, probably going to be the making of Lunatic Fringe.
Yeah, they've got a dance lots. I suppose the key form reference is last start. They raced against the same horses. I got a dance lot, went to the Aurora Stakes, led them up, and got beat 2.5 by My Whisper.
Had every chance.
Had every possible chance. Lunatic Fringe sits last, runs My Whisper and Glint of Hope to within sort of 5 lengths. Third fastest last 200 metres of that race, when looking a little bit underdone, and was like one of the stronger late in that race, and it's only beaten 5. Like the other thing had every possible chance to beat him and still beaten 2.5. I know, funny way to look at it. Blinkers go back on, Lunatic Fringe, like it's a complete setup. I'm happy, like this is the thing we got running. Happy to be on. Like,
I think we're going to step into this for Parky too. I think we've got 5,000 in bonus bets, and I think this horse is good enough for a $2,500 half spend on punting for Parky. So I think we're going to do that with half of the bonus bet action. So that'll return $8K to Parky, who's Andrew Parkinson, who started to do the NBA show with us, ex-NBL player, and I think they're living off one wage at the moment. It's the second bout of cancer We've donated a lot of money to different motor neuron. I think the homeless kids as well. We've done that. We've done a couple of men's health ones as well. So we're pretty well represented in terms of like the charities around the ground. So this one, it's a little bit closer to home, and yeah, they got a family, and we don't want them to lose the lot. So 2,500 we've had our bonus bet at the 420 there. So that's to return 8k there for Parky. So fingers crossed this can get the job
cheering
done.
hard for him.
Yeah. So 70k the bank, 5k in open bets, and then we've just had a bonus bet for Parky.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much us. We're not betting anywhere else out wide, so just be this last race at the Bull, and then we'll see you all again tomorrow. So if you got any questions for a few of the, pretty much as soon as Lunatic Fringe, that race is over, we'll sort of wrap
we'll
it
shut
up.
shop.
So if you got any questions you want answered, this is probably the time before
What flavour
tomorrow.
McFlurry on the way home was one that was getting around.
I don't think there'll be any McFlurries tonight.
No McFlurries?
The food court. We just grab I had a white Magnum before.
There's a McDonald's right there, T-Dogs.
I'm not feeling the McFlurry. Not feeling it.
You got to go the double. M&M and Oreo. Can't miss.
We nearly lost T-Dogs in the toilet before. That's why we had an extended break. I didn't think you were coming out.
Yeah, look, the hunky door. I don't think it was the hunky door. I think yesterday I just
It was the
put
Chinese.
myself on the back
Chinese
foot
last
yesterday.
night.
Too much rice, DK.
Taylor Crowther's ridden another winner at the bridge. Too strong.
Wasn't that our horse, Rapid Razor?
Yeah.
Didn't we find him a few times on Bet Doctor? Maybe.
Jake Stevens, of course, the Elko Pop colours.
Alistair wants to know if Dave ever had to step in between me and you as youngsters, T-Dogs.
Don't think so.
No. He probably would have copped one himself if he did. Can Utotsu win the Cox Plate, or is he better off looking at the Caulfield Cup, Melbourne Cup? Could probably win all three. Looks like a freak, doesn't he?
I don't know about that.
When's that? That's a million.
I think, to me, sort of profile's a bit like Caulfield Cup horse.
Yep. Hostars been backed, 40s into 11s.
Won't Hitotsu... Oh no, Hitotsu will go Cox Plate.
Why don't you go Cox Plate Cup?
He'll go Cox Plate Cup.
Yeah,
he'll
he'd probably
just go
go
wait
Cox
for
Plate
age
Melbourne
path.
Cup, yeah.
Won't he? Surely.
I'd be running him in a Caulfield Cup if he was mine.
Nah.
You don't reckon?
Nah.
2,400?
Nah. Nah, he'll go Flemington 1,600 first up. That, what is it? The Maccabi Diva.
Turnbull.
And then he'll go maybe straight in the Cox Plate, or he might go to the Turnbull. You know, like the type of horse he likes to be kept on the fresh side, so he'd be probably Maccabi, Cox Plate, and then into the Cup.
Probably.
I don't know. You guys know the camp better than me, but Caulfield Cup, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, I'd say it's unlikely, but you're probably right. It's unlikely he'd go there. I just reckon he'd be a good horse for it.
No, they didn't show her in the yard. Too strong.
She's not there, the one.
Laid in. It's alright. Gee, they're slow finishes these big days, aren't they?
Yeah. Just looking around, Saturday markets are up at Topsport for a few of the big races on Saturday.
Yeah, so we'll do Bet Doctor tomorrow morning before we do the stream. So it's a bit of fresh air for us. Longer day.
Massive day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Got to win.
You might debut on Bet Doctor. I think Walt's going to miss it. I think Walt lands at like 10 to 9, so I don't think we've got Walt.
No Walt.
No Walt for Bet Doctor.
What are we going to be doing? Is it a bull preview, or are we looking at
And
the
it's
weekend?
it's just Gosford actually. I'll get Walt's tips, but what do we got for Saturday? Morpheville,
Focus Adelaide,
bit of
Gold
Caulfield,
Coast, maybe.
Tommy Henjack's going to be on the program. Turbo Tommy.
Turbo.
Couldn't see him today. Not allowed. Not allowed to zoom into the Eagle Farm racetrack to see what's going on there. So it's a bit sad.
Eagle Farm. Big day at the Gold Coast on Saturday. Zaki v Ayrton in the Hollandale.
Yep.
Oh, one of my horses. I got a black booker in for Caulfield.
Yep, deep into the form tonight. No rest for the wicked. It did look a good day up in at Gold Coast, the Hollandale, a few other races that looked like they...
Yeah.
I think it's a big piss up that day.
The Bracelet's a big day, big race.
The Guineas, Prince of Boom, Sort of State, Alpine Edge. It's a
Good
rush
races.
though.
Yeah.
Caulfield looked a bit average, but I think we'll be able to find one there, maybe.
Has Punting Form not got Caulfield loaded, or is that just, am I just wigging out?
They'd be behind if they didn't have it loaded by now, sure.
It's not there. Sugar
Really?
Shane Baker, if you're listening.
Yeah, I don't have it. Sugar Shane said off-seas in Victoria. Not needed.
No, thank you. Couple of numbers going around there at Caulfield. Anyone got any mail for tomorrow?
I don't know, I nearly need a snooze.
Mate.
T-Dog's love child thought of that's in on Saturday.
No good for thought of that. Track will be wet.
Maximilius first race at Caulfield, chat says, trialled sensationally. Did going into his debut though as well. Boys, Al Smith, 3 placings in 19 races so far. Virus in the stable? Don't know.
Well, I think he's just had a few just not run up to their best. Can happen.
He's copped a bad ball, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's also had a few runs sort of 4th, 5th, like Triple Missile.
Yep.
So tomorrow will be the big one for maybe the market chases out a horse like Tavalu because of that.
Yeah, you might think so.
Couple of people asking about Elation.
You
no,
were keen the other day.
It wouldn't need to improve at all to be competitive in a Golden Eagle, for what I've seen in 2 starts. Saw the figures from Morphettville are out on punting form from his win on the weekend. Big stuff.
Favourite in race 1 looks immoral at Caulfield. What's favourite? Liberty Steps?
You'd have to tell me, Nicko. I haven't even looked.
Or Zoo Misk? No idea. I didn't even have a look at the race. Focused on race number 10 here at the Bull.
Yeah, data's come through for Elation out of Morphettville on Saturday. He's run a monster close for the Parks track.
What's he gone?
10.3 his last 600. So.
All benchmark or class?
Yeah, that's the all. 10.1 last 400. That's kind of unheard of type territory.
It was a big win, wasn't it? He just kind of got the gap and mowed it home late.
Looks a real Group 1 horse to me.
Might be a chance here to see it in the yard, maybe.
Hopefully. They've got through most of them.
There's the Duke. Give this race a little sniff at off his maiden win, but was putrid last time.
Have preview up tonight too. Might be up late tonight or early tomorrow morning for racing.com and Topsport for the Bull.
Patreon, we'll be previewing the races on Patreon as well.
Yep.
Want to get involved there?
Patreon, there'll be a pod for day 3 of the Bull. Anything else?
Yeah, look, I think we're going to be a bit behind the 8 ball for Spotify podcasts and things like that for Caulfield. I don't know if they'll get done this week.
No, we also got... No, I didn't get to see it in the yard. Disappointing. But
That's all right.
I was just going to say, yeah, for sort of racing show fans, I wouldn't be expecting a Saturday Metro pod this week.
Yeah. A lot happening. Well, she's gone to the gates good. Ears pricked.
More reason to watch Bet Doctor tomorrow, though.
Yep, definitely.
Get around it.
Live show? Or are we recording?
I think we're doing pre-record.
Okay.
Oh, fuck it. We'll go live. 9:15.
There you go. 9:15.
9:15 till 10. 45-minute live. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
In and out.
Get around us, punters. Breakfast edition of Bet Doctor.
I like it.
Brekkie with the best. Bet Doctor.
DK.
Don't know how Turbo's going to go live.
Host star, 51s into
Fuck
11.
off, host star, chow.
Come on, B-Mac.
Are we having the extra here?
Do you want me to pull the trigger?
No, we might as well.
We've just missed the price again, which is good.
Far out, we've been stiff on a few of those.
Hey?
We've already just been about 2 seconds behind.
Just back doing another.
Just have another 5 on it?
Just have another 5 on it. Wins were sweet. Come out tomorrow, it doesn't. 65 in the kick to go again. Jano had a pick of the yard. There we go. Good judge.
You're a big Jane fan, aren't you?
I think of the TV judges, she's the best of them.
Better than Lizzie.
Yep. Rick Max against us. Hard questions for him.
Into 380 now. We took 420.
Big press late.
Yeah, good. I like this.
Come on.
Dab an egg. Get it into the gates.
He hasn't got one all week, Tom, and for a high strike rate camp like him to go without winners for 2-3 days with nearly 10 runners, unheard of.
Here we go, punters. Let's go.
Yeah, and the heavy conditions might be a little bit testing for her, but that might also be a bit testing for the favourite as well.
Shut up,
Going
Tom.
back to this girl, terrific form.
Oh, he wants to talk about our horse.
My whispering glint of hope jumps off the page.
Look at its coat, just glowing.
Sort of finishing into fourth, I was hoping that she hit the line a bit harder, but with the recent form that's come out of the race, I think looking back it was.
Yep, cheering for charity here, aren't we, Sammy?
Cheering for everyone. The bank.
She performed on the wet, so maybe the top weight might be more the concern than the heavy ground, but yeah, look, she's in good shape and she is a winner here at the track and distance. So just hopefully.
Come on, Tommy. Do right by the punters.
Yeah, good run.
Yeah, see if you can join this Warrnambool party with some of the other trainers, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
Lunatic Fringe.
He's half put a cooler on, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does that all the time, though.
Does he?
He's like that all the time, Tom.
Won't ever declare one.
No, not his style.
Move, or let's say now a relatively firm favourite in the Lunatic Fringe.
She probably deserves to be favourite too, and I think that she's done everything she needs to have done coming into this, stepping up in trips, going to suit her. She's presented well. I think it's probably just a matter of her now going into the barriers and doing everything right. At the start, we did see her like scratched last time she was at races, but interesting enough, I was actually listening to
That wouldn't be
Tom
ideal.
on radio this morning, and he was talking about the fact that his work was Simon Wild, and that they've got a special bridle imported from America, or a head collar imported from America that she'll wear behind the barriers. I don't really understand the mechanics of it. I'd love to have a chat with Tom Davenack, but they're hoping that just using that different bit of equipment at the barriers, they can keep her a little bit more settled and relaxed, and that she'll do everything right.
I suppose for every horse being able to get into the barriers and behave themselves is a key attribute that you'd like them to have. But connections of Lunatic Fringe, this is the most.
She'll have no worries getting through the wet.
She loves it wet.
Loves it.
Right now, so they've got the heart in their mouth and they hope that she behaves herself. 20 players, 6 Never Say Nay, 8 Frankie Pino, 9 Flash Flood. If you've got Lunatic Fringe, you're looking at about $3,600 on Super Tab. Galleywood still on 3,900. Hard Questions, 4,800. And then
This will take us to 110 or 100. Yeah, but just under $80 short of
Come on,
110. I was like, oh.
Bit excited.
You can't hold the excitement.
he will pose for 90 to 100 silk is there tonight.
About to come in, and Grable is moving up. We've only got half a dozen out here.
Can't the lunatic.
Certainly make an appearance into a Wales hotel as lost to the last. There's no doubt about it. Looking up the statue there. here comes Hopkins. Lunatic Prince has been heavily tried here to win this last.
Come on.
He marked the man's shot, 650. It's in the stable Purcell House. Purple and gold. Yellow Dance on easy, 550. Hard Questions easy, 9. Wahine Tower now gets out to 12. Tinker Bedford, 41 to 31.
Hey.
Star 19 into 11's been one of the biggest best back in the last as well. Here we go for the Whalers.
She's not happy.
Oh. Missed it.
That's alright, she's going to get back.
She's a back mark anyway, doesn't matter.
Yellow Dance a lot out well also wants to try and keep the front by the look of it as they race onto the course proper together. Yellow Dance a lot is coming across the lead mark of the man. Wahine Tower.
Just get off the fence.
Yeah, he just needs to get off the fence here, Blake. Get to the outside.
Further out on the track, it looks like Bud Legend. They're followed then by Spanish Schnitzel. Humble Pies over on the inside. Kuda Char's in the middle, and then Hopkins followed by Stonefield. Gee, this well-tried last favourite, Lunatic Prince, is a mile back. Only is in front of a couple as they travel the back terrain. Host Star and North.
She's found some camels here.
They're heading up the back straight here, and the leader in the way is going to dance on.
Oh, needs to get a gap.
No, he needs to
Come
get,
on,
like, move.
Find some.
Hopefully they pull the pressure on a bit here.
Need something to take off.
Yeah, I know. We need something to take.
Take us into the race.
It's travelling.
It's absolutely trucking.
Come on, Blake.
Come on.
Wave your magic. Yeah, gap. There's a gap.
Get a gap.
Get a gap, Blake. Foley's roll the dice.
Fuck, it's a task.
It's coming.
Is she coming or not really?
I don't think it's going good enough, is it? Come on!
No.
Nah, just too big a task. Alright. Well, Purcell gets his
Any
broad.
danger of like any tempo? Just hand it up to Meech. Oh. Back to square one for tomorrow.
No love for parking. It's annoying. All right, that's a wrap from us. So we finished day 2 with 65,000 in the bank, and we're definitely well and truly alive. And we'll see what tomorrow brings. See what the rain does, and hope you've enjoyed the day. Hope you fought back. I'm sure you did at home. We've tried to have a couple of big swings there, so we're definitely trying to launch this bank. As you can probably tell, we're not going to die wondering here, but we're still well and truly in the fight. But yeah, we just tried really hard. I think it was the right sort of horse and to back there, but it was just left too much to
off
do.
The map, like.
Yeah, heavily backed. But
worst ground.
Yeah, it just never went our way, that.
Yeah.
So
on to tomorrow.
Yeah, we battle on. So
Bet Doctor 9:15.
Plenty of bullets. Bet Doctor 9:15. We're going to do a live show. We'll do a bit of Brizzy, some Caulfield. We might try and get some Beat the Bagman for some Adelaide, some Gold Coast stuff, and away we go. But thanks for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'll tell you what time we're going to kick the stream off tomorrow. It will be probably 11:05 or maybe 11 o'clock. 11 or 11:05. You'll see us for the final day of the Bull. But thanks for joining us.